show a bunch of grown adults that his playbook is better than theirs is pretty fucking embarrassing if you're on the left.
Kevin Castley?
Yeah, thanks, Don. So my view on this in general is that I don't have an issue with platforming people per se. I think the issue has already been kind of discussed a little bit there by Joe Lewis, that if you're somebody who hasn't really done your research, or if you're not going to ask sufficiently hard-hitting questions or be able to detect dog whistles, that's where it can get a little bit problematic. I know in my early days, when I was doing content, I did have people do dog whistles, and that just kind of went over my head a little bit. I try to be more on the ball about that now. You know, people bring up things like cultural Marxism, these types of dog whistles, a lot more subtle ones too. So I think being aware, having a good dog whistle radar is a good piece of equipment for going in and debating people like that. I also think that in general, platforming people, I think, especially if it's for debate, is usually it can be a good thing. I would love to debate Lauren Southern. I mean, she's done some pretty despicable stuff in the past. I mean, you can talk about trying to stop search and rescue of refugees fleeing for their lives from Bashar the Butcher's regime, for example, in Syria. She was trying to stop that. That was pretty gross. I'd love to talk with her. But I think that at the end of the day, though, if you just simply don't engage with anybody on that side, what it does is it means that their audience is essentially only going to be watching a complete and total echo chamber where they get more and more radicalized, and they're not exposed to any views that are socially liberal, that are socially progressive, that they don't actually have a chance of having their minds changed because they've been sucked into a vortex which is comprised of people that they can't get an audience anywhere else, and so those people become more and more radicalized, and that at the end of the day it does lead in aggregate to a more divisive and a less close-knit sort of social culture, which can of course exacerbate other divisions. So I think having things like panel shows and debates are a good thing to try to reduce some of the tensions in terms of the culture war. But I do think that you have to do it in a way where you're not letting dog whistles fly without calling them out, and you are holding people to account on statements and actions that they've done. So thank you.
Okay, now over to Xander Hall.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I feel like I might end up agreeing more with the conservatives on the panel than a lot of the left-leaning people. I think, and this is going to piss off a lot of left-wing people, but I think that Blair White has pretty successfully rehabilitated her image in the eyes of a lot of like the general public that are interested in politics. You can't go on and platform Lauren Southern and try to argue like you're arguing with 2016 Lauren Southern. I've seen a lot of people try to do that. It's something I tried to avoid, and I debated her, though I think I was way too nice. And if you go too hard on it, you could have something like what happened with Lance, where you're debating 2016 Lauren Southern. If you're going to platform her, you need to go into it with sort of a few things in mind, at least in my opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong in and of itself with having Lauren Southern on. Obviously, you should do your due diligence, do your research, try to do the best you can. But, debating is something that you get better at as you practice and you do have experience with it. If you're like a left-wing debate bro, I would probably advise that you at some point try to debate Lauren Southern. I mean, she's very good at debating, so it's going to be something that you're going to be able to sort of learn from significantly. I don't think that most lefty creators platforming Lauren Southern are going to harm the discourse in any way. I think that she's already so large and has been around for so long, and as everybody knows of her, that it's pretty hard for any lefty figure to platform her. More likely it's her platforming you. And that's more or less all I have to say about it.
Well, yeah, just on the point about, the alt-right in general, Lauren Southern, I think one of the big areas, a bit in my intro here, one of the big areas that they do have kind of an advantage is that they have a lot of dog whistles, and so on that you've got to be aware of what's going on. But I do think that the idea that, well, we can't engage with people that are of that sort of branch at all, it basically the other thing that it does, the other outcome that it does, is it gives people on that side the impression that people that are socially liberal are just scared to debate them. It basically legitimizes them as the only people that are able to, say these things, and that everybody else is too scared to engage with it. I don't think that anybody's necessarily scared to engage with her. I think that there's just a debate over whether or not you're doing a net harm or net good to society by ignoring it or engaging with it. I would still say that you're doing a net good by engaging with these types of ideas and basically calling out them for what they are. So
yeah, I think it's really kind of naive to say that we platform Lauren Southern as if her being platformed is up to us. She has a Twitch channel. Have you ever So for those in chat, have you ever watched a Twitch stream before? What is 99% of Twitch streams? It's someone reacting to a video someone else made. So it's not like if we don't go debate her, she's not going to react to and debunk and shit on left-wing content. That's what streaming is. We haven't denied her a platform. We haven't denied her reach to our audience. We haven't denied her the ability to abuse other creators if we don't go and debate her. She's going to do that anyway because that's actually how Twitch works. All we've done if we refuse to debate her is make sure that she gets to do it without us in the room, without us being able there to defend our own ideas, without us there to push back on hers. It doesn't take much to take these people down. And I'm not saying take them down. I'm like, just if you think someone is like Dog Wilson and stuff, just keep asking questions. Narrow in on what they actually think. If they pivot away, call it out. And again, if you just know more about the topic than they do, and you've talked to other people before, if you've got some debates under your belt, it's not actually that hard to do well against these people. So I don't like it. People just think she's so fucking scary when she isn't.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
So if you don't mind me jumping in, just because, I've been a partner or whatever. I think the key thing is this is all boiled down to back end rhetorical stuff that is obvious when you do a lot of debates, but it's maybe not so obvious when you don't do a lot of debates. So for instance, Jangles and Haas both came in on something called the Gauntlet, which is 10-minute back-to-back kind of debates or whatever. Jangles did really well, presented a bunch of information that I virtually guarantee Lauren's audience hasn't heard or seen before. Haas, because he's an esoteric political figure, I guarantee they've never heard any of his fucking arguments before. And that was kind of the funny thing was just watching the shock, both from the audience and from Lauren, who had never dealt with a Marxist-Leninist before. And so that's what I'm kind of saying is I would say at this point, based off of conversations and all that kind of stuff, Lauren's stated politics are probably Christian conservatism that fall in line with MAGA. They're probably the same level of nefariousness as you would associate with anybody who is a supporter of Donald Trump. I don't even know if she supports Donald Trump, but at the same time, that's the audience that you're going for. So you're talking about 20% to 30% of the American public. You can deem them nefarious, you can deem them evil, but at the same time, those are the people that you need to go after. Those are the people that you need to convince that you have stronger arguments. Those are the things that basically for the past decade, because I ran in right-wing circles, those are the people who, basically when you joke about Mayocide on Twitter, they screenshot that, they post that to Facebook without metrics, and they say the left wants to genocide white people. And that's that's kind of the audience that hasn't been exposed to stronger centrist or left-wing arguments. So that's who you're going after.
Yeah, I wanted to. Oh, sorry. Do you mind if I hop in real quick, Cass?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think one of the things, and I kind of want to add a little context to what Superpower Broadcasting was talking about, right? Because we have science on this, right? And I think that's one of the big issues that we need to understand is, what does the science say about echo chambers and about how right wingers kind of differ from left wingers as we move people like Styx Hexenhammer, right, and Lauren Southern and more right wing, YouTube or libertarian YouTube individuals enter the platform. And so I think one of the great things we can look at is moral foundations theory, right? Jonathan Haidt's research on moral psychology, right? You have, the left is very concerned with harm and fairness, right? Whereas conservatives kind of work on a 5-point scale much more, which is harm, fairness, in-group preference, authority, and purity or sacredity, right? And then when you couple that with personality trait, right, like the big 5, right? You have conservatives have a lot more conscientiousness, so industriousness, orderliness, and lefties tend to have higher traits in personality trait openness, right? Openness to ideas and openness to creativity and intelligence, right? And so when you take those factors and you bring them in context of this situation, what you understand is that right-wing individuals are far more likely to coalesce by their favorite streamer and hang out with their favorite streamer and not engage with other content, right? Whereas left-wing streamers are far more, viewers are far more likely to maybe go see a Lauren Southern and then back away, right? Or go see a CTV and then back away, or come to my channel, right, and back away, right? They're more open to these ideas. And so when talking about the danger of echo chambers on a platform, you have to understand that the bigger danger, the bigger threat is that a right-wing audience becomes an echo chamber than, let's say, a left-wing audience. Obviously ignoring censorship and the fact that TOS is somewhat based off of left-wing cultural values and things like that in Twitter and Facebook. But even still, right, I think it's important to understand that if you don't engage with Lauren Southern, her audience will coalesce around her, not branch out and watch her content as she reacts to other people and become more entrenched in their political views. Whereas the left is likely to end up going to her channel and seeing her unchallenged by you, the streamer, that could be kind of debunking what you believe to be a mythos that she has constructed around some type of idea based off of her ideology. And so I think it's far more important here that the left engages with Lauren Southern than it actually is that the right engages with left-wing streamers. And so I think that's something to consider if you're a left-wing streamer, is kind of understanding that basic psychology of personality psychology and moral psychology.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that ultimately she's going to be.
Wait, Kevin, stop. It was Haz's turn next.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is I really do not understand what all the fuss is about, because Twitch is already so super strict and it has standards that are so divorced from the majority of Americans in general. It's like, I don't get people who just spend their time like wanting to deplatform others, like going above and beyond the rules Twitch has already created. Like, Twitch is allowing her to be here, so like, why do you have to be
Can I explain the fuss just because I'm
yeah, give me a sec.
Mhm.
And like, to me, it's like I really think people who are always trying to hate on other people's content, even though Twitch is already so super strict, I feel like these people just don't have their own content. They don't have anything to offer, so they just gotta like be hall monitors, And it's like, it's just super lame to me. I don't know. It's like, what I mean, like, dude, not everyone's gonna agree with you. I don't see why people are so sensitive.
Yeah, so I would like to explain some of that sensitivity if possible.
Okay, then Kevin, then I think it was Zan.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. So the two main criticisms of Lauren Southern specifically is she blocked a refugee boat called the Aquarius that was trying to leave an Italian port. The Aquarius is a controversial boat. Basically, Lauren Southern and right-wing figures in the Italian government accuse them of coordinating with human traffickers off the coast of Lebanon in order to move immigrants and refugees into Europe. But the Aquarius actually has a pretty good reputation as an NGO and was working with Doctors Without Borders in order to assist people who are stranded in the Mediterranean. So we really don't know what to say there, except for the fact that Lauren Southern blocked a refugee transport ship that was attempting to save refugees. That was one of the main criticisms against her. Since then, the Aquarius has had its charter revoked, basically. But that's just kind of details. The second thing that she the reason why people are sensitive about is because of the concept of the Great Replacement theory. This is a theory that was popularized by a French philosopher named like Henri Camus or something like that. It basically says that mass immigration into the Western world is a unconscious but still governmentally intentional cultural shift where white people will no longer be the majority within Western nations within a generation because our leaders view them as completely replaceable in the sense that like we can just accept endless amounts of immigration into the Western world and it doesn't really matter who lives in the Western world, whether they're white or not. And this Great Migration was one of the cited reasons while Lauren Southern specifically was not the person that was like cited in this manifesto. The shooter who shot up the mosque in New Zealand and I think killed like 50 to 55 people in general was somebody who bought into a lot of dissident right figures and also bought in specifically to the Great Replacement theory, believing that this was an intentional act to replace white people in the European and Western world with immigrants. And those are the two largest controversies, and that's why people are upset.
Yeah, I just think it'd be so much easier though, because I'm a Middle Eastern person, right? So I don't know what people are saying. You know, like I much prefer to just, you know, if these ideas are becoming so widespread as a result of not being censored, then it would be super easy for me to just, you know, debate them. I could just debate them, and you know, if you could deal with this stuff in the light of day, then I just think it would be less like likely to give birth to these psychopaths who are like, you know, in the dark web or whatever. And, you know, personally to me, I just think people are super sensitive. You got to realize people have all wide ranging views of things about the world. And you need to be able to just either accept that, or you can debate them and just put forward your ideas, put forward theirs. You know, I think one of the issues here, honestly, from my perspective, is that this is kind of the implicit thing, is that the majority of leftists and liberals literally do not know how to beat right-wing people argumentatively. Yep. They can't prevail when it comes to the actual merit of their ideas. So they get to this emergency mode of having to censor people because they literally don't even know how to respond, right? Because for me, for example, I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's very easy for me to talk to even extreme right-wing people and debate them, and just, you know, it's easy for me to, because I can understand their kind of ideological, I guess, fantasy or whatever. It's like because I understand the contradictions within the prevailing ideology that gives rise to that, like why the mainstream is giving rise to these extremist ideologies, because there's something wrong with the mainstream, and I understand that. So for me, it's super easy to deal with these ideas. I don't know, deal with them, but at least put forward an alternative to them. Whereas it seems that people who represent the mainstream ideology cannot cover up the contradictions within the mainstream liberal ideology, so they end up just getting rolled by these like extreme right-wing people. And I think it's just a high point of hypocrisy that they have to resort to censorship to just cover up their own flaws.
Well, there's something also we got to recognize,
and that after you, Joe, it's going to be Kevin Zan.
Sure, absolutely. There's also a recognition that, like I mentioned in my opening and everybody alluded to, is that the mainstream, in this case, the Twitch left, because that's where she's navigating in, is incredibly insufficient, even talking amongst themselves about the very policies that they advocate for. Like, we have people going on like panels for Prime Kais about the suburbs and don't know the differences between like R1 housing and R2 housing. And then you get people who are more invested in this and have like a invested interest in politics and invested interest in policy and advocating for the communities. And then you have to sort of, like, in my case, I have to sit there and watch like these people navigate with these individuals, and they crumple, or even in the face of somebody who clearly, especially for the marginalized individuals, like the Black individuals and persons of color who jump into this arena, that it's very clear in their opening statements, or like the first 10 minutes, that they don't care about your existence. So why are you handling this person with a level of sensitivity when within the extrapolation of their ideology, you don't fucking exist? And then I just kind of had to sit there and watch it. And like, listen, man, like, I don't do competitive one-on-one conversations like this. I navigate within panels and do my own thing. But for those who go into those arenas for the one-on-one conversations, then it's up to them to make sure that they're the best representative of whatever they're advocating for, and not letting up on like the small concessions that they give these more far-right individuals.
And then Stan.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So, I mean, it's already been brought up a little bit, but I think an important point to mention is that she's going to react to people's content whether or not you engage with her. So basically what it comes down to is either, do you want her audience, and you know, and obviously we're talking about Lauren conservative type folks, that their audience is either going to be getting if you're big enough for her to react to, your views analyzed through her bias exclusively, or you participate in debating her and you get to defend yourself. And so I know, Joe Lewis, you were talking about how you're not really interested in doing these sort of one-on-one sort of debates and everything. That's like, I could get that. Obviously, they could get pretty crazy and whatnot. But I guess if she were to react to you and say one of your streams or something, would you either be there to defend yourself, or would you rather just not engage with her and have her audience have this view of you that's completely tinged through her lens of bias, I guess?
Well, I mean, to answer that pretty directly, this is why I think it's very important. Like for me, right? Like I do solo content on Twitch, and every once in a while I have a back and forth with a couple of like, essentially it's like I argue with Rob Noor and a couple of other more far right righties. But my whole thing is that one of the things that people have access when they watch my content and subscribe to my content are VODs. So if you subscribe, you can watch my VODs. I'm very clear, like if you have a position that you want to have a conversation with, we can have a conversation on it. But for the most part, like even the right hasn't really like brought that up. But I mean, like, hey, like if Lauren Southern wants to watch my content and pay the subscription to watch my VOD and commentate on my content, I still won't bring her on my platform. Like I have too many other people and I have too many other things outside of this that matter, right? Like I'm running for the Board of Education of my township. I have aspirations for my city council. I have aspirations as a music educator, and I don't want to put like my students who know that like I exist on the internet, my community that I've spent time building, like be subject to sitting through something that's going to make them that uncomfortable. And
No,
that's something.
I don't think the question is, do you personally?
Can we let
have to
Xander
put
go?
Lawrence Southern
It
on?
was gonna be
Would you say
Xander, but-
Jangles? You felt it was important, so I want to make sure
We'll be
your
Xander
voice is heard.
afterwards. But
I don't think the conversation is should you personally host Lawrence Southern. It's just like
Yeah, I guess then can you re-ask that then, Kevin? I was going.
Well, yeah, no. I was just asking a hypothetical where Lauren was reacting to say one of your streams or something,
Sure.
or was talking about your views. My point was just either her audience sees that.
So within this hypothetical, it hasn't happened yet, but I don't think it's going to happen.
okay, Xander
So-
Hall.
Yeah, I want to go back to what Infrared brought up earlier, having to do with deplatforming people. I think that it's kind of a double-edged sword. I don't think that deplatforming is so much a revealing from the left that we can't handle the right's ideas and that we have to ban them and deplatform them to keep their ideas from getting out. I think that's done more so to avoid accountability for these platforms when it comes to individuals that are using them spreading misinformation. Though I will admit, it is a double-edged sword in the way that when you ban a large right-wing figure or even a left-wing figure, this contributes to a narrative that this group is being attacked by a larger, more powerful one that wants to keep their ideas.
Streisand effect.
Streisand effect to a degree, right? Like, why are you trying to hide these ideas if they're so bad? Why not just let them be out there and debate them? And I do think there is certainly a lot of merit to like debating these ideas. I mean, it's why I do what I do, right? When it comes to platforming Lauren Southern specifically, I don't see any point. Like, I mean, obviously it's all personal preference, but at least for me, I don't see any point in trying to avoid any interaction with Lauren Southern. I'm probably going to talk to her again quite a few times in the near future. Who knows? I think it's just one of those things where if you disagree on things, debate other figures about them. It's content. It's going to help people improve what they believe and figure out better arguments for what they believe, or figure out arguments against what they believe to help defend what they believe, maybe change their minds. And I, like Infrared brought up before, Lauren Southern's not currently breaking TOS on Twitch, as far as I'm aware. So I don't see her getting banned anytime soon. So she's around. We're just going to have to kind of deal with that. As far as I'm concerned, she's been pretty nice to me. I don't really have all that much against her anymore. I know about her past, and I know that her past has been spotty, to say the least. I watched her when I was younger. But I mean, you can't, without very hard evidence, hold past actions on a person who doesn't believe those things anymore, at least claims they don't, and come off not looking like a crazy person. You know what I mean? Like if you try to go on there and be like, Lauren, how do you feel about your responsibility for the Christchurch shooting? You're going to look like a fucking crazy person. You can't do that. That's never going to work. You're going to look insane to anybody who's not already bought in entirely on what you already believe.
So
Respectfully,
Yeah,
though,
there's-
Zan,
there's a lot of-
there's a big problem.
Wait, everybody, wait. That was 3 people talking at once.
Sure.
If you were just talking, could you raise your hand quick so I'll just pick who's ever talked the least? Last time I haven't heard. Oof, you've all talked a decent amount. I'm gonna give it to Haas, Fabian, Connor, then Joe. That order.
Yeah, I think the issue with looking at it from the perspective of misinformation, I have a philosophical issue with that because it's assuming that there's a consensus about the stream of information that's coming, and there's no such consensus exists. Not legally, not institutionally, in terms of the American state is concerned. The precedent that America has established for itself is one of the First Amendment, free speech. So there is no exclusive, privileged stream of information that, I mean, I don't agree.
Depends on information.
I don't think there's anyone on this platform that I can say that, like, I share a consensus with you guys about what is the privileged stream of what information is. So I don't think there's a consensus about truth. I think truth is something that is being suspended in reality and which is a matter of dispute, which has to be dealt with in that matter. I think America is the Wild West, so to speak. If you think something is misinformation, you should prove the significance of that information in some kind of way, beyond having to silence your opponent, because really it is a slippery slope. We're going to get to a point
against that a lot
where we're going to, because you have to understand that the realities of a statehood and political realities are not just objective realities, they're also subjective ones. So we are coming to a point where tautologically all political opponents will be eliminated from the establishment, the mainstream, in the name of misinformation, not necessarily because they have gotten a reality wrong objectively, but because they take a subjective stance different from the status quo, thereby endangering a different relationship to objective reality. So you cannot have this kind of philosophical view that there is just a blank objective reality out there and it's just a matter of being correct, because we subjectively participate in that reality. So that's why I take issue with the misinformation view.
One second. Jangles disagreed with that. Wait. Jangles disagreed with that. I wanted to say something. So I want to throw it over to Jangles, and I'm writing down everybody's name on the list. I got you, Zan.
Okay, I'm sorry that this is gonna get pretty far off topic, but I'll try to rein it back in. So just because, an objective reality doesn't resist, all right? None of us are a view from nowhere. We all have our subjective opinions and all that stuff. You can admit that and also recognize that you can also lie. You can also spread misinformation. While there's not a single arbiter of truth out there, it's not like the truest ideas sink to the surface. I am a huge advocate for debate. I will debate anyone. I think the vast majority of ideas should be debated, but I'm also not going to sit here and pretend that the best ideas, the most truthful ideas, win every single time. I mean, I don't know how you could possibly think that with the past couple of years. People will believe what they're motivated to believe. Half the people, there's a disturbingly high percentage of Americans who don't believe the vaccine works, or thinks the vaccine is going to actually give them COVID or some crazy shit, or think that horse paste is the answer to all of our problems or something like that. So we shouldn't. I kind of agree with you that we shouldn't see truth as this. There's just one singular objective truth, this omnipotent truth. No, truth is a consensus. It depends on what field. It depends on what information. That's why I was a little weirded out by you just say information like it's this big blob, as if there's not vastly different types of information out there. I will push back. You can very easily spread misinformation, and it can be very, very harmful when done in the wrong way. Debate can be a solution to that, but we shouldn't pretend that the truest ideas are the ones that always win.
They do.
Okay, so
you have a narrow view of what truth is. You think truth is only the factual, objective content, not a deeper subjective truth in relation to institutions. For example,
that's just my subjective truth. So who do you?
All right. So let me step in. Well, you said it was him, then me, and then he jumped in.
Jangles just asked Haas a question. I would like to give Haas.
It was mostly a facetious question. That's just my subjective truth, dude. How you gonna prove it's wrong?
Okay, Fabian, you are on the list. I'll give it to Fabian, Zan, Connor, then Joe. I just want to go in that order because I know Zan wants to ask Haas a question as well.
Rap. I'll engage with the current discussion in just a second, but I just wanted to point out the hilarity of the fact that a Marxist-Leninist than I and ANCAP are almost in total agreement from earlier before. And I was actually having this conversation with Proudly Radical, left-wing anarchists, and we were all in agreement too that I think one of the issues, and this is going back a little bit, but I promise I'll bring it to the current conversation, is that the left knows how to debate but doesn't know how to argue. And the right understands how to argue, but they don't know how to debate. And I think platforming individuals such as this.
Just
Right.
to
So
clarify,
debate, like
so
your
the difference between
academic,
arguing
like
and
I'm going to break apart the science. I'm going to show this study. I'm going to show why this study, you know what I mean? Like I'm going to go into the methodology of this research study. I'm going to look at this meta analysis, right? These are all great debate logos things, right? But in rhetoric, logos is very unimportant when compared to pathos and ethos, establishing credibility and talking about, narrative identity and talking about the story and talking about the
former is
emotions.
and
Right. The
former is
left is
arguing, and the
great.
second is debate.
Right. The former is
I'm just
arguing, the
making sure I have
second is
another one. Sorry.
debating, right? Like colloquially speaking, obviously. You know what I mean? Like technically speaking, we can get into the weeds on those definitions. But I just want to say that I kind of agree with Haz here, that I think that this will be good for people to learn how to argue. Because someone like Lauren Southern is an amazing at arguing about using emotions and using and that's a big part of this whole dog whistling thing we're back and forth about, right? Is these dog whistles are more than just like, hey, I'm mentioning a topic, and they're a lot of times they're about I'm drumming up fears and concerns and emotional things and infiltrating that into the conversation, and my audience understands that, right? It's a communication rhetoric tactic more than it is just the danger of the thing. But getting into this idea about about contingency logic versus traditional logic, right? And I'm sorry, but Haz is completely correct here again, right? Like subjectivity is a portion of truth in almost every aspect. I mean, even the great Enlightenment thinkers that kind of formulated liberal democracy as we have it today, like C. Wright Mills, right? Like on liberty, like read on liberty and understand why dangerous ideas often are important. And so it's important that we debate the ideas that are held by a minority opinion and prove them wrong. But you also have to understand that William Lloyd Garrison was a radical and an extremist with a massively unpopular opinion that many people tried to censor and tried to shut down his publications. And you know what his radical belief was? Black people shouldn't be slaves. Right. I mean, so there are also ideas that are very not well accepted. Right. You might think that veganism, for example, is an absurd idea that most people are against. But in 100 years, we might look at ourselves as being monsters for supporting, factory farming and things of that nature. So there's a lot of ideas that are rare, but need to be challenged so that those good ones do spring forth and do bring progress.
I think that's an okay point to make, and I do understand. I do like that you're differentiating somewhat fuzzily between arguing and debating. I agree with that, but also be careful when you use that example of the Galileo example. This one guy, everyone thought he was wrong. They tried to silence him, but he ended up being right. For every Galileo, I know that wasn't the example you used, but same spirit. For every Galileo, there's 100,000 kooks out there.
Yeah, absolutely, which is why we should challenge the ideas that are kooks, right? And we shouldn't have a system of state authority or institutional authority on the Twitch politics sphere, or authority in terms of social media companies that try and push out all radical ideas. Instead, we should bring them to the front, and we should laugh at all these stupid ones, and the ones that make a little bit of sense should challenge the way we view and see the world, because truth is subjective, and we never know how these things might change.
Okay, I want to move it over to. Can I move? I'm sorry, but I got to move the conversation forward to people who haven't talked yet. Zan, Connor, then Joe. Sorry, I haven't forgot you guys.
Yeah, so truth is, of course, subjective. We all know this, opinions and whatnot, so on, whatever, right? When I talk about deplatforming people because of spreading misinformation, I'll give a good example. I think this is an example it's pretty hard to argue against, an example of misinformation being spread knowingly and maliciously in order to cause harm. Alex Jones claiming that the Sandy Hook shooting was a false flag and that the parents of the dead kids were crisis actors. This was a lie. And Alex Jones's audience proceeded to then send death threats and harassment to the families of these murdered children. And Alex Jones is banned for that. I think that is fine. That is an instance of deplatforming that you will never, ever see me arguing against. Though I'll admit, while I may celebrate it, I don't know if on principle it's a good thing to ban people and deplatform them simply for opinions that are harmful. My issue is when information or ideas that are being pushed forward as authoritative claims, like this is how things are, that have been well and truly debunked by authoritative sources, like real authoritative sources that we've generally come to recognize as being valid, are being spread by individuals that are causing harm. That's where I'm on board with the deplatforming.
Yeah, but where is Infowars.com now, right? I mean, Infowars.com is one of
Not
the
on
biggest
YouTube.
media organizations in America. Like, all that's happened is now he's been pushed into a right-wing echo chamber where these people can go on Infowars.com and they can put it as the website as an app on their iPhone or on their Android, and they watch his content and it's never fucking challenged. And then they go out and think radical, crazy shit because these ideas aren't in a space like Twitch politics where people can do reaction videos and laugh at them and where they're challenged and they're forced to engage with other people.
They very much can.
Deplatforming of him
People
has
very
made
much
him
can
more
do.
dangerous.
Not
People very much
exactly. That's
can and
actually
do.
not
Wait,
true.
wait, wait. Okay, there's two.
Nobody is-
Wait.
nobody's
There's
stumbling-
two of you
True,
talking.
true. Fair enough,
Okay, wait.
Jingle, sorry.
Stop. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fabian, Zan, and Jangles, do you guys have a history of hearing problems?
Nah.
Yes.
No, then you should.
I do.
Well, but Demon Machine, we're talking. If you don't have a history of hearing problems, then you should be able to hear me. If not, turn my volume up. I would actually appreciate if you all turn my volume up a little bit so you can hear me when I'm talking so I can moderate. So we're going to have Zan respond, then Jangles respond, then we got to go to Connor and Joe.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can argue that deplatforming these people just means their audience is sent to an even tighter echo chamber where they're not going to hear arguments against their ideas. And I'll completely concede that that's going to be the case in basically every instance of banning a figure who's spreading misinformation or has a certain idea, right or left wing. My problem is, though, and the reason why I disagree with the statement you're making is because now that these figures have been banned and sent to much more, what's the word for it? Less mainstream places, you're not going to have situations like the rampant political movement that happened in 2014 to 2016, where you could watch like some gaming video and the YouTube algorithm's going to take you to some SJW cringe compilation. Then you stumble across Alex Jones eventually. We know this has happened. We know that a lot of people have been in this situation. Taking these people off of large mainstream platforms limits their reach. While it does make it so their already existing audience, it's harder for them to interact with people who disagree with them. It does limit their reach. A lot less people are going to fall into their content or what they have to say from there.
I mean, but he's grown. He's grown since being banned. So
He's
Jangles?
grown since being banned in the sense that mainstream political figures have shouted him out. But as far as like the YouTube algorithm and people discovering him like organically through the algorithms on Twitter, and I don't even know if that's true, by the way, if he's grown, but I am aware of the fact that people like Donald Trump and plenty of right-wing political activists and figures and politicians here in America have shouted him out and have given him attention. But without that, I don't think he would be growing very much. Without the help of Twitter, Instagram, I don't know, YouTube, these large mainstream platforms that have an algorithm built to keep feeding you what you're already watching. YouTube doesn't show you things that contradict what you're already enjoying. YouTube's just going to keep feeding you more of what they know you want to watch because it's what keeps you watching. It's what keeps you seeing ads. It's what keeps them making money. It's what keeps making YouTube or Twitter or whatever making more money. They're not going to be exposing you to new ideas either way. At this point, all it does is keep people like Alex Jones from gaining a larger audience.
but again, it's
Wait. I just got to get through these people. I got to go over to Jangles before we go to Connor and Joe, who've been waiting for almost like 20 minutes now. Jangles?
Oh, I just had that one comment about like people do react to Alex Jones. So like when you search Infowars or Alex Jones on YouTube, you're gonna get a lot of like debunking first and foremost. So, and I think he agreed with people still react to him. That's all I had to say.
Okay. Connor?
Yay. So, all right. So this is kind of the question though, because it's really interesting to me because we're teasing this out of what is the Overton window and is it exclusively terms of service? So for instance, I think Xander Hall brought up a good point. Alex Jones was banned because he basically started a harassment campaign that was based on false information. I think I was literally looking at Stefan Molyneux. Apparently he had a few violations of hate speech. I don't even remember what he did to get himself banned.
IQ. It was the IQ discussions.
So that's interesting. So then that question kind of gets to, where is the Overton window and how do we, basically how do we decide that? Obviously, terms of service is kind of deciding it for us. But then I'm kind of wondering where the Overton window is here. I guess like racialism or racism is one of them. Maybe violence is the other one. Maybe harassment campaigns is the other one. That we've kind of discovered through stumbling through these figures. But then one of the things that I want to say about opening up these bridges is we're constantly complaining about the polarity in our society. The right wing has gone really far right. The left wing, I know you guys hate this, but I'm going to say it anyways, has gone really far left. And it doesn't seem like people are capable of communicating without, basically one person's worldview necessarily leading to violence. So then the question becomes, how do we improve communications between these poles? And what I would tell you is, from my fumbling attempts to improve communication through these polls, one, I'll just admit it, I've learned a lot from you commie fucks and progressives on this platform. But two, there's a lot of challenges when you reach out to siloed communities. And by siloed, I just mean like isolated communities. So I literally just shot, part of the reason why I'm not yelling at you guys as much is because I basically screamed into the camera for an hour describing like historical injustice and systemic racism in America, because people were trying to say they might feel like this is a straw man, but they were trying to say systemic racism ended in 1965. And we don't have to do anything in order to fix our modern institutions. Individuals just need to act better. And I think that was like an argument that I would have expected to find in 2016 or 2017. But I'm shocked to find it 5 years later that people haven't done any amount of fucking research, haven't moved on from any of their perspectives, and they've basically sat in the same SJW wrecked compilations videos for 5 fucking years. Like, how is that possible? How do you not have the curiosity to evolve as a person or check out the counter arguments that contradict your worldview? How do you not have that inside you? And since people don't have that shit inside them, I'm sorry, but they need to be dragged kicking and screaming into the fucking world through debate. And the way that you do that is basically by finding these fucking avatars of the right wing that have siloed themselves off in communities, and you fucking fight them publicly. So that's my opinion.
Well, Connor, these are
so if I'm understanding this correctly, I was up next, Xander Hall. So one of the things that is interesting with that, Connor, right, is that you mentioned something along the lines of people within this space that you were arguing with believed that systemic racism and these things ended in 1965. Is that the argument that you dealt with?
It's a little bit of a straw man, but yeah, they basically said that all of our social institutions are operating as they should, and realistically, there's no problems today.
Well, yeah. I mean, like that's within like my wheel of black issues, right? I hear that argument every day in my stream. Like there are people who come into my space and unironically believe that black people just need to lift themselves up by their bootstraps, and one of the reasons why these pesky blacks are not moving forward in society is because there's no fathers in the home, and there's no fathers in the home because they're irresponsible. Like I hear that shit every day, and my mods have to deal with it every fucking day. And then I have to sit, but then what happens is, what's very interesting is that there's like, listen, like I'm gonna be dead up. Like a lot of these lefties on Twitch and shit, they don't give a shit about black issues. They don't talk about black issues. They don't spend any time talking to black people to try to understand black issues. And then they start talking about things like systemic racism and systemic oppression. And then when they get into these conversations and debates with literal race realists and literal white nationalists, they're incredibly insufficient in their arguments. They end up like co-signing because they don't know how dog whistles work. And then I just had to sit there and go like, well, I mean, whatever. And that causes a lot of potential harm in spaces that, like, for me, that is predominantly black, and other spaces that, like, when black creators see that and they want to talk, like, oh, like, let me see what's going on with the Twitch left, and then like you see people who like unironically say things like race is genetic and black people, like one of the reasons is fathers, or they co-sign to the idea of criminality as it relates to genetic composition or literal just what they call just genics, like, and
right,
it's really painful to see, you know.
Yeah, and so this is kind of my thing, is the frustration that I have with this is I feel like there are people who want to assign everything to a single variable, whether they want to make it like genetics or environment or fathers or the drug war or something like that. They want to take all of our historic issues. They want to assign it to a single variable that they don't have to deal with because it's either too complex to deal with or it's an unchangeable fact of reality and we can't improve anything ever. And that feels really frustrating for me because basically, like, I don't think that's politics, or at least I hope it's not politics, is that we just look at really complex problems and we just go, yeah, it's complex. Well, if that's what we're doing here, we're wasting our fucking time. So
I not to cut you off, but I totally agree. Where something that I wish people tried to do as one example of the many things that the left on Twitch, and again, like there are streamers and content creators that are doing fantastic work, and we ought to recognize them, right? But at the same time, like there are certain topics that the left has exposed themselves over the past 72 hours that they claim to be leftists, but they fall into the same traps that the right sets up for them. Like one example is within Black nationalism, where there's this continual correlation between Black nationalism and Black separatism, and then regardless of the fact that like I know they don't talk to or interact with any Black people about this issue, I know they don't do any of the readings of these individuals. I know they don't know who Marcus Garvey is, let alone W. Du Bois or Elaine Brown, Stokely Carmichael, Ashada Shakur, and then like I just have to sit there and go like Jesus Christ. And then when I see them study on streams because they tell them themselves and they do the research, it's like, oh, they just like go on historychannel.com or go on Wikipedia. And then when like a very few fraction, like I'm talking about a percentage of a percentage that are doing the actual work, and I can tell because they actually reach out to me about the topic, then it's like, okay, then those individuals end up being better in the space. Like one of the things that the Jangles and I can relate to is that if you're going to walk into a conversation, you got to know the best of your ability of the topic. But again, like I can't stress this enough. My frustration is a lot of these people in the current mainstream. Like again, there are people who are doing fantastic work, but all in all, the left is incredibly insufficient. And I want to ask Xander Hall something too, because he was buzzing at the bit
to. You interrupted me. Can
sure,
I?
Absolutely.
I talk real quick, and then I'll yield it right back to you. So yeah, and here's the thing: is like this is one of the things that's really frustrating for me. Like, okay, pending either the fascist revolution or the Marxist-Leninist revolution, we live in a liberal democratic society. And liberal democratic societies function off of electoralism, which basically means that you need to have broad consensus in order to achieve reform. There is a shocking amount of things that have broad consensus, especially in the millennial generation. So basically what I would say in particular, the drug war. The drug war is universally unpopular with anybody that's under the age of 50. The decriminalization or legalization of weed, I think polls around 70 or 80%, depending on like which ones you do. And then the decriminalization of hard drugs, while more contentious, I'm sure you could popularize if you use like a utilitarian model. So that alone would completely change the face of law enforcement. While it seems incremental to people who want to overthrow the government, it's actually a pretty big political development. And I think you would be shocked that you would be able to achieve large swaths of the left, progressives, liberals, progressives and liberals. You would absolutely be able to get libertarians, and then you would probably be surprised how many conservatives you would be able to get who consider marijuana as harmful as alcohol. And then you have less cops on the street reaching their hands into fucking people's pockets in order to find fucking narcotics that ultimately don't harm as much as alcohol or tobacco. And then right there, we have like a major incremental reform in the way that the war on drugs is prosecuted. So what I'm trying to say right now is you don't have to like somebody in order to get an electoral W. All you have to do, you don't even have to agree on the description, weirdly enough. You just have to agree on the prescription. And if you can build consensus along certain prescriptions, you can get them through the electoral process. And I'll leave it there.
Sure. Yeah, as an ANCAP, I'd love to have a conversation.
Fabian, I would like to give it to Kevin first. He's waited for a little bit, and then we can give it to you, and then we're probably going to wrap up soon.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. This one was more addressed to Haas, who's not here at the moment, but he said something about how the mainstream is just, in his words, basically, that the mainstream is eventually coming to deplatform everybody on the grounds of disseminating misinformation. I disagree with that characterization. I know Haas and I debated a couple days ago on the topic of misinformation, disinformation came up. It is a fact that there are people out there, there are organizations out there, there are various groups out there that will spread disinformation, and it's been verified that there is the Internet Research Agency based in St. Petersburg that pays people about 2 to 3 times a typical Russian salary to basically, in order to go on and mostly American social media, though some British social media too, and just stoke chaos, stoke division, pump out, whether it's really far left or really, and it's usually really far right, conspiracy theories to try to get people in Western societies basically to hate each other and clash with each other, because they see this as a strategy to weaken confidence in civil society and Western institutions as a means of asymmetric warfare, essentially information warfare, because we're at a point where you can't really do physical combat. I mean, obviously the US has nukes, Britain has nukes, Russia has nukes, so they stoop to doing this. It is true, misinformation is out there. As far as the mainstream, whatever that means, I guess we mean big tech going after literally everybody for spreading misinformation, though. I don't see that happening. I see that as over the top, and I think that in cases where it can be proven that people were deliberately spreading misinformation or were paid to spread misinformation, I think that it should be fine under your TOS to remove those accounts.
So yeah, I don't know how the laws are in Canada, but in the United States, the First Amendment has no regard for the intention whatsoever. So what the intention of so-called Russians and the Internet Research Agency has no relevance and no bearing on the First Amendment whatsoever.
Shut up.
Wait.
I would like to hear Haas finish, and then we're gonna wrap up, and any other comments would have to be said during your outros.
Yeah.
Haas?
Yeah. So basically, this is the conclusion you would have to draw if you're thinking about this rationally. So-called consensus information truth is a matter of institutions, and it's a matter of trust in institutions, research agencies, universities, and so on and so on. This is where the so-called fact-checking, verifiable truth is actually happening. And if we can accept that we live in a human reality, we are human beings, we live in a society, we are human beings, we have a human reality. Reality is not just rocks and trees, it's also human beings. We must also accept that the matters that concern human beings are also relevant to the deeper sentiments and subjective position and class position and popular sentiment of the people. If the institutions have failed to garner the trust of the people, you do not crucify the people and say, no, the people are wrong. You evaluate the deeper reason why institutions have lost the trust of the people. Because ultimately these institutions only exist because they claim to serve the people. Why anything in our society should have any relevance beyond serving the human society in the first place? It doesn't exist for someone else. It exists for us. Now, if there is so-called widespread Russian disinformation, which I doubt, the reason for in the past or in the present, the reason for it would be that despite spreading misinformation from a purely perspective of factual truth verified by institutions, the Russians are tapping into something that is true on a deeper level, which is the fact that there is a deep antagonism within American democracy. Whether the Russians are going to accentuate that antagonism,
actually true, but it's spiritually true.
Wait.
Yeah, but if I know you're really you're not literate or educated, so you don't actually know that the sense of truth that you mean, which is within the realm of natural science, from a philosophical perspective, is an extremely narrow view of what truth is. Truth does not just mean natural scientific truth. Truth
based on whose authority? Based on whose authority?
Sorry?
Based on whose authority? How do you know that's right?
There's no. I'm not speaking, pretending to anyone's authority right now. We are here debating, ultimately with the goal to persuade as many people. Now, I'm gonna guess I have more viewers than you, so I guess I'm more authoritative than you.
Is that it?
Wait.
What are you trying to add? What are you trying to add?
Wait.
What are you trying to add?
Oh wait.
There is no
Haas,
unconditional authority at all. There's no unconditional authority.
Okay, let me be clear. When I'm talking, nobody else is talking. Okay, and I said Haas was gonna wrap us up until we go into outros. So Haas, please finish your statement. Then everybody's gonna do outros. If you want to respond to what Haas says,
so I think I'll just finish it with this. Just to be clear, this is probably the central thesis here. There is no such thing as an unconditional authority of truth. Every single expression of truth in reality is conditional. It's conditional first based on the material premises of the institution, the amount of popular trust in that institution, and so on and so on. It is always conditional and never simply existing in the either unconditional, simply the truth out there. So none of the actual discoveries of modern natural science, like quantum mechanics and so on, none of this would make sense by this old view of truth that you're taking for granted.
Okay, we're gonna do outros now. I'm gonna start with the two people I think I probably should, which is gonna be Fabian, because Fabian wanted to say something. Then I think it's going to be Zan, then Kevin, and then I'll go normal order. Fabian?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is happening here tonight, but I'm just fucking. I'm an ANCAP agreeing with the Marxist-Leninists here, right? Like the German philosophers, already debunked this idea of like empiricism being like complete and utter truth, right? Like logic is conditional. Now, understanding, from a more conservative mindset, you have individuals like Merton and structural functionalism and functionalism, right? You have to, if you want science to make sense, you have to assume things are true at that moment and then build upon those assumed truths in the future. And that's where bias comes in and that's where things occur. But this idea that truth, right, we can just say everything else that disagrees with the ideological narrative of the institution is somehow misinformation. I mean, you've seen this play out with the beginning of the pandemic and where we are now, right? Like you've seen individuals come out and say, hey, there's a lab leak theory in China. And then a bunch of people saying that's total and utter bullshit. And now the institutions are like, well, maybe the lab leak theory was true, right? We still don't know for any certain, right? There's historical etiologies looked at in the science that assumes that this was probably an accidental lab leak. But I mean, there's also plenty of experts saying that it wasn't. And now this is being challenged, right? So when you say that you have cover him, but then you openly admit that people talk about the censorship and you openly admit that the Streisand effect works, different ideas and things, Lauren Southern or deplatforming an individual, all you're going to do in summation.
Yes, my main thesis statement of this whole drama or this whole topic is that I think a lot of people are sort of overblowing the idea of platforming an individual person. I can understand if it's someone like Alex Jones, but as far as Lauren Southern goes, I don't think any harm is really caused by it, realistically speaking. And I don't really take issue with people that do it. I think that if you're going to be a debate figure who does panels and debates people and you're on the left, then yeah, go out there and debate anybody who disagrees with you, right? You're going to find in someone like Lauren Southern, you'll find a pretty damn good challenging debate. And that's always something you should look for to improve your skills. I don't really have much of an issue with it personally.
Kevin Castley?
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So just
let me also make clear, I didn't say this at the beginning. The last time you can respond to anybody talking about this topic is the intro to the next topic. So let's say somebody responds to you here and you're like, fuck, I can't say anything. You can say something during the intro of the next topic about this topic. Kevin, you can go on.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I just want to quickly respond to something that Hawes said earlier about how basically making a determination that somebody was acting to spread misinformation, that to shut down an account based on that would be a violation of the First Amendment. I want to be clear, I'm not making an argument for the government. Now, the government can pursue people that are acting as unregistered foreign agents, and that was pursued against Michael Flynn, for example, because he didn't disclose that he was paid $500,000 by the Turkish government, for example, while lobbying Donald Trump. But as far as it relates to individual users on social media platforms, that's up to private companies and their terms of service. That's not under the purview of the First Amendment. That's a private interaction at that point. Using those platforms, you sign up according to their TOS, and so the TOS, or rather the First Amendment, doesn't guarantee you the right to have a Twitter account, for example. It guarantees you the right to not have the government silence your ability to speak. But I do just want to say on the point about platforming Lauren Southern and platforming alt-right or alt-light figures at large, I'm going to stand by saying that you're better off having your ideas, basically when they're engaged with being there to defend yourself rather than having these figures react to you. Again, if you have a sufficiently large platform, then you are just letting them say what you said and make fun of you and and tinge your view completely by their bias for their audience, who then becomes, an echo chamber. And these are pretty big echo chambers too. I mean, we were just talking about 7 million people, as Scott brought up with regards to Alex Jones. It's a pretty big, sizable percentage of people. And so when you look at platforming at large, you're better off being in the room. You're better off being able to challenge people. The only point, and I'll say this, is just have a good dog whistle radar. That's really about it. So thank you.
Okay, next is going to be Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I'm just personally of the camp that this isn't a game for me, right? Like, these ideas involve me not existing for some of these individuals, and that ain't down for me. Now, if you because again, we know how these incentive structures work on Twitch. These individuals have no monetary interest to change their positions. So that just ain't it for me. But granted, I dedicated my space to be not doing that type of shit. But for people who want to sort of gamify this, and politics is a game, and navigating within these spaces is a game, and you want to create a little outrage drama that leads into social currency that gets them into the same room as you, and then you want to as you're challenging this individual and thinking that your chat is really excited and cheering you on and giving you bits and donations and subs, that's what you want to do, then go do that. I can't stop you from doing that. But it just ain't for me. For some of you it is, and good. I just hope that when you're in these spaces that you do challenge these ideas in the way that is sufficient. That's all I ask,
Yeah. Now I'm gonna throw it over to Jangles.
Dude, I got whiplash from that one. If we had gone in wanting to talk about truth and misinformation and what constitutes authority and scientific knowledge and stuff, I would have been so ready for that, or I would have been super pumped for that. But okay, maybe next time. So about platforming, and so I do sympathize with Joe here. So yeah, sometimes topics are a game for other people. It's just not a nice little intellectual exercise, but sometimes it is your identity. So I'm a gay man. I grew up in a conservative environment. All right, I've had to argue for my own identity for not my entire life, but my entire adult life. All right, so I've had consequences both from losing friends, losing family, and sometimes being the victim of actual violence. I know what the stakes are. I know it's not just a game for a lot of people, but at the same time, what else, dude? We gotta fight for our ideas. I think our ideas are good. My favorite something I want to make it my catchphrase. I think we can win even when our opponents show up. All right, that's something I truly believe. I think our ideas are better. I think we're smarter than them. I think we're better at rhetoric than them. I think we're hotter than them. And all we have to do is show up, study our shit, and we will win. We can win in this battle of ideas. Of course, it's a way more complicated than that, but so what? We can figure it out. And I'll just go ahead and say it. I fucking destroyed Lauren Southern. I won't pussyfoot around here. I destroyed Lauren Southern. The reason I did is because I knew the topic front, back, and sideways. I am an expert in that topic. Nothing else but that topic. I was something that I was an expert in. I've also had a few debates under my belt, so I knew how to ask questions. I knew how to engage in rhetoric. So yeah, we can win when they show up. All right, don't be scared of Lauren Southern. If you don't want to deal with her, I wouldn't force that upon anyone. But don't get mad when other people do it. Right? At the end of the day, it's just Twitch politics. Come on. It's not. It has an impact, but it's not going to be world changing. The best debate in the world on Twitch is not going to be world changing, at least not immediately.
Oz?
Didn't I already do the outro?
Oh, sorry. Got confused. Throwing it over to Connor.
Yeah, so I've been kicking this around in my head. A little shout out to my friend Tiberius D, because his cynicism pushed me to this political theory. He was wondering and asking me, hey, how much of this percentage is actual battle of ideas? How much of this is actual philosophy, actual politics, actual this, actual that? And my optimistic guess is maybe 20%. I think 80% of the Twitch.tv politics debate scene is cult of personality, force of personality, rhetoric, and flair. And that sucks, but if you look at our politics, that's also true. Think about all the people that we talk about, even within our electoral scene: Mitch McConnell, AOC, Dianne Feinstein, all these little unique personalities that, while they have electoral impact, they become villains with their own cult of personality. Donald Trump being another person, Hillary Clinton being another person, and they've essentially weaponized the attention of the public in order to forward their ideas and their agenda. The reason why I bring this up is because I think it's okay and it's good to have the philosophical battle of ideas. And as a matter of fact, that's part of what I try to do. I try to bring some level of substance to the things that I say. But what I would also say is that you need to be willing to, you can't just, as we were talking about earlier, you can't just debate. You also have to argue. You have to have a rhetorical flourish. You have to have talent. You have to have a skill. The reason why I know about Haas before I've ever fucking seen him is because he has this beautiful rant about the Mongolians that's like 90 seconds long. That's one of the most like intense fucking rants I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And that's because he has charisma and polish and flourish and all that kind of shit, kind of in a brutal fucking way. But if you can follow that up with that some level of substance, that makes you a contender. So what I would say is, let's not run away from hard fights. Let's not run away from hard conversations. Let's not pretend that we're above rhetoric or flair or cults of personality. Let's have these fights, know what they are, and basically kick ass and take names. That would be my advice. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. We're now going to throw it over to Demon Machine to wrap this topic up.
Yay! So there's several things that I kind of wanted to touch on real quick. One, there is a big question that I do have to bring up, which is when Superpower Broadcasting was talking. I forgot your name suddenly. Was talking about private companies can dictate whatever is on their platforms and things. At what point do we consider that these platforms have gotten so large and they've encompassed so much of the American populace in and of itself that it is now the town square? And when do we consider that is something that you cannot be removed from, that you can't just be shut out of the internet and communicate with all these people? So that was point one. The other thing that worries me is if we deplatform people, then of course, like Fabian and Haas and even Counterpoints was talking about that way, is that they're going to take their audience with them. And the other thing is if they're very loyal to their content creator, whoever, whether it be Alex Jones or something like that, they're not going to be in the same space as us on Twitch, and they're not going to co-pollinate. They're not going to bother to go look at anybody reacting to Alex Jones stuff because they're only going to go to Infowars.com. That's their main source of news, and they're not going to get it from anywhere else if they don't want to, or if they're not somehow forced to, or accidentally doing it, kind of thing. And damn, there was one last thing that I wanted to talk about, and I forgot what it was. Oh well, maybe I'll think of it before the intro of the next one. But yeah, I just worry that when you start dictating what is truth and you start telling people that this is decidedly wrong because our institutions say it, and half the
Confederate statue was taken down in Virginia of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee. 1 second, I believe I have something on this that I saved. Where is it? I'll have to find it in a moment. But the debate has once again resurfaced, as it has many times in history, about whether or not we should remove these statues, whether they're a part of history, they need to be preserved, or are monuments to traitors, etc. You get the gist. So what I'm going to do is start in the top left-hand corner with counterpoints.
In the immortal words of Indiana Jones, they belong in a museum. And what I mean by that is take these motherfuckers down. Most of them were put up in the 20th century. They were not put up in the wake of the Civil War. They were put up during a time when the folks from the South were trying to sanitize and revisit their history in order to make it better. I think it was called like the Great Revival or the Great Resurrection or something like that. But it was basically a time period where like Southern politicians wanted to reclaim Confederate history. The reason why I think they belong in a museum and not like melted down or pissed on is, one, every single time that you basically take down one of these monuments and you're actively going to destroy it, you're going to have a bunch of fucking Confederates who say it's not hate, it's heritage or some shit like that, basically have a fucking panic attack in public And fuck that. Like let's just get them down, stick them in the museum, and once they're in the museum, you can have a conversation. You can literally have a conversation about the legacy of slavery. You can have a conversation about Reconstruction and how it wasn't enough. You can have a conversation about why these monuments went up in the first place, and you can have a conversation about their profound psychological legacy on the United States of America and why there was basically any kind of controversy with taking them down in the first place. I think this is two birds, one stone, while basically being a optical solution that gets things done. So that's where I'm at. Yield.
Okay. Demon Machine?
One sec.
Yeah, hold on. Is It's
the
openings,
meme
bro,
of
Beans.
the Republican like
You're a fucking idiot, Zan. Take it down. You're a fucking idiot. Take it down.
No, it might be. I think it's TOS.
Zan, you need to take that
All right,
down.
it's done. All right,
It's TOS.
We-
yeah.
let's go. All right.
This is the person who debated Lawrence Southern, huh?
What?
Hate.
No, everybody quiet. Demon Machine.
Okay. I really don't have any interest in the statues. I don't particularly like statues too much in and of themselves unless they have some sort of point to them that they're trying to really, like at my state capital in South Carolina.
Don't think the Confederate flag being in a meme.
Xander Hall. Mute.
Wait, I am muted.
You're
No,
not.
We can. Well, how did I
can
say
hear
that
you.
then? Why did I say that then, Xander Hall? If I can hear you.
Go back to coping,
Demon
though. That was
Machine.
pretty fun to watch.
Demon Machine.
Okay, so we just took down the Confederate flag like 20 years ago, I think. At this point, I don't remember exactly when they did, but it was atop the State House, and there was a big old argument about it, and they wanted to also take down some statues. And what they did was they came to this consensus that they'll take it off the top of the State House, way the fuck up there, and it's barely seeable, and they put it on the street. So it went from somewhere way up there where you couldn't tell, and then they made it in your face. So we eventually got it removed from there and put in a museum. However, I don't really care that much. It's not worth the fight. Like, it's something that we can all agree on, as long as we don't forget the history of what happened, how it was resolved, and how we keep going forward while staying together and not just dividing each other apart. I don't agree with some of the methods that people are doing by ripping down the statues, because you're going to get people have an emotional reaction because they're like, you're trying to tear down history. You're trying to make us forget these things. And that's going to cause a visceral reaction that you're not going to be able to fight with any sort of reason. So bring it to a city council, get them to change it the right way, and get everybody to agree as best you can. You're never going to get everybody to agree on anything. So that's all I really got to say about the statues. Thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, so I have a bit of a unique perspective because I'm actually from Richmond, Virginia. I'm not doxing myself, right? So this is the monument we're talking about, which was the first Confederate monument ever put up for Robert E. Lee on Monument Avenue. I will agree that there are far too many Confederate monuments, right? We have 1,500 roughly currently, and over 700, roughly 718 of them are statues, right? Like, that's obviously too much. The majority of them were placed between 1900 and 1915, right? The NAACP was founded in 1909. We know why most of these monuments were put in place, right? They were put in place to cause fear and to get a response of fear from Black people in this country, right? I mean, we know that it was used as a way of reasserting domination against those people as they're gaining some forms of rights and liberty and fighting that cause. At the same time, and by the way, it was called the Lost Cause Movement. Counterpoints is what you're looking for, is the Southern revisionist form of history. But I think that the issue here has a lot more context, right? Which will obviously be brought out in this discussion. But I think the issue here is that some monuments probably do need to stay, such as the first one ever in the capital of the Confederacy. That is an important part of our history. But we don't need 718 fucking statues. And I do think it's important that there isn't just a lost cause movement in history, but there's a whitewashing of history in the other direction as well, and a lot that isn't being spoken about in terms of that, and the denial of that, I think, has caused a lot of the right wing Southern kind of Confederate types to fight back in rage and anger, because we're not honestly looking at the history of the Civil War, and I'm sure we'll get into that, and I'm sure that'll trigger a few people, and we can have those discussions later.
Okay. I'm now going to throw it over to Infrared.
Yeah, just gonna quickly respond to the thing about what Castley said. Well, the whole point is that what exactly are these private companies defending? They're defending the so-called American values, one of the most important ones being free speech. So that's why I mentioned the First Amendment. Otherwise, what are they protecting? Why are they acting as organs of the national security state in the realm of information? Now, okay, that's just a quick thing. Now, I want to talk about for a second also. You see, the paradox here with the case of the Confederate statues is that it's actually not about the statues. Now, on the question of the statues, it's my view that this is especially true for the ones that were erected in 20th century. I don't think, ultimately, I don't think they have a place. I have no issue with the statues being taken down. But because I believe this, I also believe that it is possible to persuade the majority to agree with this so that it wouldn't be such a site of division among people in the country. It's clearly not about the statues anymore. It's become a kind of site of the battleground of the culture war between kind of cities and rural people, and this kind of antagonism between more educated people and more working class people. It's become this kind of proxy for a culture war, which is also extended beyond the Confederate statues and is now being extended to the statues of the founding fathers and other relics. The issue is not so much the content of the position of the people who want to bring down the statues, which I don't necessarily disagree with. It's the fact that it is a way of asserting the authority of one political faction over the other. The content here is not really that important. It's just the form. So just to be clear about my position, I'm not shedding any tears over statues being removed. I don't care. That's fine. But I also recognize that the objective implication is an acceleration of culture war between the blues and red, basically, right? So I think that's this really objective significance. It's just a proxy for this deeper difference. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Jangles.
I think this has been one of the topics where I don't know how there's a discussion, because the primary argument in favor of keeping the statues up is so monumentally bad that I don't know how it ever passes any sort of like the slightest bit of pushback. You do not make statues to educate. Okay? Statues are about creating history, not preserving history. We don't have these conversations about historical sites. If there's a battlefield during the Civil War, we don't have any conversation about preserving that. Obviously, that's history. Something fucking happened here. We don't have this. We don't even have this conversation about here's a general's mansion. All right, should we keep this up for history? I've never heard. I could be wrong there, but I've never heard people no, that's an actual historical place. It doesn't matter if the dude's bad. That's a historical place. Stuff happened there. But these statues are not about preserving history. They're not about educating. You don't educate through statues. I don't know what your K through 12 education was like, but we never just went to a statue, looked at a dude, and was like, "I'm gonna have a test on this statue." Just a statue, none of the information, just a statue. No, you don't educate people. You venerate through statues. You do not educate. All right, that's why we don't put these things these weren't erected in cemeteries. Or at least the modern ones weren't erected in cemeteries. They were erected in town squares, public areas. They were there to be a symbol. I would even say we're going to talk about the founding fathers a little bit later, but the statues of George Washington and Lincoln, are there statues of George Washington? Probably, but they don't educate people about these guys. They're there to venerate. They're there to prop up the founding fathers as these big great men, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. You can make statues of great people, but we shouldn't pretend that it's about education. It's about venerating. It's about making these people seem larger than life and wonderful figures. So. Yeah, I don't see the historical value in these statues at all. Statues are not there for that. You can have statues that commemorate a specific issue, or statues that commemorate a specific event. Yeah, awesome, but they're not educating people. And if you say that they're about preserving history, I think you're being disingenuous is the spicy word I would use, but I think you're off the mark.
Next is going to be Joe Lewis.
Yeah, a lot of sentiments that I hold and believe were expressed earlier. I do believe that these statues don't have any place in the public sphere. I do think that the place moving forward, considering how the laws are currently constructed, is that these local communities have to have conversations with their councils and governments and figure out, okay, what statues can we deal with? What statues can't we deal with? For example, in New Jersey, we have a monument. I think it's in Salem County. It's in a cemetery that is protected by the Department of Veteran Affairs. So the only structure that would be able to help get this monument and this commemoration of traitors out of my state is through the federal government. With that being said, I think that if I believe that talking about race is difficult in America because Americans disagree on the history of race, then it's going to be a long, hard battle getting these statues out of these places, because parallel problem here, and has a lot of intersect, is that individuals' understanding about race issues, the history of the United States, the history of the United States before the founding of the United States, as we learned through people's visceral pushback of the 1619 Project, is incredibly insufficient. We need to do a better job at having historical education in the United States, especially around issues like these are world problems. Like colonialism is a world problem, not just an exclusive American phenomenon. And there's a lot to tackle within what I just said there, and hopefully we can get to that. But that's all I got for now.
Cassie?
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So just quickly respond to something that Demon Machine had brought up. Basically, the point about free speech and everything, you can vote to make big tech utilities, but until that's done, there's still private companies, and so it would technically be an infringement on their rights. And then also to the point that Haas brought up, you do need to curtail some absolute freedoms in order to defend freedom at large. If private companies deem or even in this case, the government deems somebody to be acting as a foreign agent, undisclosed, unregistered, they can still clamp down on that and not then be a violation of your freedom. You don't have the freedom to do literally anything. Getting into the topic about the Confederacy and Confederate monuments, it has already been brought up, but it's worth highlighting that the majority of the monuments were set up during the Jim Crow era, and they were not as Jangles had mentioned, they were not specifically set up for any purpose of education or even just, oh, this is our history or whatever. It was specifically done to intimidate Black people. And it was done to basically, it was like, let's just be honest, it was a giant cope. It was a cope over the fact that the Southern Confederacy, they committed treason against the United States. They fought a civil war. They got hundreds of thousands of people killed, and they lost, and they had to basically accept that slavery was over. And so they for all that time, they were in a giant cope mode about it, and they set up all these monuments, as already mentioned, around 1,500 or so, as just essentially a giant cope and a giant glamorization and veneration, as Jangles mentioned, of these people, such as General Lee, who did say, that he would not be willing to accept Black people and white people as equals. And so there's this whole line, it was about the states' rights. It was the states' rights to own slaves. Like, let's just be real about that. It would be similar to having monuments to the Nazis in Germany, and there's this kind of idea. Well, maybe we keep. It was mentioned by Scott. Well, we keep one in the Confederate capital. It's like, but that would kind of be keeping, monument to one of the top NSDAP people in Berlin. It's like, I want to get rid of all of them and put them in museums. I don't think that they have any place on public lands, and especially in the case of like courthouses and whatnot. Because like, let's say that you're a minority and you're going to court. How are you supposed to have the impression that you're going to be treated equally under the law if there's literally a monument to General Lee outside the courthouse? That's insanity, right? So I think they all got to go to museums. I know a lot of people want to take it into their own hands and remove these, and there's a lot of debate around that. I don't really look, yeah, that's vigilantism and then whatnot. I don't really have any sort of like hard feelings towards anybody who's going to do that, but technically, in order to do it the best way, just vote to have them all move to museums. But really, realistically speaking, you might need to have a federal law prohibiting them too. But it does need to be done democratically. It does need to be done through the government. It can't just be people going and taking matters into their own hands. So thank you.
Zan, and I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I feel like the reaction to the bread panels meme that I posted makes my argument better than any words could. These statues have no place being in public places. A lot of them were put up during the civil rights movement as a way of intimidating Black people in the South. They aren't a symbol of remembrance of history. They're a symbol meant to terrify a group of people who have been downtrodden and oppressed in this country for a very long time. These are figures who fought to preserve the practice of slavery. Robert E. Lee, who I believe the statue is being taken down of, that's being discussed right now. I mean, there was a story about him and how he was particularly cruel to slaves that he and his father owned. This is a horrible figure. These people obviously should be learned about in school and in museums, and not being put up in the middle of town squares and in front of courthouses.
Sweet, free for all time.
Demon
Yeah,
Machine,
so
you're a
I
piece
will
of shit. Fuck you.
Oh man.
Do you mind if I step in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think this really illustrates, I think, super, and I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say this, but like your misunderstanding of Civil War history really, I think, illustrates kind of the issue, and kind of illustrates also Haz's kind of comment here, because your history is really it really completely negates class consciousness and what the powerful wealthy elite wanted and what the poor wanted, right? And what was actually happening. Right. Well, no.
Class, and I'm an anti-racist.
But your ability to perceive the historical context is devoid of that, right? See, like, what you have to understand is that for the overwhelming majority of Southerners in the South, this was about slavery. This was absolutely about slavery, right? And it's something called Herrenvolk democracy, right? Herrenvolk democracy is this idea that you use the juxtaposition of a class of people, such as the black slaves, right? And you use them as a means of keeping down the poor whites. And at least the poor whites say, well, at least I'm not a slave. At least I'm not a black slave, right? But what you also have to understand is that for the wealthy elite in these situations in the Civil War, right? The wealthy elite, they were far more concerned about tariffs, right? You have to understand the history of the tariff of abominations, right? In 1828, you have to understand what was occurring in the stock market leading up to 1857. You have to understand the panic in the banks of 1857, right? And you have to understand a lot about the history, right? So when people, yeah, you actually do. Yeah,
I'm the history. The question that I have
why
right from the start is that how many
Wait, CDV, why are you here?
Why? But
CTV's here.
You're coming in to interrupt me as I'm finishing.
A very specific question by the panel host himself. Why is anybody else talking right now on the motherfucking mic? Exactly. I want to answer Dylan's question. So, Dylan.
Wow.
The answer to your question, right, is that I heard a lot of people through their opening statements that clearly did not understand a single fucking thing, right? And it was only looking at this from a very narrow-minded point. And it's obvious that the knowledge base of the room needs to be fucking expanded. Like, for instance, did anybody ever consider that perhaps maybe the reason that statues were erected had specifically to do with trying to make sure that the poor white population that got roped into the whole fucking Civil War and was fighting on behalf of the wealthy plantation owners that wanted to keep their institution of slavery in place to remind them not to be such fucking fools in the future? Did anybody even bother fucking considering that? No. So you would take down these same fucking statues in an effort to try to bring that shit back. What the fuck is wrong with people when you think you need to get rid of and erase history so that ideas as simple as that can be fucking lost?
Wait, CTV. There were poor people that were conscripted in.
Kevin,
there were poor people.
With your response.
There were poor people that were conscripted into the Nazi army. Right? Like, there were poor people that were conscripted into both armies. That doesn't make them good guys. It doesn't mean that we should have monuments of, Goebbels or whatever the hell. Or it doesn't mean that we should have monuments of, like, literally Hitler or whatever. It doesn't mean that we should have monuments of, like, Robert E. Lee. You can recognize that people that fought on that side weren't all racist, weren't all evil, but it doesn't mean that you venerate their generals.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then: who is the organization that actually? Who is the organization?
Basically, just jumped in and restated my point with anger.
Wait for a second, CTV. You can respond. We'll throw it over to Fabian.
So who is the organization that actually opened that got these these things erected,
Daughters
right?
of
I
the
would argue
Confederacy.
probably
Daughters of the Confederacy.
exactly. So what was their nefarious intentions there? They wanted to have their family members that died in this war to be remembered, so that we as a
I'm not
nation
doing this.
didn't make these same type of situations moving forward.
No, like how many
It's
of their
not to
family members
forget-
was Robert E.
it's
Lee?
at the same time not to forget, right, that black people were enslaved and that we don't need to repeat that shit either. There's a whole lot of reasons why you would want to remember this history. Simply
Hold on,
taking
I
it
gotta-
down and erasing
That's
it.
CTV.
I wanted to
to
touch
the other
respond
point a
to
minute
Scott
ago.
from way back
To
when.
the other point a
Wait,
minute ago.
wait. Okay, we have a lot of people in this room now, so we're gonna do this. Try to do this somewhat orderly. So CTV, finish what you're saying, and then we got to
Yes,
throw it
sir.
to Fabian. Okay.
And to the other point a minute ago, right? It's
Jangles.
not a Jangles, as a matter of fact, right? Your point about like we don't go to the statue to study the statue, right? You're right. You
Correct.
don't. You learn this history in grade school, right? All the way up, and then when you see the statue, you go, "Oh, this is why I need to remember this shit," right? That's exactly why. This is why we
Wait,
have the statue
what?
there to remember people.
What?
It's true when it comes to Robert E. Lee, right? And some of the actions at Chancellorsville where him and Stonewall Jackson absolutely decimated the fucking Union Army, right? It's not just for that. It's for a lot of historical
Sounds like
basis
you're
around
proud
the
of that.
entire time period, right? And remembering George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, right? The World War II memorial. A lot of these things that are on the Capitol Island themselves. So like, you have to remember the history, and if you don't have the history there to remember, and you regulate it to a fucking museum, and people don't bother going to
This
the
is
museum, then
exactly
guess
wrong.
what?
This is exactly false.
It's actually
Wait.
not.
The
It is.
history.
Wait. So we're gonna throw it to Fabian first.
Yo, I love you, CTV. You're an entertaining guy, but you basically came in and shit on what I was saying to make my ideas and educating people on the history of the Civil War into a meme. Like, it's kind of fucked up. But that being said, right, like, just to finish up my point, right, you have to understand the history of the tariff structure. And I think and you also have to understand what this has become culturally for right-wing rural Americans living in these places, right? These are not, although these statues were erected primarily from 1900 to 1915, right? During the NAACP coming in, during the resurgence of the KKK, right? These statues in many ways were put up as a means to intimidate black people. You also understand that the cultural context of today it does come to the issue of states' rights. It does come to the issue of federal overreach of power. And I think one of the most powerful things is that before the Civil War, people used to say the United States of America are a good place to live. And after the Civil War, the language changed to the United States of America is a good place to live. And I think that is one of the strongest arguments of how much the federal power grew and how much states' rights were kind of pushed to the side as a result of the Civil War. And we can get in later talking about the fact that if you take down any Confederate statue, you better be willing to take down Lincoln, because Lincoln was a horrible fucking war criminal.
What?
Jangles.
What?
You're still muted, Jangles.
So yeah, you said like the same thing about 10 minutes ago, and it's not your fault at all. But I was going to respond to it then. So I can respect that. Like, yeah, it's more complex than just slavery. Slavery could be the primary reason, but there's still more to it than that. But you would have to make the case
Primary
that
galvanizing force. It wasn't the primary reason, but the primary galvanizing force for the citizenry to fight the war.
Well, sure, yeah, but then you would have to make the case that these statues, like, do you honestly think that if we ask people, like, why should these statues be in place? It's like, oh, well, it shows us the history of tariffs and the stock market and class consciousness. That's what it shows us the history of. I don't think you can make a convincing argument for that. If anything, it obfuscates what the true history is. It obfuscates, like, oh no, it reinforces that, what's it called, the lost cause myth.
The lost cause, yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the things the Lost Cause was there. It's there to venerate the heroes, specifically and particularly Robert E. Lee, which is why he has, if I'm not mistaken, the most statues of any one general from the Confederate Army. There's
Yeah,
a
because he's
reason for that.
one of the strongest generals that ever existed in human history from a tactical perspective.
Well, sure,
and
well,
the
that's-
lost cause, and there's a lot of
cool.
reasons.
Yeah, and he lost. Cool. So yeah, but this is part of the Lost Cause myth. Like, you're trying to venerate these people. He was such a great general, fighting for what? How many great generals were like Nazis? Do we build statues to them? Who cares if they're a great general if they're fighting for the wrong cause? Like, that's what the statues are there for, and you kind of just exemplified it.
There's
Like,
no
it's not
good
there to
people in the
educate.
Civil War.
Bingo.
It's there to venerate.
There are no good guys
fact,
in the Civil War. They're
Oh,
both
it's
evil.
there to venerate, and of course there was a better side. Come on.
No, there
Yeah,
wasn't.
there's
they
a
were
better
both
side.
evil.
Wait. Okay.
No, no,
Fabian,
no,
let's
no.
respond
What?
to that, and then I'll throw it over to Kevin and Connor. Fabian.
Yeah, they were both evil. That's what you need to understand about the history of the Civil War. Slavery as an institution was fucking evil, right? Like Lincoln was said multiple times that if he could preserve the Union and keep black people as slaves, he would do so, right? It was only until Frederick Douglass fucking fought with him over and over and over again in 1864 that he actually even allowed black troops. Right? There's a lot of things that people don't understand about the history of the Civil War and the things that Lincoln did. I mean, Lincoln fucking arrested journalists. He fucking right, exactly. So, okay, so are you for getting rid of Lincoln statues? Are you for taking?
Hold on, guys. You're gonna have to wait a second because I got connection drop. Sorry if you're staring at fucking nothing, but holy shit. Alright, whatever. I'll fucking look at chat till they come back. Oh, fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. If y'all want to type questions at counterpoints or something like that while we're fucking waiting, I'm sorry for the extended periods of silence, but either Dylan didn't fucking notice that I got kicked out, or fucking or he's too busy watching fucking CTV with the fucking steel chair right now in order to fucking drag me back in. I don't fucking know what's up. I already DM'd them on fucking Discord. I'm just trying to not use Discord in front of y'all so you can see my shit. Oh, this is pissing me off. Literally, he just lets fucking CTV come in. I get fucking dropped from the call, and then he just fucking... Wow. Thanks, buddy. Real cool. Alright. Let's Complain says, how are you feeling about this whole statues debate? I'm fucking annoyed as shit, dude. So, number one, I want to talk. Number two, CTV is coming in with the steel chair. Number three, Joe Louis is fucking pissed. Fucking furious. So, that's kind of annoying. And then finally, my connection dropped, so I left the shit in order to fucking come back into it. And now fucking...
No, these are monuments. They serve to educate. No, as Jangles noted, they serve to venerate. But also, if the only way that we can get education, the only way that we can be aware of something is to literally have, I guess, hundreds of monuments of it, then how do we know anything about, the formation of the universe and all this kind of stuff? Because last time I checked, there weren't monuments to every random fact in the last 13 billion years of the universe that led up to us being able to be here. Yet we still have astronomy textbooks. We still have scientists that are aware of the history of the universe. We don't need monuments for all of that kind of stuff. These monuments, you could have these things in a museum. You can have textbooks to educate. The reason why you have these kinds of monuments in courthouses is simply to intimidate black people in the U.S. Let's just be real about it. So
I just want to...
You're wrong. You're fucking wrong.
Stop. I want to throw it to Connor, then Haas, because neither of them have talked yet. Well, Connor has, but I want to throw it over to Haas after Connor.
Yeah, so there was this really weird contention that Mr. Fabian threw out there that I kind of want to address. Listen, I get that, somebody lives for an entire fucking generation, and then you can take a out of context quote. Holy fuck, is it goddamn interrupted again? Can y'all hear me or no? I'm gonna fucking Sudoku myself. Holy shit. All right. Hopefully y'all got questions because I'm gonna fucking Sudoku myself. All right. Oh my god. What do I think about Lincoln? Okay, so this is literally what I was about to tell these motherfuckers. So Lincoln said that he would have preserved the Union in order to continue the fucking state or whatever. But basically that was because it was the whole reason why the Civil War kicked off in the fucking first place is because the slave states wanted to expand slavery westward, and the Lincoln's party, the fucking Republicans or whatever, barred them from doing so.
Elected, whose ideology is completely outside of the U.S. Constitution and the U.S. state. We didn't elect that. We didn't. It wasn't accountable to us, so I don't see how this can be the representative of so-called freedom at large.
Deep state. No. Haas, the thing is, right, Haas, is that you should try reading Machiavelli sometimes. Sometimes you've got to be flexible enough to deal with threats in a way that might compromise.
You don't need to read Machiavelli. You don't even live in America.
No. This is true for all Western countries. You live in America and you simp for China. You simp for CCP and Xi Jinping.
Yeah, but why you're not the prince, Kevin? You're not the president. You don't even live in America.
Neither are you, Huz. Neither are you, Huz. So
yeah, but I live in America, so at least I can vote. You can't even vote.
I'm concerned about the preservation of Western democracy, liberal democracy, freedom, and the expansion of it around the world. No.
Let's be clear. We're veering off. Okay, we want to stay back on the topic of the statues. Okay, does either of you have something to say about statues?
Yeah, just one quick thing I'll say. Honestly, I think everyone's losing sight of the ball here. It would be nice if this entire controversy about statues was just a matter of a rational argument, and then that's how it was going to be negotiated. But the truth is that these statues represent different interests and different sections of our society, and you're not going to come to a commensurate agreement based on arguing about it rationally. You have to acknowledge that to some Americans, statues have a certain meaning, and to other Americans, they have a different meaning. The best course to avoid the pointless division over these statues is to just first acknowledge that fact. And for the people who do want to bring down the statues, I'm one of them, I don't think they should be there. We should actually strive to persuade the majority of Americans, not just in terms of rational argumentation, but persuade them in terms of offering a new political alternative and perspective that will allow them to also be on board with it. So it's not such a point of pointless division. I don't see anyone who addresses this argument. This is a point of extreme polarizing political division. Division's not going to be bridged based on rational argumentation. It's only going to be bridged when we recognize the difference in the first place.
Okay, so I agree.
That argument, Oz.
Stop hitting people with a steel chair.
I gotta give it to the Demon Machine. He hasn't said anything yet.
The thing that bugs me is that a lot of what Haas is saying is pretty true, where it comes to a lot of people are going to have a visceral reaction because they feel like you're removing their history, and you're going to have to acknowledge the fact that you're doing something to some people that do maybe have a heritage, that are concerned about them being removed. However, you got to bring them along with convince them that you're not just trying to erase them. And that's something that I don't want to have happen either. We have to keep mind of our history, and we have to understand as much as we can about it. And I would like to keep statues maybe not where they are, but if somebody put in the time and effort, I mean, geez, like it seems pretty ridiculous just to.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by people being erased?
Well, a lot of these statues were erected by the Daughters of the Confederacy.
Sure.
Or things like that. So, what were they trying to say, or why did they erect them? It wasn't the city governments in the majority of the cases. In how many of the cases was it city governments?
That's not engaging with my question. I'm asking you.
Why were they?
I'm asking you, why do you think they were erected, and why do you think people feel like their culture is being erased? And who are these people that we're talking about? Let's be specific here.
I mean, whoever has heritages linking back to anybody that defended their states and things when the war was
What were they defending?
At the time, I think it can vary widely.
A Union army that was invading the South.
Yeah, like there were people that were fighting to keep slaves. Absolutely, it was a thing. But there were also people that were fighting because you were marching across their homesteads. and you were just like, "Are you with us or against us?" And I don't know if they had much choice, and they didn't know what to do in certain instances.
Oh God!
I
We're going to challenge these ideas, like you said you were going to in the previous topic.
Can I? Can I fucking do anything? Because,
Connor,
dude, I've tried to talk twice.
I didn't, look, I'm just saying, I didn't talk the entire point of the conversation. I watched you try to challenge the idea when CTV came in here, and you failed the bar and veered off the topic. So I'm just trying to make sure, like, if we're gonna like keep ourselves on our word and say when there are opinions and people who might intentionally or I'm speaking generally it's a commentary on the previous topic, and it's happening in this one. Where if we're challenging these opinions and these ideas,
can I do it without technical issues?
Yeah, but I'd love to finish what I'm saying because we didn't have this happen in the previous topic, so I'm wondering why it's happening now. So if we're challenging these things, then we should probably then directly challenge what Demon Machine is talking about here, because he talked about erasure, right? And then I asked to be specific about, well, who's erasing, what's their culture, and who are these people? If we were to identify them succinctly, and I don't think that bar was met. So that's where I'm at on it right now.
Okay, so this is what I would like to address. Is basically, I don't give a fuck about the revisionist history because, and I do think that you can make moral arguments about who was correct during the Civil War. The assertion that we couldn't was weird as fuck to me, which is basically that the whole reason why the Civil War kicked off on the fucking first place is because the Republicans said, no, you can't expand slave states out west, which the Confederate states were absolutely relying on in order to perpetuate the fucking the institution of slavery. So when they said, no, you can't expand out westward, the Confederate states basically knew that it was only a matter of electoral time before the institution of slavery was destroyed. So as a result, they declared secession because they didn't think that they would have a stronger opportunity to do so, specifically to maintain the institution of slavery. I think there's something to be said to the fact, hold the fuck on, I'm not done yet. So basically, what I would say is that while like 90% of the fucking population didn't individually own slaves, they still benefited from slavery. They still worked on, slave plantations. They still assisted with the infrastructure of the plantations. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure there were a decent amount of, I think the average owned slave was like between 1 and 3 or something like that. So even small homesteaders still benefited from slave labor. So to pretend that it's not slavery, okay, bullshit, CTV. I guarantee you.
Is fucking wrong.
Not even close to done, asshole. Listen, I look forward to
Stop.
I actually have a response to Connor's rebuttal.
We're gonna have Connor. We're gonna have Connor finish. Then we're gonna have Joe go. Then CTV, since he's very passionate. I'll write down Fabian Liberty. I see your hand, and Zan.
Okay, I look forward to our fucking hot tub stream next week, but I very much doubt that you've read as much fucking history as I have, okay? So, basically, the point of it being... Yeah, we'll see, won't we? So, the fucking point of it is, yes, the Union was fucking brutal, but they were brutal after pussyfooting with the fucking Confederacy for fucking 2 years under McClellan, where they tried to fucking fight the Confederacy with fucking kids' gloves, and they kept backing off of every single real fight they had, and eventually, fucking Lincoln saying that, hey, this is dragging on way too fucking long, we're not achieving any of our goals, we need to go scorched earth on these motherfuckers, unleashed William Tecumseh Sherman, and fucking, god damn it, why am I fucking blanking on it right now? Anyways, you fucking know exactly who I'm saying. I can see his goddamn face in my fucking head. I'll literally go, yes, fucking, so anyways, the fucking Union went scorched earth on the fucking South, but there's still a moral argument here that basically you're fighting to continue to own human beings. There is a moral calculus here, and there is a correct side. And with that, I'll fucking yield.
Right, well, so then the reality situation is that you're forgetting about the...
CTV, I said it was Joe, then you.
Oh, sorry.
Joe.
We can acknowledge that there were slaveholding interests and non-slaveholding interests. So, like, I'm responding to you, Connor, but I recognize that there's multiple communities watching here, so I want to make sure, like, this is on the table, right? So we have and recognize that there were slaveholding interests and non-slaveholding interests. And as much as people want to believe that the North is this rightful, just institution that was totally dedicated and motivated to liberate African people, and as we get to social construction, Black people, we can recognize that both the North and the South were incredibly insufficient in that goal of Black liberation. With that being said, the South was very nefarious in the practices that they had in terms of maintaining those slaveholding interests. And that's something that I want to make sure is incredibly clear, because even though we can acknowledge that the the slaveholding interests and the interests of the Confederacy were just wrong. Period. I think we also have to recognize that the North and their compromises and this compromise of expansion into native territory and expansion into basically the perpetuation of genocide was something that both sides were equally complicit and complacent in. And I think that's all to recognize because I think it was Liberty that mentioned about the thing about Lincoln, and I just want to be on the record. And Dylan's chat's gonna have to cope and seethe. Fuck Abraham Lincoln. He was an insufficient president and a dirty, filthy centrist.
Okay.
But again, like we can argue about that. We can argue about that portion on another day, right? Because there's people who will get a very like visceral reaction to that. But when it was recognized that, like, sure. I mean, let's
he wasn't a founding father, but okay.
Yeah, he wasn't a founding father. I was thinking about that. Like, Bengals, you know he's not a founding father, right?
I was trying.
Years.
No, that's okay. I lost.
Okay, can I fucking? I need to make this point. Because
I mean, I do, but I also want to recognize because I was antagonizing an individual earlier, but I'm just going to keep going. It's very interesting. Individuals who want to challenge the ideas in the marketplace of ideas are currently silent in this conversation and have not contributed anything.
Okay,
so I want to make sure that that's on the table and recognized.
Before I yield the
so
ground,
before you go, Counter, I know that I was next. I know that you would definitely want to respect.
CTV was next.
There we go. Thank you, Dylan. So like reality here, check. Reality. At the invention of the cotton gin, right, by Eli Whitney, right, before this time, slavery was actually on the decline in the South. But when the cotton gin was invented, it made the use of slave labor, right, much more efficient, and therefore is what was driving the economy. The result of that had the North ended up creating a lot more taxes in the South, which further led to the divide, right? So from that point, right, understanding that part of the history and then leading up to everything else that you said with the expansion west, you're absolutely right there. But you're forgetting the key, which is technology that led to the increase in slave labor, which then created the further divide, which then had us go through the entire fucking Civil War and the division of the people along the lines of, is it states' rights or is it not? And this is where I argue specifically that had we just had slavery abolished from the start, we wouldn't have had this fucking problem because I think that everything else would have kind of settled itself out. But because of that and the events that played out there, we are where we are. And this is exactly why the statues, just to get back on fucking topic, need to remain where they are so that we have real conversations about these real fucking things and we don't have half-assed motherfucking dumbasses that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, or they only read half of the fucking history, hear the points that they fucking want, and then they substantiate those points by the half information that they have, and they don't go all the way into the fucking nuance and get to the very bedrock of it, which is where I settle at, understanding that the white poor population down here in the South is not going to be taken advantage of by the white elitists no more, which is exactly why we end up on the issue of states' rights and fuck the federal government. We've
CTV,
seen
not only you,
government.
No, please, for the love of God.
CTV spoke to me directly. CTV voted to me directly and alluded to me directly, so I'd like to respond.
Okay,
so
God damn it, dude! I've been waiting for 10 fucking minutes. Can I please just address a single fucking point?
Connor, you were involved in an. Okay, Zan hasn't spoken in a while. Kevin hasn't spoken in a while. Haas hasn't spoken in a while. Fucking Fabian hasn't spoken in a while. Connor, you're not the only person. Okay, Joe, but I wrote your name down. Joe, you can respond to that.
Thank you. I acknowledged in my statement that there are slaveholding interests and non-slaveholding interests. We can have a longer conversation about every single slaveholding interest and every single non-slaveholding interest. But it's very funny to me as an individual who always gives me hot shit for participating in extended nuance, now wants to have this in a conversation about statues. So I want to make sure that's recognized and put on the record. With that being said, we can have an extended conversation about those slaveholding interests. As you recognized, you laid out just another context. To say that I don't believe or didn't think that I understood that part of slaveholding interests is just not true. But I just want to make sure that's clear. We can move on.
Anytime you like, Joe.
Okay. Fabian?
Sorry about that. Yeah, so God, this has really gotten off the rails. What I wanted to elucidate, right, is more, I guess maybe somewhat of a centrist position here, right? Because I think everyone is kind of wrong in this debate. Again, I have to reiterate that a majority of these statues did indeed go up during a resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan, and when the NAACP was founded, and when you have not the civil rights movement, but the beginning of those institutions that later led to the civil rights. Many of these were indeed constructed in such a way not to save Southern history, but as a means of intimidating people of color in America. Right. But we also, just as Has alluded to in his statements, we also have to understand that these statues mean different things to different people. I think a lot of these statues need to fucking go. We don't need 718 statues in the South. Right. But if you're in Louisiana, and you're taking down a statue of General Beauregard, and it's like the only one, that's fucking stupid. That's an important part of your history, like it or not, right? Are we going to take down all of the Christopher Columbus statues because he genocided Native Americans while also just completely while completely ignoring the fact that the entire reason we created Christopher Columbus Day was because of horrible things that happened in California to Italians, and that it was designed for the very specific reason to prop up a minority group that had been punished and had been marginalized in America, right? Like, all of these things have nuance and context, right? And when you just start saying, fuck it all, it's all black and white, and then you do the same thing with your history, it really just shows your ignorance on the Civil War. It shows your ignorance in the conversation and the history in general.
Hang on, Jangle.
Scott hit the nail on the head. Like, a lot of the reason Lost Cause myth and the CTV is sorry, buddy. CTV, I love you. You've bought into the Lost Cause myth a ton. The reason we let that perpetuate is to have this comforting lie to ease tensions. Oh no, totally. Yeah, you can say that it was about states' rights and stuff, and yeah, slavery was on the way out anyway. That's totally cool. And the South had great generals. No, these comforting. You just alluded to it. Columbus Day was it's to placate the Italians. It's this comforting lie to ease tensions. That's not history. That's the exact opposite of history. We should be honest with our histories. We shouldn't perpetuate these comforting lies, of which that's what the statues are there for. You're kind of alluding to it in your statements, but
right. But you're teaching
hold on. I want to take things.
He's talking.
I can reinforce a little bit what Jangle said as well.
He's talking to me. Pause for a second. Who are you talking to, Jangles?
CTV.
The Void.
That doesn't help me at all. So
Real
Fabian
quiet,
and CTV. So I'm gonna have Fabian respond and then CTV respond. Then we gotta go back to the list.
But this is the thing about this idea that you have to keep some statues up. You have to have these. It's not necessarily a veneration, right? I think the most reasonable solution to this problem is, let's say, Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia, right? There's already an Arthur Ashe statue on Monument Avenue. Fuck it. Get rid of Stonewall Jackson's statue. And you know what you should put in its place for Stonewall Jackson? A statue commemorating Brown v. Board of Education that happened in Richmond Courthouse, right? You take these things and you add context to them, right? You add other forms of those things. We can get rid of the majority of statues of Christopher Columbus. And in some of those places, we should put up statues of Bartolomé de las Casas, right? Someone that actually fought for native rights, that fought for the Recombienda system, right? That fought in those same spheres. And you can put those two things together so that we can have a conversation about the historical context. But when you take down those things that a group of people have associated a narrative identity with it, what you do is you cause political division and you cause wedge issues. And all these fucking wedge issues about this bullshit thing about statues is so the Democrats and Republicans can continuously grow state power and fuck you over so that you can argue about fucking statues instead of paying attention to the shit that corporate fascism and neoliberals are fucking doing to you every goddamn day.
I just want to quickly say something.
Haas hasn't said anything yet, so I do want to give Haas a chance.
Yeah. So to me, I think one of the biggest issues here when it comes to southern states in which statues are being erected is that no one is acknowledging a different interests with a different meaning. So I think Joe asked the question, who are these people you're talking about? It's very clear that after the Civil War and through the 20th century, there has emerged, or there was a continuity of a kind of rural Southern culture, Southern kind of culture. It's not reducible to slave owners. It's not reducible to the Confederacy, but for complicated reasons, reasons that are pretty clear, they have identified with Southern lost cause and so on, this kind of stuff as
about doublespeak.
As a form of identity, to just have an identity, because there are differences between the rural Southerners and other people, Northerners and other types of groups. And of course, in the southern states, there also is a good sizable population of people who are descended from slavery, the black people descended from slavery, right? So they, for me, are the most important people to take seriously when it comes to who can contend the existence of these statues. These liberal students who are not descended from black people and so on, they are descended from slaves, I'm sorry, who come down, make a big fuss. I don't think they should be part of the conversation. So this is between rural Southerners and people who descended of slaves. I think they should have more kind of dialogue and mutual interaction because they attribute these statues different meaning. And my view, my optimistic view, is that
which is dumb, by the way.
Sorry,
which is dumb, by the way.
CTV, yeah, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass.
In my view, if this real dialogue can happen, I think rural Southern people, my optimism is that.
What the fuck are you gonna do to be able to find out who these individuals are? You're just gonna go house to house and fucking knock?
No. He is next. Don't worry.
No, you're not going to go house to house. I think if there's an authentic encounter between people like this, they can come to an understanding that, yes, these statues represent a bad legacy in the eyes of people descended of slaves. And I think this is a much more productive way of looking at it than just seeing it as a culture war between Republicans and Democrats. Because the real reason why it's a point of division is because there are different groups that attribute it with different meaning. So that's my...
What if one of those meanings is based on a lie?
Wait, let me talk about the order. Wait, let me talk about the order so everybody knows they're included. So it's CTV, then it's Zan, then it's Joe, because Joe also wanted to respond. I've moved him up the list a little bit. Then it's Kevin, then it's Connor. Connor, I wrote your name down from earlier. So CTV.
Oh, so Haas, how are you planning on finding out who it is that the people are that are on these particular sides of the lines? Are you going to say Southern right people and descendants of slaves, right? So now you got to start conducting ancestry tests on like all the people that come forward. That's the only way that you're going to fucking know. That's the only way you're going to be able to I can just keep here and just keep fucking talking, right? I can definitely keep fucking doing that, right? So from here, that's the only way that you're going to be able to find out who these people are. You're going to have some type of ancestry to trace them back to whether or not that they were in fact a descendant of someone that was a slave or someone that was a descendant of like a white fucking rural fucking person. Are these people gonna have the conversation? No. Fucking everybody has to drive by these fucking statues and take a look at them. So every fucking American needs to have a fucking opinion on this, which is exactly why we go back to the root conversation of understanding why the statues were put there to begin with, right? So a lot of these statues were put there to begin with because of the Daughters of the Confederacy and them wanting to be able to have the history and heritage, remember, because their family members fucking died, right?
One history, one heritage.
So this is exact. Well, I named it off earlier. I'm glad you were listening, right? You go back and divide, you can listen in, Jangle. So from there, like understanding the history, right, on both fucking sides of this thing, because there's a lot of history of a lot of different reasons that end up bringing up this conversation and having people learn a lot of information that they didn't know before, which is why I feel like it's very, very important to make sure that these things stay exactly where they are. Now, why? And particularly, Fabian, to what you were saying earlier, there were a lot of them that were built during the 1910s, 1920s.
Yo, fuck this shit, chat. Like, straight up. Like, I'm getting fucking 3 minutes of goddamn speaking time while fucking CTV gets fucking 20 minutes to do whatever the fuck he wants. It's actually pissing me off. So, if y'all want to put fucking ad counterpoints or something in chat, I'll just fucking answer your questions for fucking 10 minutes while we're waiting for these motherfuckers, because I swear to God, there's just gonna be fucking autism for like...
Do not conflate statues and battlegrounds.
Excuse me?
You're conflating statues and battlegrounds.
Oh my God.
Okay, so where are these fucking statues
Okay.
some of them put up at? Right? Around fucking battlegrounds. Thank you very much.
Wait.
All I'm trying to do is just make a fucking point that's going to derail me from all my motherfucking steel chair, right? So
Wait. We'll give CTV. We'll get CTV. We're gonna give you 10 more seconds, and then we gotta. There's a lot you're putting out there, so I want to make sure people have time to respond. Particularly Haas. So you got 10 more seconds to finish your thing. Wrap your thing up.
So the reality here is, Hans, is I
Oh my
was watching
God.
the first motherfucking time, and I've been watching this one. All you've done this entire time is to try to be some type of contrarian, right?
Sam Sims, do I think this is intentional? Yeah, I think this is fucking intentional. I think we literally had fucking 8 people and we had a goddamn panel. CTV fucking... Okay, I like CTV just fine. CTV and I are friends. We're literally going to be fucking hanging out next weekend. But he comes in here. We now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10 fucking people. We got one dude who's just dropping grenades all over the fucking place. We can't have a productive conversation. It's too many fucking people. My fucking internet cut out twice while I was about to go on a fucking rant. So I've gotten 90 seconds to fucking talk. And I guarantee you, so I'm like 8th person on the fucking list or whatever. So what's going to happen is these two motherfuckers are going to talk for the entire goddamn time. We're not going to get shit done. So fuck it. Like this is like the first time that I've actually been on a panel where I haven't felt like it's not even worth it for me to fucking hang out. Like it's not even fucking worth it. Because literally, like this,
we gotta let Haas finish.
This is going to be the next fucking 20 minutes. We're not even going to get halfway down the fucking list. So yeah, I think this is intentional. Dylan knows fucking conflict drives viewership, so it's pissing me off. Faraz Khan, do you like Lincoln? So for instance, like this is a complex question, but basically if you said that like Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, which is one of the most intense things that a president of the United States has ever done. But at the same time, he was literally presiding over a civil war. The point that I've wanted to make for 20 fucking minutes, but I haven't been able to because we have a bunch of fucking autistic people talking shit to each other for fucking 30 goddamn minutes, is basically that Lincoln saying that he wanted to preserve the Union by fucking allowing the southern states to fucking maintain slavery. You would say that too if you were in charge of a war that had killed 500,000 fucking people. If half the country wanted to fucking kill you for bringing that war to the people, if an incompetent general was not prosecuting the fucking war in such a way that you continually lost troops, and then the competent generals that you hired were butchering half of the fucking country, you would probably say, this isn't worth it. I just want the southern states back into the fucking the country. They can keep slavery, and we'll just attack this from the legislative route. But because we're hindsight is 2020 with fucking modern morality, we're just saying like Lincoln is evil? What the fuck are you talking about? He was bitching about the pragmatic realities that he surrounded himself with. The Union is clearly the morally correct actor here, and it's fucking frustrating that basically this entire conversation has devolved to these two motherfuckers yelling at each other, and fucking Fabian over here just dropping fucking ahistorical ass fucking grenades and then getting to walk away because they're too busy fucking arguing about it. Faraz Khan, do you like studying Civil War history? Yes, I do. I love Civil War history. I love all history, to be honest. But basically, if it's conflict or politics, I'm super into it. Yeah, ZJW74, thanks for being a membership, by the way. Guys, I know, hey, if you got extra money, I think Taze is the only person that's donated so far. If you got anything burning a hole in your pocket, if you don't have money, don't worry about it. If you got money, drop it. So,
CTV, then we got to go to the list.
This is a stand-up.
Obviously
stand down. ZJW74, thanks for being a member. I don't suppose you were getting the cold shoulder because you still go on Prime's panels. Maybe, dude. I don't fucking know. Like, I never try to assign intentionality to that kind of shit because, like, fuck it. Like, there's a lot going on, and on top of that, he's trying to run a show. I'm one of 8 people. I don't know if it's conscious or subconscious, but it is annoying as fuck. Gunther says, you're next, Connor? No, I'm not.
Wait, okay. Wait, I can't hear.
7 people down on the list.
Okay,
Literally,
I paused it for a moment.
Hans,
okay,
it was like
CTV, you're gonna
people.
finish. Then we're gonna have Haas have a 10 to 15 second response. Then we're gonna move on. Okay.
It's not gonna be 10 to 15 seconds guaranteed.
Yeah. So the reality here is, Haas, like, well, I can appreciate like this call.
Cole G at counterpoint. CTV seems like a nice guy, but he just tends to prattle on about history and nuance, and then provides neither. Drives me up a fucking wall sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, that's the frustrating thing is he's like, hey, it's really complex, and then he gives us like a bunch of historical details that don't help us contextualize fucking the Civil War. Yeah, it's frustrating as balls. Big Hot 98.
15
CTV can be
seconds.
brilliant when he's right, but my god, he can derail conversations like that turned Afghanistan into a 51st state was insufferable. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually wild when I was talking to CTV previously, and there was just like a conversation where like 10 for 10 we were agreeing with each other. I was like, this shit never happens. So yeah, when he's right, but when it's wrong, it just completely derails everything. The Droopy Killer at counterpoints, don't mean to derail so hard, but I'm pumped. My Forge World Malcadors are arriving tomorrow. Have to share with someone. Fuck yeah, dude. If you're talking about the big ass fucking battle tanks, I love that shit. I'm literally gonna Google Forge World Malcador real quick.
The South and take down statues. I don't care about this bullshit, and I know that it's being extended to things that have nothing to do with the Confederacy too. So I can see that.
Yeah,
it's
fuck
not
yeah.
my agenda to from
Big fucking fan.
statues.
All
that
right,
don't
Sam
have
Sims,
statues.
how does
But
this
it should
moral
be good. I do
superiority
think the
overlap with the
statues
statues
should be
matter?
good.
Should we have
I
Lincoln
do think that
statues?
it
I
would be
mean,
good.
I don't mind
But
venerating
how
fucking
is where
Union
my
soldiers. I don't even mind if you
simple as
commemorate
that. I do
Confederate
not
soldiers at
really agree
graveyards or
with
whatever. I don't give a shit.
that
That's totally
there should
fine.
be
But
this
I think it's
crusade
different when you
undoing it from the
valorize
people
the
actually
people who
involved.
were highest up in the
Educated
Confederacy, because you're
college
basically
people
saying what
coming
the
down and
Confederacy
tearing down
did
statues for
was
a viewing
noble,
spectacle.
which,
I
you
just
know,
don't buy into it, and it doesn't. It's not very
maybe in
compelling
some
to
like
me, and it's
classic
not
sense of
very
defending your
interesting.
country, it could
So
be
simple as
noble.
that. All
But
this
the
false shit
underlying
you're talking about
schism between the North and South is
bullshit. My
slavery,
fucking
which
position
I
is
hope we
100%
can
on the
say is
surface.
not
I've been
something worthy
crystal
of
clear
defense.
about it.
But you know,
You
I don't
just
know. We got a bunch of
have
fucking
a
right
very
wingers
emotional
coming over from
reaction because
Lauren
of
and
my
actual
other
Justice
politics
Warriors.
that
So
have
I don't know
nothing
if
to do
anybody
with
wants
this
to
current
jump on the
discussion. So
hot
do
take
whatever
grenade that
agrees with you,
slavery was good.
Confederate.
Actually,
Everyone has your politics.
AJW
Everyone
or
shares your overall
MJW379 at
view.
Counterpoints
Grow
military
up,
history question:
use
how
your
would you rate the
head.
Generals
Simple
Union
as
versus
that.
the Confederacy?
Okay, that
I
was the
honestly don't
longest
think
15 seconds of my life. I gotta make sure that other people
Lee
got time
is
to
the
talk.
best,
Gotta throw it
even
over
on the
to
Confederate
Zan,
side.
then Joe, then Kevin,
Yeah,
Connor.
yeah. So, like
Zan.
Stonewall Jackson was supposed to do some pretty amazing things on the Shenandoah, basically by triple timing his soldiers back and forth and kicking the shit out of the Union troops, tying them up so they couldn't get into the Confederate side. Basically, Lee was supposedly dealing with some like really aggressive logistics issues and used mobility and skill in order to outmaneuver like the stronger Union forces. But then that's the thing is when you're playing the game with less forces, one mistake you fucking lose. And I'm pretty sure that was the story of Gettysburg. I'm pretty sure that was the story of Sharpsburg. So for instance, if I remember, Sharpsburg was it's like a river on a city. It's a city by a river in the Mississippi where the Union was just able to throw troops at this fortress. And while it was like this like brutal battle, they still ended up winning because they just had endless logistic support. Captain Jack, don't know if this is Captain A Jack, but it's somebody. It's not an issue of morality. Genghis Khan killed 30 million people, yet has many statues in Mongolia. Andrew Jackson killing the natives. It's a issue of treason. Yeah, so I mean that's what I would say is that like, you know, we shouldn't have statues to fucking nefarious characters. That would be my thing, and we should valorize certain human virtues, and we shouldn't. Muhammad Nakuda, at Counterpoints, do you think 100 to 200 years, when most people are vegan and that's the standard, they'd have the justification to put down statues of today's figures based on the morality of the time? No, I don't. Because we're dealing with the material conditions that we're presented with. What I would say is that there's an interesting argument to say that slavery was necessary based off of the material conditions of the time. But at the same time, I don't necessarily agree with that because this was the time of the Industrial Revolution and a lot of people were rolling out with technology. Additionally, not just that, but people were fighting for the institution even after it was morally untenable. They tied it up in morality, and also they tied it up in chattel slavery, basically making the status of slavery, you know, hereditary. So there was no ability to escape. So no, I think there were some unique evils that we can judge American chattel slavery on that transcend time. You know, even Greek, Persian, Roman, and even Islamic slavery was better morally in some circumstances. TF Methidius at Counterpoints, will you ever do a segment on Reconstruction? Yeah, fuck yeah. I would love to do history segments. I just don't know what the appetite for it is with the chat. But Tiberius, our good friend Tiberius D, he loves talking about geopolitics with Tiberius D. So if you want to check out a geopolitics show, he'll do it himself, but also he'll do it himself. But we'll do a collab soon. So I don't know if we'll do Reconstruction. We were talking about doing Chinese history and the Opium Wars. Crazy Monk 27 at Counterpoints. I've gotten to the point of thinking CTV is more of a comedian than someone who is worried about debating the way other people on this platform do. Do you think that could be the case? Yeah, Crazy Monk 27. He's absolutely a performative artist. He does that. He does that on the open panels. He literally openly accuses everybody else of being boring as fuck. And just says like, hey, you're not even entertaining the audience. So I think that's why Dylan tolerated him kind of crashing the stream and is still allowing him here, even though he's thrown off the fucking balance and literally delaying everybody else talking for fucking half hour to an hour, which this is only like a 3-hour show. So we only have an hour left and he's got like 40% of the fucking runtime. It's because he is a character. So yeah, he absolutely, I think part of his personality is performative. TF Methidius at Counterpoints. I would love if you did history segments too. Yeah, man, it all comes down to a question of time. So Methidius, but also like, by the way, guys, I don't need the money. I want the money. That way I can pay Taze, our editor. I can pay our buddy Duck, who does the timestamps. And so eventually we can grow to the point to the fact that this is sustainable, because obviously I want to do this long term. But if I have people in the comments who are like, hey, I would love it if you did history, or hey, if I would love it if you did this, or if you did that, this shit ain't free. It's a part-time job. I take 15 to 20 hours out of my life every single week in order to do this. If you if you don't have money, I don't want it. If you're a college student, you're broke, you don't have groceries, whatever, prioritize yourself. But if you have a little bit of extra scratch, then, you know, it would be helpful, because obviously the goal is to do this professionally. Cal Clay says, hey, it's ContraPoints, first live show for me. Yeah, just to clarify, I am not ContraPoints, the trans leftist bread tuber video essayist. I am Counterpoints, the centrist chud who's rehabilitating Lauren Southern, the neo-Nazi, and basically trying to have my own based centrist takes. So, you know, that I'm not Contra, but thank you. Bobard Zanzibar says the 1619 project has actually seen some revisions since the initial publication. I'm pretty sure it's somewhat respected now. Yeah, I think it was like the premise that America started with slavery that was frustrating. Yeah.
I will be a literal 20 seconds though. I will count.
Yeah. Bob Jones, love your position, even though I don't agree with it completely. That said, any Civil War lit you'd recommend? Side tangent though. Thoughts on Razor Fist? Razor Fist is incredibly entertaining, but I think he does suffer from the if I rant things confidently. Holy shit, $50. We're gonna get to that super chat in a second. Holy fuck. Razor Fist is incredibly entertaining, but I think he falls into the problem with if you rant confidently about something, people assume that you're correct, and I've caught him being wrong on some things in the past. So, you know, he's very entertaining, but he has some takes that I don't think are defensible. And but I would absolutely talk to him about or debate him. I think he's an entertaining character. He actually reminds me a lot of one of my friends that I used to smoke pot with all the time back in high school. Cameron Bryant, hot take: humans shouldn't have statues in public, non-educational places. Love you though, Cameron Bryant. I largely agree. You know, I largely agree. I think there's some exceptions to this rule, but yeah, like 80%. I think it's coming back around to me. So,
Fabian, I wrote it down.
Hold on, let me address this. ZJW74. I literally thought I was gonna have to scroll down here and do like a fucking crazy response.
Is Fabian? Can Fabian hear me?
And the comment.
I said I wrote you down. You can put your hand down.
The comment is pee poo poo.
Kevin.
So thanks for that. All right, we'll come back to the comments. I think we're getting back, so I should probably start paying attention to the conversation again. I'll address super chats and questions at the end of the show. Holy shit, guys, $89.13. That, you know what, ZJW74, I want to thank you a lot because that, you know, more than half of that is you, but I also want to thank everybody else as well. Thank you kindly. Memberships are open. I think Patreon might be live. Patreon.com/counterpoints. So if you want to support the channel that way, you can. If you want to wait for Twitch should be happening on the 18th. We're figuring out all our technology and bullshit now, but I'm gonna pay attention to the conversation again. So sorry guys, but I'll answer questions and super chats in a minute.
You know, Native American racists using Columbus as a symbol to try to, you know, intimidate him and whatnot. It's like Columbus is basically like a symbol of that, and it's not something that's worth having a statue in a public area. Now you can move these things to museums. I don't really see the holdup with moving them to museums, because they still serve the education purpose there. So if we're concerned about people forgetting their history, well, we specifically have schools and museums for that purpose. On the point about what Haas had mentioned, he was saying how, well, basically this is he characterized it at one point as a pointless issue, although he did say that he's got an opinion that they should eventually come down. He basically said that, well, this is just, it's kind of a pointless issue to ignore or to try to make people not care about the class distinctions going on. I find that to be like, you know, classic class reductionism. That was pretty cringy. We also saw this sort of thing brought up by, I forget who it was, but somebody mentioned how it's a wedge issue that's done by Democrats and Republicans to distract people from neoliberal fascism. I find that conspiracy to be insane, because Republicans and Democrats don't really work together very well. There's a lot of division in the United States. The idea that both of these parties are going to get together in a smoke-filled room and come up with social issues to pit people against each other to distract them from I guess Goldman Sachs or whatever. You can be against corporate corruption and a lot of the issues in the economy, and also be against racism. And I got the impression from Haas basically that he wants to just give a pass to poor white racists as long as he thinks that he can win them over to become tankies or something. I mean, it is funny because Haas was talking about how he thinks that you need to persuade people about this. Yet I've seen Haas identify as quote 100%.
That ain't the take. You know that ain't the move.
100% tanky, 100% Stalinist. So this idea that he's all concerned about like persuading or whatever. No. He's got people. Like
your ignorance about history is not relevant to this discussion. The fact of the matter is, I barely brought up class. Calling it class reductionism is the high point of your stupidity.
I brought
today.
up class. The ANCAP brought up class.
Yeah, he brought up class. I barely brought up class. The thrust of my argument wasn't so much about class specifically. You can extrapolate the reasons why I'm having the position that I do all you want. It's not actually relevant to my point. And Kevin, I'm not really saying that this is something no one should care about. I'm just insisting the bare minimum that fucking Canadians should just mind their business about this topic because it has nothing to do with you. Is that a bar enough? That's clear enough? Like you live in Canada, has nothing to do with you, doesn't concern you. This is an issue for not only Americans specifically, but as my argument is, the Americans relevant to the controversy in the first place. Specifically, people descended from black people, basically descended from slaves who lived there, and the rural Southerners. This is their business. It's not your business. You live in Canada. You have your own statues. Sort out your own business, Kevin.
You've also made that point that we shouldn't care about atrocities in other countries either. You're a relativist.
Well, what do you want to debate about? You want to debate about this topic or 1,000 other ones? Because I already wrecked you in the debate we had yesterday.
We got to move over to Connor. Guys. I have to move over to Connor. Connor,
listen. I agree with the authoritarian communists. Okay, the
no
museums. Oh, go fuck yourself, CTV. Like, all right. So the point being that we should be looking for reconciliation. Some of these issues are not rational. They're emotional. They're historic. They're symbolic to multiple people for multiple different reasons. Which is why I think the museum solution is the solution to go for, to publicly pressure people to take, because basically what you're doing is you're taking them out of the public square. So you're not using them for their previous historical threat to black people. You're throwing them in a museum. And what a museum does is it gives you the ability to talk about the entire history of it. You can talk about the Civil War. You can talk about Reconstruction. You can talk about the Lost Cause revisionist history. You can talk about when the statues were erected. And you can talk about the controversies when the statues were taken down, all at the same time. They serve their historical purpose. They serve their educational purpose while not being these fucking, middle fingers to 14% of our fucking population of the country. So this is where, being centrist is going to fucking work out. And I'm sorry, it's true. And then the only other thing that I've wanted to address the entire fucking time is that there's very clearly a morally superior thing here. Just because the Union butchered a bunch of fucking cities after playing pussyfoot with the Confederacy for 2 fucking years, and just because out of frustration, Abraham fucking Lincoln basically said, hey, if I didn't have to nuke half the fucking country in order to end slavery, then hold on, CTV, shut the fuck up. You talked for 40% of the goddamn panel. If you want to argue with me next week when we're in fucking mankinis in a fucking hot tub, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, but you're so excited now. I love the passion.
All right, shut the fuck up. So I love you, but shut the fuck up. So the point being, oh, God damn it. You fucking made me lose my goddamn point. The fucking point being that there is a clear moral side to go here. And this is the people who were willing to fight and die in order to abolish the institution of chattel slavery. This is not a hard choice. This is not a hard moral choice. This is one of the simplest fucking historical calculations in all of moral theory. And with that, I'll fucking yield.
Well, the reality here is
and that can be my outro.
Dylan,
that can be my outro.
Military, it wasn't pussyfooting.
I've been referenced like 4 times.
Fabian, you are the last one for the topic. Don't worry. Right now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So a couple of things. I've got to go point by point because I was referencing all of these. Christopher Columbus, right? Again, I already made the point of Christopher Columbus in contrast to statues of Bartholomew de las Casas, right? I already acknowledged that Christopher Columbus committed horrible atrocities. But what I'm saying is that you have to acknowledge that there are groups that identify with these things as part of their history. And there are groups that identify as these things as venerating periods of time where they were genocided or periods of time where they were treated horribly or they faced serious state oppression.
Interesting. I don't think quiet is good for long periods of time, but I want to answer your questions while everybody else fucking rants. They can fucking at me and I can just ignore them because no offense, fucking Dylan. Feels like Dylan's been ignoring me the whole fucking time, so whatever. We'll fucking fight fire with fire. Scrolling up. Here we go. Goddamn. Sorry, catching up. Hot take: humans shouldn't have statues. Yeah, that's true. Did you think that Passive Glory or Doctor Strangelove look over on your channel? I saw you did Full Metal Jacket, more Kubrick. Yeah, 100%. My buddy, I haven't seen Passive Glory, but I did see Doctor Strangelove, and it was fucked up. Like, I want to watch it, but you know, it was pretty great. Like, I almost feel like you need to. All right, now I'm getting fucking nervous that we're not watching this shit. But he's still talking. So maybe he's talking about us though.
Certain ways, and that when Democrats and Republicans agree on things, it is often not to the best interest of the American public. And the idea that you say that wedge issues don't exist as a distraction just shows a complete lack of understanding of political history. I'm sorry, like you got to go back to your undergrad or something and take some fucking like basic.
Wait. Wedge issues are a thing, but
are they not used as a distraction?
No. But the idea that Democrats and Republicans get together and agree to keep this thing going as some charade, they hate each other. Like your understanding of this is like you sound like an Alex Jones fan. You sound like a tinfoil hat.
Carlin quote, right? You don't need
George Carlin was wrong about a ton of stuff.
Right. Okay, I'm trying to bring it down to your level, right? You don't need a conspiracy when like interests.
Sorry, guys. Fucking reducing volume so we don't get fucking screamed at by anybody but Dylan. I can't find the fucking channel volume or whatever, so I want to answer your question since we're basically getting ignored the entire fucking time. All right, Malbrain, did you do a Passive Glory or Doctor Strangelove? I already answered that. I would be interested in doing.
We have to wrap it up.
Cal Clay says slavery happened, but the question is, do we remember it for what it was? Statues can be ensuring even bad people are never forgotten for what they did. Yeah, there's a certain level of that, but I think that museums can.
We have to wrap it up if we're gonna talk about the last topic. Okay, we have to wrap this up.
All right, waiting for Dylan.
Fabian, please finish.
Todd Fulton, what do you think about the continuous expansion of the federal government, dating all the way back to the Federalists, to the Patriot Act, and what Biden has been doing? Yeah, Todd Fulton, we probably need to do an entire episode breaking this down. But I want to say it was between Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson for what they viewed the government as being necessary. And Thomas Jefferson kind of had like the ultra-libertarian perspective, whereas Alexander Hamilton, if I remember correctly, was hyper-federalist. He literally did not care about the growth of government and thought that it should intervene in social society. And I think that Hamilton has ultimately won out because of mission creep, the way that the government does it. So I think we should always keep Jefferson in mind, but Hamilton has kind of won. The question, we just need to always keep these things in balance, and we can do a full episode on that. Big Hoth 98. I think the more interesting debate is over the removal of statues of figures such as the Founding Fathers, or on this side of the pond, Churchill. Yeah, fuck that. When Churchill gets removed, or when the Founding Fathers gets removed, I think we're fucking done as a society. We need to be able to defend the people who actually started the society, even if they didn't.
Being it up. We're gonna go and first we're gonna start with CTV.
All right, cool.
All right, well, I think it's obvious why I decided to drop in from the rafters and throw a steel chair at all these
yeah, so I think the Founding Fathers, whatever statues or monuments, we should be able to defend them because they basically set the moral framework for which our society exists. So even if they're nefarious characters, we should be able to defend their ideas. Lucentiel says, at Counterpoints, if you do history segments, let us know what you're reading ahead of time. If we have time, we can do the same reading too. Lucentiel, you are very...
looking forward to next
very
week with the hot take
optimistic
stream.
about the nature of human beings and what they're
You gotta go
capable
all the
of
way back
doing.
in
But
history
I
to
but
get
I
into all
appreciate
these
you.
things. The reality
Cole
here
G,
is,
$10.
folks, is that
Thank you, Cole
there's
G.
this one
I appreciate
perspective
it.
and one side that's being
Again, I don't
promoted
expect any
these
money
days,
out
so
of you
that's
guys, but
the
if you
slave
do have money
perspective, and
randomly,
that is
if some
definitely a
a
perspective
hole
that
in
needs
your
to be
pocket,
heard.
you're a professional,
Along
you
with
got a
that,
couple
though,
of
there
bucks,
are a lot of the poor
throw it
white
in,
folk
and I'm
that
not
were
going to
not
complain.
doing anything
Cole
more than
G,
defending
just for
their
the record,
homeland. They
Genghis
were
Khan
faced
gets a
with
bad
real
rap
choice
historically,
of
but
the
I, for
Union
one, am a
Army is
huge history
crossing
boy.
into
I'd
the
love to see your
fucking
take on it. Yeah,
Shenandoah
I'd have to
Valley.
study
We have
more
General
what
Jackson
paused
out there
he did,
defending the
because
fucking
basically
South.
my
Am I going to
impression
fight
of the
this
Mongolian
fucking
Empire
battle
is they took over the
here at
fucking
my
world and then
fucking
they
home
lost it
all
within 2
alone against the
generations,
fucking
and they
army
just
coming
raped and
against
killed a
me?
bunch
Or
of
am I
people.
going
But
to
maybe it's a
fucking
little bit
come
more
together
nuanced than that,
with the
so
fucking
I gotta
army
take a
that's
look.
heading up there to defend the fucking
Crazy Monk
country
27
that
at
the South
Counterpoints.
is?
Hell
Right?
yeah,
That's what I'm
even
not
if I
going to
don't
do.
agree with
I think
CTV on
everybody can
most things, he's
sympathize
one of
with
my
the fact
favorite
that,
people
well,
on
we're faced
things
with
like this
that
because
fucking
he is
choice
entertaining.
given the
Dude,
limited
you're
amount of
like,
technology of the day,
yeah,
right?
because like
Especially
everybody
considering that we
bitches about
definitely have
fucking
more
CTV being an
availability of mass
asshole, but at the
communication
same
now than
time,
it
like
has
viewership
ever
probably
been in
spikes
human
whenever you're
history.
screaming at
It
everybody.
doesn't
So,
seem like it's that far off
you
for
know,
people to go, hey,
it is what it is. This
yeah,
is
I'm going to
ultimately
go
a
fight
fucking
to defend the South.
wrestling show.
So from
So,
there, understanding those
say la
perspectives,
vie.
getting me able to get into
So
those ideas is exactly
ZJW74
what
says
these
pee pee poo
statues,
poo,
which is the original
and
tug
donated
that we're talking about,
$50.
is what
ZJW74
it's
is
all
a
about.
fucking
And
lunatic.
the
But I do
and like
appreciate him.
what you
So
really
thank you
need to
kindly for the
do is to be
$50. I
able to understand
sincerely mean that.
all sides
We're
of the
gonna put
argument,
it
no matter
right back
what
into
it
the
is.
channel.
So at the
Stoic.
end
I
of
don't
the
know if
day,
ContraPoints is
if I
truly
did
leftist at
anything
this
here,
point,
I
although
make
she's pretty
everybody
based, even if
think, and
she's a
that right there
lefty
is the
at
most important
CounterPoints.
thing, that
She's
I
at
had
least a
pretty
liberal,
ancient,
right?
like some
She's like
higher
a sock
caliber
dem.
level
I don't know if
emotion
like
that I could
leftists
handle
want to call
myself that
sock
maybe other
dems
people
fucking
can't
right
handle.
wing or some shit.
Yes,
If so,
but you
like
know
the
what?
Overton
You
window
brought
has
forth a
shifted
lot of truth,
a
and that's
lot,
actually
and
what matters
online
at the
politics
day.
does
And
not
with
map
that
up
being said,
onto the
motherfuckers,
real world at
CTV out.
all. Joseph R says,
Connor?
Hey, buddy. I thought I pretty much said what I needed to say, which is basically these things should go into a museum. I don't think we should be sanitizing Confederate history. That's pretty much it. Yield.
Demon Machine.
Well, I would like to leave it up to the local communities to deal with what
I am from the member, but it tells me I am from the States. I am Canadian, and my postal code is wrong for the payment method. Lol. Joseph R. Well, I appreciate you. You can just go on to Patreon, patreon.com. I think we have some $2, $5, $10 memberships or whatever. If you wanted to do it there, that's totally fine. I'm not going to complain. However, whatever's convenient for you, buddy. Artifices at Counterpoints. What? I hope you were being ironic calling Lauren Southern a neo-Nazi. I was. She's not a fucking Nazi, dude. You have to understand the space that we are currently participating in. I'll literally show y'all. This guy seems like a fucking centrist. This guy is an ANCAP, but he has crazy ass fucking history takes. Haas is a Marxist-Leninist, which means he's a fucking tanky. He's literally an authoritarian communist. Jangle Science Lad is a progressive. He's at least a liberal. Joe Lewis is probably a progressive and a socialist, if I remember
now I'm going to throw it over to Hans.
Superpower Broadcasting is a liberal hawk. He literally wants to impose liberalism on the entire world.
Okay.
And then Xander Hall used to be a socialist and now identifies as a social democrat. So you literally have 3 right-wingers, maybe, and then fucking like 5 leftists. Or not leftists. Leftist is used incorrectly, but 5 lefties. So liberals, progressives, soc dems, or whatever. And by the way, I'm a fucking centrist, right? This dude's a centrist. This dude's an ANCAP with weird historical takes. So all his conspiracy shit fucking mixes in with everybody else. So you have 2 centrists and fucking esoteric politics and 5 fucking lefties and a lefty host. So, yeah, anyways, just understand the space that we're participating in. I'm a Nazi compared to most people in this space. Chris Mann at Counterpoints. Why does the knowledge that Lee wasn't in favor of slavery and him that his wife both showed up to ain't slave rallies? Because it's inconvenient to think of historical figures as complex figures who might militarily defend something that they don't align with morally due to historical loyalty. So, yeah, it's an inconvenient fact. Sam Sims, take care at Counterpoints, off to sleep. Hey, buddy, I appreciate you fucking coming up. What a fucking shit show we've been a part of. I'm sorry. Bob Jones says, get a Streamlabs, bigger cut for you, and we don't have to fund YouTube's cut. Yeah, we're working on like back-end tech. Cal Clay at Counterpoints, continued from my super chat. You have to go after anyone for the sins of the past, as the left seems to want to do with reparations. Also, I know you're not trans. You don't have the gene seed in you. Yeah, but if I could trans into a space marine, I would. So maybe that makes me a trans aspirant. Was Pac-Man at counterpoints the Indiana Jones treatment? It belongs in a museum. Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm a fucking boomer, but nobody fucking understands these references because everybody's under the age of fucking 30. So, Connor, who's debating out of the auto repair shop? Yeah, so this guy's name is Demon Machine. I haven't seen him before, but he was literally working on a motorcycle when we first talked. So I have no idea what his fucking politics are, but I would absolutely, just based off of, you know, hanging out with a mohawk, working on a motorcycle with a giant fucking garage while live streaming, I would absolutely fucking hang out with this dude. That dude looks cool as fuck. Gunther says base centrist Connor for $13.99. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. MJW379 says, amen. Glad you were finally able to point out the clear moral difference. Yeah, dude, that was frustrating as fuck. So, all right, hold on. I think we're getting into. We'll get back to Gideon Arc in a second.
Okay, now I'm throwing it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. You know, in the previous topic, we talked about challenging the ideas of dissenting opinions, and especially the challenging of dog whistles, right? So I kind of want to address that portion with my closing and a few other things. It's strange to me how even in the face of the idea of white erasure and the dog whistle of white erasure and slave apologia, that those in the previous topic were willing to have a conversation about challenging these ideas outright, and that we ought to like challenge in the marketplace ideas and prove that the idea is not only stupid but inefficient and a bunch of other things. I don't think that bar was necessarily crossed in the real-time test of the very words that some individuals argued. With that being said, additionally, CTV said a lot of things that were dog whistles and they just weren't challenged. For those of you who are not sort of catching what I'm throwing here, so I'll throw it a little bit more direct. I just want to make sure that, like, not just this panel, but the chats and those who are watching recognize that whether you think it's direct or indirect, he was dog whistling towards the idea of white erasure and slave apologia. Moving forward, something that I think is incredibly important to recognize is America has never had a conscious and dedicated effort to care about Black issues and Black people. So when we try to have sort of policy prescriptions and solutions to these issues, this is why many members of the Black community, and even, for example, Marxist-Leninists also agree on this, that the policies that are brought forth in the marketplace of ideas in terms of solving these issues are incredibly insufficient and incredibly liberal. And I understand it upsets liberals that their idea for, like, they want to be the ones that are the individuals of a just society, right? It's a thing that I hear in liberal spaces a lot. But in reality, prescription.
Oh my god. Every fucking time. Awesome. Fucking love it. We'll just wait to get added back again. Fucking read some super chats. Fuck them.
And they're making very good points in terms of, like, righting the wrongs that this country did and certain paths move forward. So I want to make sure, like, I just want to thank Haas directly on that, because I do appreciate that, because this conversation was incredibly intolerable. So I just want to make sure that's recognized.
Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So just to close here, these monuments essentially have no place on public lands. If you've got private property and you want to have, a monument or something, whatever, if these belong in a museum, and so far as they serve as an educational purpose or a reminder of history, a museum is a great place for them. On public lands, they serve to intimidate those who were oppressed by the Confederacy. And you cannot just pretend, oh, well, it was about states' rights and ignore slavery. It was about states' rights to own slaves. And basically all this just amounts to a cope that the Civil War was lost, the Union prevailed. And I found some of the comments tonight about how, oh, well, both sides were bad, both sides did bad things. I mean, you can make that argument about World War II as well, and that's an obvious example of a false equivocation there. It doesn't mean that one side's perfect, but if you can't tell that the Union was better than the Confederacy, then there's a problem there. And I'm down to debate anybody on that at a later date, but just to kind of close up my closing remarks here, it came up a couple times about the fact that I'm Canadian, and therefore, how can I have an opinion about this? I find it interesting for two reasons. The first is that I was invited on here by Dylan and Dan both. So, I mean, obviously people want to hear what I have to say about this. And two, obviously I'm going to talk about it. I'm not just going to stay silent for the whole period. And two, I'm not a relativist. I'm not somebody who just says, oh, well, that's in a different arbitrary set of borders, so therefore I can't be opposed to symbols of slavery there. I'm somebody who supported intervention against Gaddafi because he basically ran the country as a slave plantation. I'm against the Taliban, and they run Afghanistan basically under slavery, especially if you're a woman. I'm actually against slavery in every corner of the world, and yeah, I'm against that in the United States as well. And I do not like the idea of venerating monuments to some of the most egregious figures in American history who, let's be real, if they had it their way, there would still be tens of millions of people that would be living in chains right now in the United States. So thank you.
Okay, and now we're going to throw it over to Xander Hall.
Wait, Dylan, really quick, I'm curious. Did you bring CTV on here, or did he just like jump in?
CTV is a force of nature. I will comment no further.
Did you just bring him in to do we were just following orders thing for the Confederate soldiers, just for like
I
drama
didn't bring it.
Or did he like just jump in?
He jumped in on his own regard, and I was like, well, you know what? Why not?
Wait, why is he able to do that?
Is he CTV?
Okay.
Conservative affirmative action is your answer.
Yeah, it is. I guess all I have to say is there was a lot of id poll brought up in this discussion. It feels like it was really counterproductive. I feel like making arguments about where people come from or what race they are when it comes to an ideological discussion such as this is always going to end up being just the worst thing you can possibly fucking do. It doesn't lead to anything productive. It just leads to arguments about, well, you can't say this because you're white or you're Canadian or you're black or whatever. Let's just cut down on the id poll, please, before I Roblox myself in a video game.
Okay. We're going to move on to the last topic of the night. The last topic of the night is about the founding fathers and what exactly how should we remember the founding fathers? How should we portray the founding fathers? It's somewhat attached to the conversation we just had, a little distantly though. So I'll just throw around the topic. I'll do the bottom left-hand corner this time with Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I actually want to make a plea for a support of identity politics. I feel that identity politics in the United States in the current mainstream discourse is incredibly vapid and just kind of turned into a very liberal position and a very liberal talking point. So I want to make it very clear that we have compounding identities that influence how we interact with different structures of power, whether that be political, social, and economic. And these compounding identities are how individuals are influenced by their politic. It's how some individuals determine their politic, actually, wholesale. And that's something that we do all the time and we acknowledge and respect. It's the same reason why people were very excited to cheer for Barack Obama, but it's also at the same time, Black individuals understand, as well as I agree with a lot of individuals on this take, that Obama is a fucking war criminal. With that being said, I want to move on from that, because when we're talking about, and we're on the founding fathers, right? Where if we recognize that the founding of this country was based on a certain group of individuals, and not only the protection and preservation of individuals that look like those who made these documents, their families, their friends, their loved ones. It's very likely that entire groups of people, whether that be that they lived there before they arrived, or that they were brought on here on ships for the sheer and direct purpose for labor, we got to recognize that this country was built upon a lie, and it excluded a lot of people within that lie. And I really hope that we can acknowledge that the founding of the United States was built on a lie. And if that is not the surface that we talk about when we're talking about the founding fathers, then this conversation is going to be incredibly insufficient. So again, my position on this is that the founding fathers perpetuated a lie, preserved a lie, and now in 2021, we're seeing the consequences of that lie. And even in the face of the consequences of that lie, we see that the right and the left, whether that be Democrats, liberals, Republicans, all these mainstream individuals that are in positions of power, they will preserve the lie, perpetuate the lie, but then do it for the sake of others, whether that be on the left, thinking that they're the more morally just part of the political process, or the right, who just don't want to acknowledge anybody and just themselves. So that's kind of my stance on it. If we can't say that the founding fathers perpetuated a lie, then we're not going to have a good conversation tonight.
Okay, Kevin Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. I'll try to keep this a little bit short. Basically, the founding fathers altogether, by modern standards, they amount to fairly problematic figures. Many of them, of course, had slaves, obviously. But one thing that, actually two things that they deserve a lot of credit for is, they established basically a state that existed, that liberated itself from the monarchy, from British dominion over North America, basically, and they set up a constitution that allowed itself and recognized for the fact that they were imperfect, and that even if they were firm in certain stances, they recognized that future generations could look back on and say, "Oh, that was yikes," and laid down the framework to have a very successful constitution, like in the United States, which has survived all this time, and lay down the amendments process and everything so that you can reform in a better direction. I do think that, when we're talking about veneration with the founding fathers, you can look at them as people that fought against the tyranny of the monarchy, but you can also look at their personal lives, especially those that own slaves, and say, yeah, well, they did some good things. Some of them did more good things than others. But then, slavery and whatnot, yeah, that wasn't addressed. But, it was for its time still progressive relative to the era. It just by no means was anywhere near what you would hope to have. But again, the self-perfecting element of it is something that does deserve a degree of credit. So thank you.
Next is going to be Xander Hall.
Yeah, so when it comes to idolizing and sort of looking up to these founding father figures, I think it's extremely cringy. I'm not like a big fan of looking back into history and sort of like idolizing any figure. If we look at like any of the things these people believe or said or did or whatever, you're going to find tons of really scandalous shit. I think it's super weird that we like look back at these figures and we sort of put them up on pedestals like they're gods, like they're greater than normal men. It's just something that I find extremely cringy. I think like a good comparison to this is there was this like comedian in the UK that everybody really liked, and then it came out he was a pedophile, and they had a ton of monuments to this person up all over the UK. Apparently, he was a big like household name, and when that came out, that stopped. People took down those sort of like acknowledgments and whatnot. He stopped being this big household name that people looked back on after his death as being this legendary figure. I think we should take a very similar movement to that. I just think it's weird to idolize people that have been long dead in the past, even if they like, we can learn about them and we can, see what they did good and bad and whatnot. But I think like putting them up on this godlike pedestal is just super dumb.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Jangles.
So I don't think I disagree with anything that anyone has said so far, but I might have a Connor. I gotta go before you. I gotta take the citrus take. Fuck you. Okay. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good conversation to be had. Like these were not these like gods among men that sometimes that we seem to think that they are. I do think that it's unfair to morally impugn a person's character based on our own like standards for today. I do think that that's bad. I don't think that the founding fathers were evil, terrible men, even though they did things that by today's standards would be considered horrible. But at the same time, that's divorced from like recognizing the systems that they perpetuated and like how unjust inequalities have been like perpetuated for the 250 plus years of our nation's founding. I think we can separate those two things. But I think there's also like, who cares what the founding fathers would do today? Like, would you trust a scientist to like a scientist from 1760 to like, hey, what's your opinion on like the modern cancer treatments? Who fucking cares? They would know nothing. They would know nothing of the political structures. There's like over like 2 centuries worth of like information that they wouldn't be privy to. Who cares what they would think? But at the same time, like we don't need to like completely dismiss them. Like I don't like the left, like, oh, they're just a bunch of evil racists. Like, yeah, they were racist. Yeah, they were sexist. Yeah, they were homophobic. I guess fucking you can't like anyone if they were too far back, right? But that doesn't. But the more important thing for me is like the way that we venerate them. It condenses American history and greatness down to like these individuals, and that's just not true. It is a documented fact that historians like have condensed a lot of stories, condensed a lot of the American movements, especially the American founding, into these like the founding fathers, like these 10-ish individuals. It changes like who's the founding fathers. Like there's a reason I picked my beer tonight. Samuel Adams gets a lot of credit for like Boston and like all the things he did in Boston. Like he was the instigator of everything that happened in Boston. No, he fucking wasn't. Like it turns out there was a bunch of people who actually wanted to fight for revolutions. There was a bunch of people who actually like believed in the things that the founding fathers did, and to condense that and to give credit to a bunch of like individuals, to me that's runs counter to like the American spirit, right? We can be a great people. We can, as a people, believe in freedoms. Like we can regardless of where you come from, you can do great things. I think it runs counter to that dream to just say like, oh no, these great men, if it weren't for them, if it weren't for like these 10 fucking dudes, we would never have done it. I think that does an immense disservice to the American spirit. And I think that's what I'm not necessarily the most concerned about that, but that's the position I want to take during this panel, because I think that's what I care about the most right now.
Okay, now it's going to be Haas.
Okay, so this is a kind of complicated issue, and I want to kind of isolate what is the grain of truth from the. I think there's a grain of truth being used by the mainstream elements of the Democrats and liberals and leftists that they're exploiting for what I would call nefarious ends. So basically, here's what I would say. It is very true that the notion that the American Republic was founding as a truly universal republic for all people, all men are born equal, and so on, obviously it's not true. It represented the interests of a specific type of group. So that's very much clear from history, right? But here's some important thing I'll say. I still think there is such a thing as a objective significance of America and the American idea, as opposed to the British Empire, which many revolutionary and progressive and so on movements had to take for granted as a premise in the 20th century. The actors may have been hypocritical in regards to the full consequences and extent of this idea, but that doesn't change the fact that the founding fathers are the founding fathers of what we call the United States, the American state. It's very clear, for example, that slaves and descendants of slaves never were able to ever get to a point of actually being equal or even just stakeholders in the United States as a project. The chance for this was the 40 acres and a mule, which, because land ownership is a premise of being able to be a part of a political community, a polity, right? This was this promise was went back upon. It was, how should I put it? It was violated, basically. And since then, there have been genuine, authentic aspirations among Black peoples and among other groups, indigenous people and so on, to have authentic national self-determination, their own sense of polity and national self-determination. I think the way to reconcile this issue is to recognize this need and demand for national self-determination while also recognizing that there is an American state, and we have to be very careful here, right? If the United States ceases to be, and the first step for this is obviously the elimination of the founding symbols and the founding fathers. If this ceases to be, what's going to replace it? Are we going to return to feudalism? Are we going to return to techno-feudalism, the British Empire? Like, how will this be negotiated? Who is going to be consulted? It's really an opportunity for tech elites and other interests to circumvent the kind of constitution and all these kind of things that were in place after 1776. So one has to be very careful here, despite all moral perspectives on the question, about what's really going on when it comes to this elimination of America's founding history or the symbols thereof. Now, a final thing I will say is that, of course, the founding fathers owned slaves and represented the interests of a particular class and a particular group, and so on and so on. But I don't believe this was their innovation. These things had preceded them, actually, under the British Empire. And the 1619 Project claims that the British Empire was on its way to abolishing slavery in the colonies, but we know later that we have no reason to believe that because it was the British Empire that was propping up the Confederacy. So clearly there was a fundamental dependency there. That many commenters pointed out was from the very start, there was a tension between the American idea or the American project and the institution of slavery. There was an inner tension which was not fully resolved, but revealed during the Civil War and the events surrounding the Civil War, when the British Empire and France and so on supported the Confederacy against the Union. So we have to evaluate the significance of the Founding Fathers, not based on the standards of today, but based on what was their unique contribution to history. What did they actually accomplish? And to me, the significance of the Founding Fathers, as far as what they accomplished, is the American Republic, a republic that is by the people, for the people, and of the people. Has America as a project lived up to this ideal? No, it's not clear to me that it has. But I still think it's still meaningful, and it's still real foundation of a state, a continuity of the American state. That's all.
Fabian?
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised that the Marxist-Leninists and I apparently are on the same side on almost all these issues. I would almost in many ways reiterate what Haz has said, but I think another thing that we can maybe look at is understanding the cultural context of their times and looking at it today. And I think a great example of that is Thomas Jefferson, right? Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. He very likely procreated with slaves, right? Which is, a form of rape, right? He did horrible, terrible things, right? But at the same time, I think a great quote I had a professor say once was, good men are a product of their time and great men rise above that. And I think you see that even in Thomas Jefferson, right? Thomas Jefferson was very afraid to quote John Locke, second treatise on government, when drafting the Declaration of Independence. And he didn't say life, liberty, and property, which is what he originally wanted to write. Instead, he changed it to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness because he was worried that Southern slaveholders would use the idea of property as a means to maintaining a slave empire. He also, in 1807, made sure that the act prohibiting the importation of slaves was passed, right? Because and that was to be to go in effect in 1809 because of the ratification of the Constitution in 1789. It was protected for 20 years that the transatlantic slave trade couldn't be abolished, and yet he made sure during his own presidency that right at 1809, when that was no longer protected, that he could get rid of the transatlantic slave trade. Right. So you see these things and you go, wow, they're so paradoxical. And I think you do have to look at these people in the product of their time and what they accomplished in terms of liberalism, in terms of using the promises of Enlightenment thinkers and bringing it forward into a government. is extremely important. Now, obviously, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I don't believe in a state, right? But I mean, I still have to look at them in their time and many of their libertarian ideas and philosophies and the minarchist, kind of constitution that they created and set forth for us. And in a lot of ways, that has been abandoned, and a lot of those promises to people, obviously only extended to white men that were property owners, right? But I mean, at the same time, we do have to look at the cultural context and see what they achieved, getting rid of monarchistic systems, right? And it's not until World War I that you see the ideology of that, with Woodrow Wilson entering the war, and you seeing World War I becoming kind of an ideological war between monarchies and constitutional monarchies, with America there, and the idea of constitutions and parliaments. So I think that's a really important thing that we should understand, is that we do need to look at them in context, but also know that these were great men and great thinkers. And to say that, like, oh, just looking at their ideas is like, oh, these guys are backwards because of the product of their time, and not looking at some of the genius writings of Thomas Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Hamilton and Franklin, would do a great disservice in increasing the poverty of philosophy and education that we have in America, because there's a lot of good stuff there, but we also need to make sure we frame it in the context of the time.
Okay, next is going to be Demon Machine, then Connor.
Well, thank you, Fabian, for taking most of my points, you ass. I was going to bring up the part about life, liberty, and pursuit of property versus happiness, etc. That was pretty frustrating. But the thing that I would have to say is, if you just want to take a smooth brain take of it, is these dudes took on a fucking empire. And they did have some help with the French and obviously various other, and even Native American tribes and things like that. But I also want to give a little credit to something I learned this past week when I was on vacation in Charleston, where a lot of that shit happened, where the Tea Party Revolution, which happened all along the East Coast, it happened here in the dates-wise. It actually happened in Charleston first, where they started protesting the tea tariffs and things like that. And then it happened a few days later in Boston, where they dumped it into the fucking ocean. And so it was a very large thing that was happening, that they were working with lack of communication, and they led a revolution that succeeded against the largest navy that had existed up until that point. So, I mean, there is some credit where they got some shit done. Also, very much like a lot of their thinking of how to go forward, to let the document that they wrote also kind of be able to be molded with the times as it goes on, to where it's not just stuck in 1776 when they originally wrote it, etc. So I don't want to just tear them down and be like, we should get rid of them. I think that would be stupid, because you're throwing away a lot of really interesting knowledge with that. And so that's pretty much it.
Connor?
Yeah, we have quite a bit of contention. So I'm happy, again, to be aligned with an authoritarian communist. It's pissing me off, but, that's great. So what did the Founding Fathers actually accomplish? The American Republic. Yeah. Has it lived up to its ideals? No. No society lives up to its ideals. That's why they're called fucking ideals. They're things to be striven for. They're virtues or principles. If you look at historically back at any society, you look at the Roman Republic. Was it perfect? Fuck no. Was Greek democracy perfect? No, of course not. It doesn't matter what geographic locale or what people you go to. There's going to be espoused principles, and there's going to be failures of those espoused principles, and they're going to be dealing with the material conditions that they're surrounded by. People don't just fucking impose 20th century or 21st century morality into the fucking, 19th or 18th century as fucking perfect, like, emotional and fucking moral avatars. It's bullshit. And then on top of that, so one of the things that was pointed out was Thomas Jefferson intentionally sabotaging the institution of slavery. They basically knew that if they tried to go after it wholesale, they wouldn't be able to achieve the revolution. So they made a compromise. And as a result, they held on to something that was nefarious. And as a result, people who founded a lie, who perpetuated a lie, sent 200,000 of their countrymen to kill another 200,000 of their countrymen to fulfill this lie. If you look at the morals and virtues of American history, if you look at the 20th century as a fucking whole, you can either be a cynical fucking bastard and say it's all bullshit, or you can say that these are virtues and principles that we haven't lived up to, that we're trying to live up to, and that we fucked up the entire time. And the fact that, like, the fact that the insistence is that we're going to have a contention. Well, you're goddamn right we're going to have a contention. You want to turn around and you want to tell American kids their entire fucking country, their entire the Civil War, World War II, World War I, it's all based on a fucking lie? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to tell my kid that shit, and I'm not going to let that be the fucking education of my goddamn country. Are you fucking kidding me? Especially when there's a whole bunch of contradictory fucking evidence that points in the exact opposite direction. I have no idea I get why it would be fucking personal. But I think you're completely ignoring any evidence to the contrary of your position. So that lie meant many different things to many different people. And again, hundreds of thousands of people have died in order to fulfill that quote unquote lie. Then finally, maybe not finally, don't worship the people, look at their ideals. That we can agree with. I think Xander Hall said that shit. But these are great men by definition. They are people who have been vested with power and opportunity. And this is the thing. If you look at people, obviously they're products of their fucking time, but by definition, there's plenty of people who squander power and wealth and opportunity. We hold these people to historical criticism because they didn't use their power in a way that benefited them during that time. But when you look at people who achieve something with their power and their opportunity and it becomes something else, then you do laud those people because they exercise virtue in ways that are risky. As brought up by Demon Machine, as brought up by Fabian, these weren't some random like philosopher douchebags who came up with fucking ideas and then implemented them in a vacuum. They were fighting the world's most powerful empire at that time and beat it. That's fucking insane. So to act like they're stakeless, amoral, fucking virtueless douchebags is bullshit. So Jangles, gonna go after you a little bit. Who cares what the founding fathers have to say? They're a bunch of dead douchebags. What do they know about fucking political structures from 200 years ago? These were students of history. These were people who specifically studied the Roman Republic and Greek democracy, looked at all of the failures of power, and said, how do we create a social institution that can that is simultaneously rigid enough to give a society a structural framework on which to base itself, but flexible enough that it can perpetuate itself thousands of years into the future as long as people wield power in an appropriate way? Those are important questions that have been failed throughout history for fucking millennia. And we are literally the oldest fucking democracy on the planet because these people asked the right questions at the right time. So, the fucking thing that bugs the shit out of me is these things are not without consequence. They have not occurred within a moral fucking vacuum. They were difficult to fucking implement. They involved blood and fucking treasure and sacrifice. And guess what? When you try to impose your fucking ideals on society, you're going to find out that it's going to demand a lot more of you than just fucking philosophizing in a goddamn room with 9 fucking assholes. Yield.
Okay. For everybody in chat, I would like to say that I've been pushing my YouTube a lot lately. If you go to Dylan Burns TV on YouTube and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. And these shows take time and effort to produce, and any subs, donos, or anything want to throw towards the channel, I would appreciate. It's the last topic of the night. It is open for discussion.
So,
All right,
something
so
I do want to
jump in
kind
since
of
Connor
bring up real quick is the fact that also something else that the founding fathers did was they put a lot on the fucking line. If they lost, they were all executed. End of story. Like, they wouldn't have been questions asked. They would have been hung. So it wasn't like they were going to do this, and then if it didn't work out, they were just going to go home and go to their farm.
But we can extend that and understand that the very people they enslaved would have been hung, killed, raped, regardless of their outcome. I think it's something we ought to recognize at the same time if we are going to appease to counterpoints. Or sorry, God, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, Connor.
Who are you talking about? You talking about slave rebels? Like people?
No, I'm speaking. I'm
slavery?
like, well, let me finish the point all the way. Like we recognize that the stakes were high for these individuals, creating something separate and trying and advocating and pushing towards their own self-determination. We can also recognize at the same time the very tools that they used, which were people, never achieved that self-determination. So if we're talking about contradictions, there's one right there that it's a very easy thing, which I'm not saying like, I'm saying if you in the context of people who might be listening, like if you were to take a history course or any history course, there's sort of conversation about those contradictions. Like why is it that there's a group of people advocating for their own self-determination while simultaneously at the same time taking that self-determination from others? And then it doesn't matter what the stakes were for Africans. It didn't matter if the goals were met or lost, they were still going to be dehumanized, brutalized, no different than the indigenous people for the land that they stole from. And then what sucks, right, is when we try to have those complicated conversations about the very contradictions that exist in the United States of America, what we now know as the United States. There is a movement that wants to push back and say, we cannot talk about these things are in the past, but then there's a simultaneous recognition or contradiction that we ought to make sure we recognize and understand the full complication of the Founding Fathers.
Okay, so what I would like to answer, I would just like to answer your question flat out, even though I already know you know the answer, because I want to basically say it for the audience, right? The reason why this contradiction exists is because of religious and pseudoscientific racist philosophy that people believed at the time. That black people were a subgenre of human beings, that they weren't real human beings, or alternatively, they were the tribe of Cain that was punished by God, and therefore it was morally acceptable to enslave them because basically they had committed some grievous sin against Yahweh, right? These are the religious and pseudoscientific justifications that people told themselves in order to dehumanize black folk and keep them out of this great ideal. I don't have a problem with talking about those kinds of things. And on top of that, I think we have to reckon with those things, because if we don't, then basically what's happening is it's like, oh, all the fucking conservatives get on their hands and knees and metaphorically blow the Founding Fathers without acknowledging any of their fucking sins, which is a fucking problem, because obviously we can talk about all this nefarious bullshit that was going on at the time. But then my problem with kind of like, let's just face it, lie is a very strong word, okay?
Sure.
The problem that I'm like viscerally knee-jerky defensive about this is because I know 200,000 Union soldiers died killing another 200,000 Confederate soldiers in the name of, sure, maintaining the Union, but ultimately with the fucking goal of abolishing slavery within the United States. So I'm not comfortable saying that they died for a lie. You could say that they died for an incomplete project. You could say that they died for values and ideals that we haven't lived up to even to this day. I am comfortable saying that. I'm not comfortable saying that they died for a lie. Fuck that.
Sure, but we can recognize, however, right? So again, when we're talking about stakes and conversations, right? Like, if we look historically, the United States is not, as I mentioned earlier, the United States is not designed for black people, period. And this is historically reinforced. It is socially reinforced, economically reinforced, and politically reinforced. And then what happens is when specifically black people, black radicals, black nationalists argue these things, I don't think it's fair or representative of the argument to start arguing the semantics of potential charged language, because oppressed people will have charged language about the analysis of their phenomena. And that can be something that you can disagree upon. But I don't think that actually engages fully in the conversation about what do we do to make sure that we don't fall into those same traps in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So, like, as an example, right, if we understand that civil rights in the United States is in jeopardy and has always been in jeopardy, and it's a weapon that the right uses to try to strip the rights of people, we got to start approaching those problems in some type of pragmatic way. But even in the face of that pragmatism, there's still a fight of like, well, this is too far, or maybe this isn't like what we ought to do. We should do this instead. And like the core of my argument, when it comes to righting the wrongs of or putting us on a better path is we have to have the faces and stories and perspectives and history of oppressed people in the United States in the forefront alongside all those other, I don't think you disagree with this, alongside the other conversations that we have of things like the founding fathers and the Constitution. But even that very statement that I just said is going to make people within somebody's community right now on this panel start getting very uncomfortable.
Oh, and my community too. So I know other people want to talk, so I'll try to be really quick because I know we're running out of time too. So basically what I would say is, especially to my audience, because I know people are getting uncomfortable already, is this is what I want to work on with Joe specifically, is when Joe says, hey, I think that this country was built on a fucking lie. I think it's bullshit. I think that a bunch of fucking privileged ass douchebags started a war for their own fucking benefit, and they lied to a bunch of motherfuckers in order to fight that war, and they didn't actually understand or respect the universal rights of human beings, and they used pseudoscientific and religious reasons in order to dispossess people of their human rights. I don't want to jump down your fucking throat and call you a piece of shit. That's my instinct. But basically what I would rather say is, you and I have a fucking problem. We agree that there's a problem. How do we solve that problem? And that's a really fucking hard thing to do. It's a really tough conversation. We can do it another time, and I don't want to monopolize time, so I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, I think maybe to like kind of see
After Haas is gonna be Jangles, then Fabian.
see Joe's perspective. I think it's fair to say, please correct me if I'm saying the wrong thing.
Sure.
From a black perspective in America, it is a lie from that perspective. I'm like, think about it, right? The founding mythology doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just like the founding idea of the country. Liberty, pursuit of happiness. Like, what do these words mean for American black people? They mean nothing. They mean, as far if it's addressed to them and they are supposed to be included in the we the people and the for the people, by the people, of the people, then from their perspective, I could see why it is a lie. Of course, from their perspective, it's bullshit. It's cynical. It doesn't mean anything for them because they have never been allowed to have a stake in this country, again, in the form of land ownership. So ideas cannot assert their relevance solely on the terms of ideas themselves. They have to assert their relevance in terms of people's way of life, in terms of how they feed themselves, support themselves. And this is specifically in the form of having some kind of property, some kind of land. And black peoples in America were promised 40 acres and a mule after the Civil War, because even Lincoln and the Republicans and the abolitionists understood that if we are going to make black people part of the Union, really part of this Union, they have to be given land. You can't leave them with nothing. But this was not honored, and these terms were not honored.
Well,
so,
to your point, Haas, not to cut you off, like something that I think is also true at the same time is that there's a contradiction in itself, because you'll have the right wing where they'll say, well, we gave you land, like, and then you think like, okay, what does gave you land mean? Like, giving land that you're leasing out to former slaves to continue the work that they were doing because you recognize they wouldn't be able to exist in society otherwise, is a lie in of itself. And then even in that, like, there's a way that maybe you could pragmatically make that a fair and just system. But even in that, there was still like the idea of like, okay, who controls the land that you now cultivate? The very person that enslaved you.
Yeah, they were forced for the sharecropper system this is my understanding, to work on this land, and basically there was a continuity of the relations under slavery. So we, who are not black people, we should understand why black people will believe that it is a lie. But where I will give my 2 cents is when this is extended, when we start having liberals basically using the authentic sentiments of American black people to push their specific agenda upon the working people as a whole. And this is where I see red flags.
Yeah.
Can
I ask one more follow-up before you close? So do you think that do you think liberalism might be the reason why Connor, again, I'm going to put a lot on the table here unintentionally. Like, I feel like liberalism at its core is used almost as a weapon to sort of rile up individuals like Connor who hear that statement or like it's a lie, because I don't think that like when it sounds kind of, oh god, it sounds kind of weird, but like when I say it and then somebody who identifies as a liberal say it, I don't think we're arguing on the same plane of consciousness.
I think what I would say, not to just speak for him, but what I would say to that is that
By the way, sorry, Connor.
Liberalism has a blind spot. It's not because people are morally bad or something. It just has a blind spot, which is liberalism does not acknowledge fundamental differences between people. By fundamental, I don't mean like racial realism or anything like that. I mean, people have different history, they have different culture and different experience. We are not just all the universal subject of the state. So I could see why... I could see from the liberals' perspective why someone would be coming from there. But overall, everything I said, despite all the things I said, I still think that America still, even if it is a lie, rightfully so from the perspective of black people, America still does have a meaning for the American people, right? So to me, I don't see the issue of instead of reevaluating the significance of the founding fathers, I think it is more productive that the specific needs of American black people for self-determination and so on should be more brought to the table instead of just rewriting the history.
Yeah, can I address this because basically
before I gotta throw it over to Jangles and Fabian who raised their hand, have been waiting very patiently. I'll write your name down.
Fuck, and it's all right. I want to feel bad now. Connor, do you remember the issue you had with me like 20 minutes ago?
Sure. Was it you said a bunch of old fogey dumbass white people don't know shit about fuck?
Almost verbatim that, yeah. Yeah, it's almost verbatim that. So that wasn't to say that like. So I feel like this that misinterpreted my critique of that. Like what I'm saying is like when people invoke the founding fathers, it's not just like people invoke the founding fathers to push current modern day political goals, and that's dumb. If you do that, if you're a lefty, a righty, I don't care who you are, you're very, very stupid, and you should stop doing that because you're inventing a fictitious person to do that. You said, so Connor, you said, okay, they have this, they created this like a democracy, this longest lasting democracy in the world. All that stuff is true, but they did it 250 years ago. Okay, if they were to be transplanted today, they'd be like, what the fuck are women doing voting? Are there fucking queers here?
No, this is bullshit.
Why are all these people of different colors around? They would absolutely do that, and it's not because they're evil, it's because they're from 250 years ago. Anything you say that what they would do today, anything is going to be a fiction, and that fiction is going to be self-serving for your own motivations. No one's going to think like, oh, no, it absolutely will be. Like it's
okay.
Just how linear.
Jangles, you're being. Okay, you know how you were saying that you can confidently debate the right.
Wait. We're so close to the end. I just let Jangles finish their point. And you're on the list, so you will have time to respond, Connor.
Okay, so no, if you disagree with the statement that if you say what the founding fathers would do today is not, if you disagree that it would be fiction, you're just incorrect. I'm sorry. So when you say that nobody's perfect, I do agree with that, but it feels like a deflection. It feels like if you're saying they had all these great ideas, what were the great ideas? Freedom? What did that mean to them? Why should we take their version of what freedom is? Why should we take their version of what equality is? Why should we take their version of what democracy is? It was obviously imperfect. Yeah, but if you're going to say that, if you're going to say they weren't perfect, I agree. Why should we listen to them? We have a better version now.
Dylan, for the love of God, if Jangles is just going to rant for fucking 5 minutes to me,
without
me being able to address, I am driving up to Kentucky tonight, and we are going to throw fucking hands. That's what's going on.
Connor, he just finished.
Dog, do not talk to me about like monologuing. Come on.
Okay, Connor's not responding then. We'll throw it to Fabian.
All right, yeah. So I think there's a couple things I wanted to say. One, I would like to boost Counterpoints' idea of the kind of the racial superiority idea and how deeply entrenched it is. And I think you see this best with Benjamin Franklin, because Benjamin Franklin famously visited an all-black school in New Jersey, right? And because of his experience there, he publicly stated that he changed his opinion on the inferiority of black people and their ability to learn, right? So you have to understand that these founders they lived in a time where they quite literally believed that black people did not have the same capacity of thought, reason, or ability to learn certain things, and yet those opinions were changed. Well, no, I'm addressing Counterpoint's idea that when I'm just buffing it up, if you will, to address kind of the more general conversation. I think one of the things that we're missing here is a psychological understanding of how, especially conservatives and nationalism, plays into the portions of our brain that deal with sacredity and deal with religious concepts, right? I think what we have to understand is that for many right-wing individuals in America, especially those that tend towards nationalism, the founding fathers have become religious figures in some way, right? And as they have become religious figures, the ideal of them has taken on a life of its own that is in many ways, surpassed the actuality of what the men are. And so I think this gets into this idea where we need to start separating sometimes and understanding that there is the spirit of ideals and then there's the technical definition of things, right? I think it's really important that we approach things from this bimodal perspective and understanding that, like, yes, technically the founding fathers did these things, failed in these ways, did these works of writing, et cetera, but we also need to recognize that for a large portion of the country, the founding fathers have created this almost religious vigor of like the spirit of individualism, right? Or what Weber might have called like the Protestant work ethic that is being ingrained in these things. And if you don't, I know that you might not like that take, but if you don't recognize that that's a portion of how we view the founding fathers in this country, it's going to be difficult for you to parse out the contradictions and why they exist. So understanding it from a psychological and religious perspective is an important scope that we need to engage with and tackle if we're going to have meaningful conversations about how we view the founding fathers in this country.
Okay.
Well, that's something.
Agree with that.
Oh my God. So please, for the love of God, fucking Jangles, everything you fucking said is dead goddamn wrong. You know how you were fucking
Except
talking
it was
about,
all correct.
You were talking.
Everything was correct.
No. Stop confidently asserting incorrect things. You know how you were saying that you could debate fucking right wingers as long as you do what you were talking about. You obviously don't know what you're talking about when it comes to this subject specifically. Okay.
Sweet.
So basically,
right.
hold on. Fucking 250 years ago is not fucking ancient goddamn times. We're not using fucking microscopes. We're not using telescopes to stare back through fucking. Finish. We're not using fucking telescopes in order to peer through the fucking, the beginning of the universe in order to understand what the founding fathers meant and intended and thought.
Would you
they literally wrote down, shut the fuck up. They literally wrote down every single fucking thing that they said. And then on top of that, if there's political conceptions that still exist today, for instance, the balance of power between multiple chambers of government, has that changed in the past 200 years?
Does it look the same
no, it
now
hasn't.
as it
Dude,
did
shut
then?
the fuck up if you want to hear the goddamn point.
No.
Do you want to hear the point, or do you want to talk for me? Do you already know everything I'm going to say?
You can go, Connor.
Yeah, okay.
You can't hear him anyway.
Yeah, okay. One of the other things that you asserted was basically that they wouldn't understand women fucking having the right to vote or people of color fucking having the right to vote. Bartolome de las Casas was an indigenous fucking lawyer for fucking Native Americans in the 16th century. There were fucking abolitionists who were founders of the fucking country who believed that in order to fucking advocate for a true and, comprehensive and a more perfect union, that black people and fucking native people needed rights under the federal fucking system. And on top of that, the first fucking suffragette convention was in 1840, which is literally contemporary to some of the founding fathers. So the fact that you're pretending that these dudes are like fucking wiping their asses with fucking rocks and we can't understand what the fuck they're saying, it's factually wrong.
Okay, you can respond.
I'm gonna scream. Dude,
I'm gonna scream at you.
When did women get the right to vote? You said, it's not that long.
1920.
250 years. Suffragettes in like the 18th. Suffragettes existed in 1840. When did women get the right to vote? After most of those people who were existing in 1840
after
were
black
dead?
men.
Excellent. Isn't that incredible? You did not address anything that I said. Nothing. All right. Would you trust a scientist from 1760? Yes or no?
Would I trust it? On what? Astronomy? Sure.
Anything. Literally anything.
Sure. Astronomy? Absolutely.
No. All right, you're wrong. Sorry. No.
What the fuck are you talking about? Astronomy. They had telescopes. They literally predicted planets back in the 1700s.
250 years of research makes our everything that we had better. All right, every idea that you venerate the founding fathers for, every idea that you have, we have elucidated on that for 250 years. We have better ideas now than they did then. If you disagree with that, I'm sorry, you're wrong. All right, our ideas of freedom are much better. You can say that. Oh, one fucking.
Why
guy,
do people
hey,
even bother reading Marcus Aurelius?
A few of the founding fathers like tossed around the idea of abolition. Did they really? Do we want to like all these fucking cowards who like own slaves, but like in their heart of hearts, they really didn't all like slavery. Awesome. They kept it. They kept in slavery to like keep the union together. You know why? Hey. We can call them cowards. We can say that, like, hey, that's the choice they had to make at the time. I'm not interested in morally impugning the founding fathers. All I've been trying to do from the very, very beginning is to say that anybody who tries to like use the founding fathers to like guide what we want to do today is an idiot. Who cares what they want to do? Not because they were bad people, but because they existed 250 years ago. They did not have any idea what our infrastructure is today. They had no idea what our information systems are today. They had no idea what our education systems are today. They had no idea what our financial systems are today. So why the fuck would we listen to them? Any time you evoke the founding fathers as what we should do today is a fiction. If you disagree with that, you're wrong, and I just want you to acknowledge that.
No, because you're wrong.
Give me a writing on what Benjamin Franklin said that we should do in 2021. Otherwise, you're full of shit, and I'm right.
Okay, I'll literally look it up, and I'll find you something from fucking Benjamin Franklin that's fucking 10-head. But at the same time, why would anybody, based off of what you said, consider what Plato or Aristotle or Marcus Aurelius, people who have been dead for 10 times longer, but who are still offering philosophical and spiritual and virtual fucking guidance to millions of people across the fucking planet, and not for some fucking religious motivation, literally just secular descriptions of politics and how they work. Why would anybody, based off of your logic, why would anybody consider anything that these people had to say when they've literally been dead 10 times longer?
A historical understanding of where the points came from, and then that's the basis for like
this is bullshit. Virtues don't change, principles don't change, power doesn't change. As a matter of fact, these things have been understood. No, these things have been understood for thousands of years.
Why do we have a different conception of what it means in the founding fathers?
Because people who think they're fucking geniuses.
No. Why are you wrong? If they don't change, why are you wrong? Why do we have a different conception of what it means?
Bitch. Calm down, both of you, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Kai said Kentucky. Joe, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, I want to approach something that Scott said and Connor said at the same time. Let's be careful with one thing, right? There are entire continents that had their own cultural expression, their own uniqueness within the world at large, and then a concentrated effort to colonize them and strip them of their humanity, their culture, and who they are is something that we ought to recognize. So I think that while we can agree that these ideas and these invocations of these, if I'm being quite frank, dead white guys, perpetuates itself all over society, we also never really looked at something else. Like we never were given the opportunity to, what are the perspectives of other individuals that these communities looked up to and respected? And due to a lot of reasons, they were kind of erased from society. But I think that's something we have to recognize. But I think something that Scott brought up, which is really important here, because this is my concern when navigating around white nationalists, is that one thing that they like to invoke is this idea that the founding fathers and these individuals of these country they're not kings, they're not monarchs, they're beyond that. They are these deities and these figures that ought to not be challenged in any way. And then what they do is they then go the next level down and say, like, this Constitution is a document that is consistent across all of society, and that we ought not to change it because it's essentially our Bible. So our founding fathers are our gods, and the Constitution and these documents they created are our Bibles. Now, I'm not saying that that's what every single individual who believes, right? Because I'm saying that this exists, and I've heard this within this particular space. But then when I branch it out, I see the consequences of that type of rhetoric, where people firmly don't believe that the Constitution is a living document, and there's people who firmly don't believe that the founding fathers are able to be critiqued. And then what sucks about it is that, like, we understand that we can critique anybody. Like, we critique each other right now. So why is it that these individuals found a way to transcend to a higher plane of consciousness? And I think, like, there's a lot of like adopting of other things unintentionally, but that's like a totally like, other thing.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap it up now. It's already pretty late, so you guys want ending statements, or you just want to wrap it up?
I think we should wrap it up.
I'm fine. To be honest with you,
I'm down
Connie,
for ending.
Connie, you said you wanted an ending statement.
It's okay. I'll just I just need 30 seconds on the clock.
Okay, Jangles will also get 30 seconds on the clock after, and we'll just wrap it up.
Okay. Benjamin Franklin said, "Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults. He that falls in love with himself will have no rivals. There was never a good war or a bad peace. He that lies down with dogs shall rise up with fleas. Better slip with the foot than the tongue. Look before, or you'll find yourself behind. Don't throw stones at your neighbors if you own windows that are glass. He that would live in peace at ease must not speak all he knows or judge all he sees. Well done is better than well said." So I could keep going, but he's got plenty of other anecdotes that I think apply just as much in 2021 as they did in the fucking 18th century.
Jangles?
Cool. I have an even better anecdote, all right? Good things are good, bad things are bad. This is kind of like the vacuous, like, nothing statements that I was talking about. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
get
all these
fuck
ideas
out.
are great. Yeah, I know. All these ideas are great. How are they implemented in 2021? All right, we can take these things. One, we shouldn't give credit to the founding fathers for thinking of these things. Do you really think that they were the first people to, like, think of these things? No, that's the entire point. I'm not saying that we should, like, destroy the founding fathers for being evil people. No, of course I'm not saying that. All I'm saying, and what I've said from the beginning, is that when you try to invoke the founding fathers as to what we should do today, to give guidance what we should do today, all these ideas have been expanded upon forever. You didn't answer this because you know I'm correct. Their idea of freedom looks vastly different than our idea of freedom, because we have 250 years of awesome Americans who have expanded upon their good ideas. They had great ideas. We've done better than them. But, you know, they weren't great men. They were just good men at the right time, all right? The American people deserve the credit, not the founding fathers, all right? They were the instigators. They weren't even the instigators, all right? They were the leaders, but they were not the sole, like, progenitors of the American Revolution. And that is the real history of America. Like, everyday Americans doing this job. Everyday Americans, like, pushing freedom. Everyday Americans, like, making the country better, fighting bigotry, fighting oppression, like, promoting equality. That's the story of America, and that's what we should push, all right? We have a better idea today because of everyday Americans, not because of great men in history who decided to invent the idea of freedom.
Wonderful. 4-hour podcast. Who would have thought it? Thanks, everybody, for coming on. You all have a blessed weekend. I now have to do a charity stream. That's going to be a blast. You all have a good one, okay? See you guys.
Thanks, Dylan.
Catch you, buddy.
Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, man. Kick people right in the dick. All right, let's answer questions and super chats and shit. Oh, man. I love Jangles, but holy fucking shit, does that, like, kind of ahistorical bullshit fucking piss me the fuck off. Like, seriously, pisses me the fuck off. What's up, sluts? Let's do it. All right. Amen. Glad you were finally able to point out the clear moral distance. That's MJW379 for $4.99. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. Literally having to fucking sit around while 20 minutes Haas and fucking CTV autistically fucking yell at each other. I know I'm not supposed to use autistic in that way, and I'm sorry to all the differently abled people in the fucking chat, but holy shit, did that make me want to fucking eat hot sauce covered glass. Gideon Arc at Counterpoints. Back to the reparations. What do you think the balance of reparations to bootstrapping is? I think better policy is good, but there always needs to be a meeting partway just for progress' sake. Yeah, so I don't want cash reparations. Basically, what I would want is just invest in universal social services. That way it's not racialized, and then all the fucking the whites and the Hispanics go, what about us? You fucked us over in this way. I would rather just have, like, you know, universal pre-K and universal secondary education and high quality education and, you know, high quality healthcare. I know that's insane, but, you know, whatever. Cal Clay says, gay guy here. How much for the Mankini picks, both of you? You can just wait until the 18th. Basically, we're looking for a hot tub right now. or a whatever. Might have to do like a kiddie pool, but you know, CTV will be in a Speedo, I'll be in short shorts, and we'll do like a hot tub stream for shits and giggles. All right, so Bob Jones, analysis of JREG Centricide series when for $1.99. I would love to do it. So actually, this is crazy. So I don't have enough time. I am working a job. I have a family. I'm working a job. It's 40 hours a week. I'm actually just getting into it and getting trained. It should be pretty lucrative, which means that my time should be free. So I absolutely want to do JREG Centricide series. I absolutely want to finish the Bo Burnham breakdowns and even do other albums. I want to do all of Hell's Reach. I want to do all of Warhammer 40k, Warhammer TV. I want to do everything. You know, all the Halo cinematics, all that kind of stuff. I just don't have time, and part of the issue is I don't have enough time because I don't have enough money. So if we go Centricide, will definitely be added to the list. Maybe after we do the Bo Burnham breakdowns, we can do JREG, because I do love me some JREG. And as a matter of fact, one of my favorite, or one of my best and most popular videos is a JREG breakdown. But, you know, say lovey. ZJW74, do you have a book list of what you would consider a must read? Yeah, actually, ZJW74, DM me on Twitter, _counterpoints_. I'll send you my Audible list because I love almost everything that I have on there. So anything by Robert Kaplan, that is Monsoon, Revenge of Geography, Imperial Grunts. I love Imperial Grunts in particular. And I'm trying to think of a few other ones, but he does a bunch of like geopolitical books that regionalize a lot of American conflicts and talks from them from a macroscopic perspective. I think it's really good. And then those are the main ones for like nonfiction, and then for fiction, I love Gonskos for the Warhammer 40,000 universe. So Stoic, oh, she's definitely a lib. I just meant lefty in the way people use it on Twitter, which is basically you have to be a strict socialist, if not a tanky at counterpoints. Yeah, you know, Contra probably pretends to be a socialist or a communist, so she doesn't get fucking guillotined. But let's face it, she's a fucking lib. MJW379, you interested in history podcasts at all? Yeah, I mean, I've watched a few Dan Carlin, I think it's Dan Carlin, Hardcore History. And I do the Great Courses series on Audible. Great Courses is college courses for history classes. So it's really, 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 really good. Gideon Arc at Counterpoints. Do you think right and left wingers strawman typical centrists so much because it makes them comfortable with avoiding any level of nuance or moderate discussion? Yes, I do. I don't think that they want to if you can deal with the far right because they're neo-Nazis and they're monsters and they're alt-right and they just want to kill everybody, that's an easy opponent to fight with. Having somebody who's saying like, hey, I don't want all of those negative things, but I want all these positive things, and I think they're worthy of preserving, you have to have a much more nuanced take with that. Joe Lewis was going after Xander Hall crazy aggressive during this podcast, and that's because he knows. The reason why he couldn't go after me crazy aggressive is because he knows I'm not a dumb fuck. So if he comes at me twisted, I'll come at him twisted. Mayor of, kind of like I did Jangles. I love Jangles, but god damn it. That was frustrating. Mayor of Ohio at Counterpoints just got here. How's it going tonight? How's the show? Oh, it's been an absolute shit show, Mayor of Ohio. I don't know if you're still here, but the first subject was about Lauren Southern, and because we had a bunch of dudes who think Lauren's hot, basically nobody argued that she shouldn't be platformed, so that was fun. I'm sure all of the fucking leftists and progressives are really gonna love all of the takes from all these leftists saying that Lauren should fucking come and debate. Then that was a shit show because I was expecting that to be the shit show, and then it wasn't the shit show. Then the second topic, CTV came in and yelled about the Civil War at Haas. He wasn't even on tonight's panel. And then he just yelled at Haas for fucking 30 minutes. So I just answered super chats. And then the final subject, Jangles had like 2 beers and decided to yell at me that everybody before the 20th century was a fucking dumbass. And so I had to yell at him a little bit. So it was frustrating. But, you know, overall, whatever. It's a Twitch panel. What do you want? Big Hoff 98. Hey, being young is an excuse to be uncultured. I'm 22, and I know Indiana Jones quotes as heresy. Good. I'm happy a young person. Is familiar with Indiana Jones. That does make me happy. And then just shouting out. All right, we got like 100 people in chat. Super chats are not necessary. If you put at Counterpoints, I'm gonna answer your questions. If you do have $5 or $2 or whatever or $10 burning a hole in your pocket, I want to pay Taze, my editor. I want to pay the guy who does the timestamps, and then we're kind of debating like saving up for a computer, but we're also debating getting accessories so we can beef up this computer. Whenever we have like lag issues or whatever, it's the fucking computer. We just need a new one. But you know, it's going to cost $2 to $3 grand, so that's probably a month or two out if I do it by myself. ZJW74 at Counterpoints, take the $50 I sent you and reinvest in your ISP. It's not the internet. The internet's plenty fast. It's literally the computer. If I run Discord, overlays, OBS, chat all at the same time, it just fucking it eats the RAM. And I just don't think my motherboard or my processor or my RAM is good enough. And fucking Taze has a list, but it's going to be between like $800 and $1,500 if we build it all ourselves, and it's going to be like $2 to $3 grand if we want to just buy a rig. Was Pac-Man at Counterpoints. Who is your ISP? I want to make sure I never use them. Haha. It's Spectrum. They do good internet service, so whatever. Big Hoth 98 with the 20 euros. Thank you kindly. I wish they would actually define and explain dog whistles. I think there is a problem of the far right couching things in language with the Overton window, and then lefties reeing whenever they see any right-wing argument. Yeah, by the way, they were accusing CTV of having dog whistles. CTV wasn't dog whistling. He was literally saying exactly what he was saying. Then the other guy, too, the guy who was in the motorcycle shop, like Demon Machine or whatever, absolutely wasn't dog whistling. He literally believed everything he said. So that's where, of course, you know, if you're saying something that's like more nefarious, or if you're repeating like fucking talking points that you haven't thought about a lot, you can inadvertently dog whistle, but I don't think it's intentional. Whatever. So that's a problem with, you know, you're a lefty for fucking too long. You think everything's a dog whistle, and then the problem with being a righty for too long is you think nothing is a dog whistle. So that's frustrating. Was Pac-Man at Counterpoints. Did I just hear lefties, Xander, say that using identity politics, saying that you can or can't say something because of race history is wrong? What Twitch Twilight Zone am I in right now? Yeah, so what happened is a bunch of lefty, white, cis debate bros started having debates, and then they started being attacked for their immutable characteristics. So they decided that identity politics is actually bad, and the argument should stand on their own. And then they used examples like Blair White, who is a attractive binary trans gal who has, according to them, dog shit arguments about transgender folk and gay folk. So they used her as an example of like, you can be a person from a certain demographic and still have dog shit arguments. Same thing with Candace Owens. They really fucking hate Candace Owens. So do I, but you know, that's because I think she has a platform that she doesn't deserve. So anyways, Stoic at Counterpoint, stay strong. I was saying that I was going to Sudoku myself at that time. Sudoku is just a play on words for seppuku, which is Japanese ritual suicide. I'm never going to commit suicide, guys. It's just, you know, these conversations are really frustrating. I would like to get into the fray and throw elbows and shit, but sometimes Dylan holds me back or whatever, so it's just a pain in the balls. Was Pac-Man at Counterpoints. The statement, we the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union, more perfect, not the perfect. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, that's why I was getting pissed at fucking Jangles, because he was literally saying like, oh, these motherfuckers, like they don't know what they're talking about because they're 200 years old and they're fucking dead. And it's like, all right. These are all me talking. Chris Man, I'm about to head to work, so maybe next time. Yeah, sorry, buddy. No, you already answered my question. All right, good. So yeah, Chris Man, I know you're probably gone at this point, but if you ever have a question, if any of you guys super chat and I don't answer your question, just do at Counterpoints in the chat. I answer things regardless of whether or not you give money, so just ask away. Artifices, do you think that debates or online political discourse like these panels is actually effective? I feel like generally speaking, no one's mind is changed by the end of them. Artifices, we are not fighting each other. We are not fighting to change each other's minds. I will not get Jangles to be a centrist. I will not get but although Jangles is incredibly good faith, so if anybody was going to actually change their mind on anything, it would be Jangles. But I'm not going to get Joe Lewis to change his mind. But each one of these people, so we have 100 people in chat right now. Each one of these people has between 30 and a few thousand people watching them. So we're not arguing to the individual people in the debates. We're arguing for the audience. So always keep that in mind. Like just because you're having an unproductive conversation with a person in a live debate does not mean that you're not forwarding your agenda. Unknown. Counterpoints. Should point out here that not every founding father owned slave. John Adams never owned a slave, for example. Yeah, dude, like, what a fucking pain in the balls, dude. Literally, they would not accept the fact that, like, oh, founding fathers, not all of them were fucking evil, and some of them actually had ideals and principles that they were trying to live by. I seriously, the problem with Joe Lewis's perspective is, I think if I actually held it, I would not survive, because it's so pessimistic about the nature of the world and the nature of politics. Poika, chill counterpoints. Lol, you got to stay balanced as a mod. I'm not a mod, buddy. Not in this one. Not a mod. So, hold on. I think I just bumped into some. Sorry, just making sure. All right, yeah, here we go. This is stupidity. Like, you are hardly going to read Sun Tzu for nuclear deterrence or counterterrorism, but my God, is it accurate still after how many hundreds of years? Yeah, Big F 98. Yeah, if you're talking about like virtues or principles or how to live a good life or philosophy or whatever, obviously people in the fucking past have perspectives. Why would anybody read Sun Tzu? Why would anybody read Marcus Aurelius? Why would anybody read Socrates or Plato? Why would anybody read Aristotle? Why would anybody do any of this shit if what he was saying was true? It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And it's really frustrating to me because he's Jangles the science lad. So for me, that's scientism. He's just worshiping science the way that you should worship like moral philosophy or religion. The Droopy Killer at Counterpoints, the easiest one to quote, throw at people usually is Teddy Roosevelt because you can cherry pick any of his quotations on environmentalism. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I knew Ben Franklin had some good ass quotes, so that's why I did that at the end. Nicholas Mikhail for $5 for defending Plato and Aristotle and all of history and philosophy. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers dog on fucking every Greek and Roman fucking philosopher. I'm gonna let them dogging on fucking the great political minds of the past 2 fucking millennia. And again, that's scientism. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit perspective. Like it's really unnuanced, uncharitable, and kind of silly. And I think Django's like, I'm not trying to. When he has alcohol, because I noticed he was drinking a beer or whatever, when he has alcohol, he gets really fighty really quick. So that's his Kentucky shit. So, I would prefer it if he just didn't drink during panels, but it is what it is. Big Hoth 98 at Counterpoints should have made them condemn Marx because he was dead. Yeah, but Jangles isn't I don't think he's a Marxist. So unfortunately that wouldn't quite be the own that we wanted it to be. You got to be careful because there's liberals and progressives and there's socialists who are Marxists and then there's socialists who are not Marxists and then there's fucking communists and there's authoritarian communists and anarcho-communists. There's a whole bunch of different factions. So if you go for the right debate own against the wrong person, it's not going to work and they're just going to look at you like you're a fucking idiot. Poika at Counterpoints. R.E. Jangles only did a couple of years, but of maths is a great example of absolute knowledge that didn't change and is formulated. Thank you, Poika. I'm going to bring that up because math, like, I'm pretty sure math is like fucking like hundreds of years, thousands of years old. We absolutely still use mathematical formulas that were proven like fucking centuries or millennia ago. So yeah, that's a really good point. And especially for scientific people, that should be a really easy dunk. Good point. This is why I talk to chat, by the way. This is why I talk to chat. And this is why I talk to people all the time, because I get to refine my arguments and find interesting ones. Poika says, I'd super chat if it was entropy instead of Google. It's okay. We'll, Patreon, I think, is up. Patreon.com/counterpoints if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, then we should be up on Twitch. So it's all good. Joseph R said, I just got a computer just over a month ago for $2K. It's nice. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll talk to Taze because he's got to decide. Obviously, we have to get this running in order to be able to pay him. So we want it to run smooth. We want to have the graphics and the art and all that kind of stuff. But again, I'm starting a new job this month that should be pretty lucrative. So if I can buy it, and then I can just pay him the salary, I don't really care. So, but super chats, donos, Patreon, it all helps. So obviously the goal is to go professional eventually, but we have to scale this thing up. We're only at like 11K subs or something like that. So again, if you got money, you got money. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Chris Wang says, the founding fathers didn't come up with democracy. It was built on the back of all sorts of people that the founding fathers read. Chris Wang, if this is a criticism, I agree with you. They combined it with other fucking concepts in order to create American democracy or American republicanism. I don't disagree with that. But that's because democracy is flawed. That's because republicanism is flawed. That's because monarchy is flawed. So they combined the systems in ways that they thought that they would, or that would work long term. That's the genius of the founding fathers. It's not them, claiming to have invented a certain idea. It's them combining ideas into a functional model. Guac Rocks at Counterpoints. Do you think Jingles actually thinks the foundational political contributions to the founding fathers aren't meaningful to the system and the issues in the present day? Yeah, I can't tell if it's like the beer talking or whatever, but yeah, he does not respect anybody who didn't like live before 1940, so that's annoying as fuck. Nicholas Mikhail at Counterpoints. I had Spectrum, but switched to AT&T Fiber, cheaper and faster if you can get it. Yeah, it's not available in my region, but I'll keep it open. You know, like the second it's available, I'll fucking do it. 09 do? Can you please have a discussion on the righties like AJW, Sargon, and SFO? I feel like your views would be very palatable to a lot of their audience. Yeah, I do. So I'm already scheduled with Actual Justice Warrior, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, as long as there's no fallout because him and Rose Wrist are talking shit to each other. Then him and I should have a discussion that I think should be really productive. And honestly, like Sargon's audience, AJW's audience, Adam and Sitch's audience, all that kind of stuff. Those are the kind of people that I'm like. I am like them. I am enlightened centrist. I am liberal. I am loose on some issues, but then I think guns are incredibly important. I think republicanism is incredibly important. I think traditional values are incredibly important if they help you live a better life. I like Jordan Peterson unironically, even though he eats steak and is a fucking lunatic and fucking retweets pictures of his daughter in a fucking sexy lobster costume. Even though he's a fucking lunatic, I still think he said a lot of really good shit. So, you know, those are my people, but I don't feel like they've done enough to come into the lefty space to fight the good fights against the steel men of the left. And when I try to drag them my way, because it's not what they're used to, they fucking yell at me, and it's really annoying. So, yeah. The Droopy Killer at Counterpoints. Have you read the Analects of Han Feitze? A lot of people that read philosophy history have missed them, but I found them to be a good read. Yeah, again, like kid, wife, job, all that kind of stuff. It's really frustrating, but if I do have time, obviously I'm going to want to read. Philosophy books and history books and all that kind of stuff, and do reports and all that kind of stuff. Some people were asking for history content earlier in the night, and I absolutely would do that. ZJW74, I just want to thank you again for being a fucking member. When I see that little green name, it gives me happiness. You should also bring up the discovery of the Earth's curve. Yes, didn't the fucking Greeks do that like 500 years before Christ? I really get fucking frustrated with like scientists fucking pretending that everybody in the ancient world was a dumbass. It actually pisses me off. Weekend jail. Am I coming in right at the end again? Yeah, dude, we've been running for 3 or 4 hours now. You fucking kidding me? It's fucking bedtime. It's midnight. I got shit to do tomorrow. Was Pac-Man. What does your debate prep process look like? I don't prep. I don't prep, but at the same time, if there is a subject that I'm unfamiliar with, I'll absolutely Google it. I'll take a look at what like progressives are saying, what you know, Republicans or whoever are saying, you know, Fox News, MSNBC, whatever, CNN, and then I will always counter check information. Whatever I find that I think is supportable, I check the supporting information just to make sure that it's actual what I'm asserting is actually supportable. And then if there's something that I think is off, I'll follow down that thread of research. And then same thing, I read, not all the time anymore, but I literally spent like in preparation for wanting to do YouTube and also just being a naturally curious person myself. 18 credits of my college degree was history. I think I've done like another fucking 30 credits of great courses series on audible.com, literally just for shits and giggles. I listen to YouTube podcasts all the time. I stay active in the space. Whenever there's a controversy, I try to fall down the rabbit holes as much as possible. So it's a lot, you know, it's a lot of media consumption. It does burn my brain sometimes. Unrelated is something I've been interested in, but I have pretty much zero social media presence. Thanks for fighting the good fight. You're welcome, buddy. I appreciate you. The Droopy Killer. Wait, you have a Patreon? Why is it not linked everywhere? Basically because we're setting it up for the 18th. The 18th is a big launch. So, are you going to CTV's place or is he coming to your place? And what's the date and time again? It's just going to be on the 18th, probably like early to mid-afternoon. Literally, it's probably not going to be much. I'm just going to set up a cell phone and fucking stream to Twitch and maybe have some like earpods or headphones. And then CTV and I are going to drink and hang out in a fucking hot tub or a kiddie pool or some shit because we said we would. And we'll show off our dad bods intermittently and just kind of bullshit with chat, and it's not gonna be a big deal. So like, I don't expect anything really from that. It's just because we said we were gonna do it, and it's kind of like a spoof thing. So if you want to come watch, come hang out with us, no big deal. Chris Wang, at Counterpoints, are actual Justice Warrior and Rosary still feuding over some dumb jokes? Yeah, it's not that. Atheism is unstoppable as being like a really big douche behind the scenes to Roserist in ways that are not super cool. I don't want to talk about it too much because like Roserist is dealing with it, but basically like I think AJW and AIU were friends, and then Roserist and I are friendly rivals, so it just kind of sucks because if Rose oversteps to AIU or AIU oversteps to Rose, then that could fuck up our relationship or whatever, even though we don't know each other that well. I don't know. You know, it's up to him. Doors always, for AJW, doors always open on my end, so I don't... There's a lot of interpersonal drama between all these fucking characters on Twitch. I try not to let it affect my professional relationships, even if the personal relationships are rough. Daniel Morales at Counterpoints, do you believe in horoscopes? I'm Sagittarius. I am also Sagittarius. I was born in November. I won't tell you the date because I don't want to be doxxed, but yeah, I am a Sagittarius as well. Hannah Morel, is your Patreon live yet? Yeah, it's live. So patreon.com/counterpoints. We'll start posting the links in the description, all that kind of stuff. So if you guys want to do it, then jump on over. So I think it's literally patreon.com/counterpoints common spelling, so it's not that hard. At Counterpoints, the Egyptians and Sumerians were able to predict the movements of the stars and the planets. Yes, again, like, y'all could hit me with another 10 million fucking examples of how like ancient people were smart as fuck. It's super frustrating when people act like the ancients were dumb as fuck. It's really frustrating. 09 Waidu 09 Waidu. I don't know how to pronounce your name. The reason I suggested discussing with the other centrist righties was because it may help you go full time. Sargon used to give Kevin Logan a platform. Surely he can give you one. We'll see. And the reason why, it's, you know, nothing personal, but I don't like that the right wing was like, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me. And then they blew up and they got fucking huge by dunking on dumb fucks for like 5 years. And then we got Destiny and fucking Destiny and who is it, fucking Vosh, running around just fucking wrecking motherfuckers, and we don't have any representation. We don't have any representation from the center, and the far right has gotten super banned. So it fucking, you know, it bugs the piss out of me that there's nobody else out here throwing fucking elbows with me. Pisses me off. So Todd Fulton, what peeves me about conservatives like Sargon is when they act like they have some sort of monopoly on family values. Yeah. We gotta do it. Morgan says, you will be the first Patreon I sub to. Thank you. I am flattered. I'm flattered that anybody would give any kind of fucking money towards this shit, because I will and would do this for free. But obviously if I can do this as a job, then I want to do it as a job. So, was Pac-Man at Counterpoints, if you were Sherlock Holmes, who would be your Twitch Moriarty? Oh, man. Who would be my Twitch Moriarty? Moriarty is like behind the scenes, and he's like shadowy, and he's manipulative. I don't have a Moriarty yet. I'll keep an eye out for him. I would want my Moriarty to be like Vosh or like Nick Fuentes or some shit, but Nick Fuentes probably doesn't know who the fuck I am, and then Vosh seems very hesitant to platform competent people. I think he just wants to, you know, dunk on dumb fucks. Young Partisan at Counterpoints, are you vegan? What are your points of contention with veganism? I am, okay, so I'm like 90% vegetarian. If somebody else cooks meat, or on occasion, I will cook meat for myself and I'll cook meat for my son. But I have reduced my meat intake by about 90%. I literally used to have it breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like meat. And then I literally thought to myself, like, if I had to kill these animals myself, would I kill this many animals in order to sustain my diet? And the answer was no. So my wife is vegetarian, and then she does like vegan binges. So she's vegetarian, so that makes it easy. And then thanks for the super chats, guys. Holy shit. But she's vegetarian and then goes vegan on occasion, but she'll cook primarily vegetarian dishes for us, and then I'll cook some vegetarian and some meat on occasion. And Gardein, Gardein. It's like the McDonald's of vegetarian food, but they make this like a beef crumble that you can make with spaghetti. We literally make that with like spaghetti, lasagna, like all that kind of stuff. And of course, because it's like doused in cheese and carbohydrates, which we all know is super healthy for you. It tastes great, and we've actually served it to exclusive meat-eating friends, and they like it just fine, or at least they tell us they like it just fine. So, I don't have any beefs with veganism. It's just I have beefs with vegans. Vegans are douchey, but at the same time, like as soon as lab-grown meat comes out, I'm exclusively going to use lab-grown meat, and I'm going to encourage everybody to move to either lab-grown meat or vegetarianism. Because I think it's probably good for the planet, and even if you want a steak, then you shouldn't have to slaughter an animal or create 50 billion tons of methane in order to eat a burger or a steak. ZJW74 at Counterpoints. You ever try to get in contact with Count Dankula? Nah, I mean, like, isn't he a memer? I don't even know if he's a debater. Is he a debater? Like, I don't mind, like, going on to right-winger shows and being platformed or whatever, but, you know, it is what it is. I want to hang out with debaters because I feel like they understand my shit more than the essay people. The essay people do not deal with the fucking stress the way that debate people do. I don't think they might deal with like mass harassment from the audience, but I do not think they deal with the same shit as like showing up live and talking shit. Matthew Dougherty at Counterpoints. Found you through Adam and Sitch. Love your fight for the intelligence of the ancients. Went to a high school where we read Plato and Aristotle and had debate style classics. Keep it up. Yeah, buddy. That seriously, I can't believe fucking smart people pretending that old people, like ancient people, are fucking stupid. It pisses me off. Weekend jail. My work schedule. Frowny face. Here's some money. Keep up the good vids, dude. To be honest, as far as politics on YouTube, I find your views all right. Align better with mine than others. Can't wait to see what we'd fight over. Yeah, I'm gonna piss you off eventually. As a matter of fact, because like the audience was so cool tonight, I'm thinking about reshooting my 1 hour rant about like systemic racism or like historical injustice, because it is really pissy. Like I get like really like cathartically angry, and it felt really good to do. But at the same time, like probably half the fucking people I'd want to talk shit to are in the chat right now. So maybe I should go back and do a more like sensible, like a more sensible and clean work that's not literally gonna piss off dozens of people. I mean, like, I love making people mad, but, you know, if I'm actually trying to win people over to my argument, maybe I shouldn't be such a bitch about it. 09Y at Counterpoints, it pisses me off, too. I think Stitch needs to pull his shadow weight around. You two are a breath of fresh air. Love your work. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I would love it if fucking Stitch and Adam came out, man. I would love it if any right-wingers, any centrists came out and fought, because we just don't have a lot of them. Literally, like Dylan and Prime, they're like, hey, can you send me stuff? And I'm literally sending them like either, you know, like 5 follower Andes and literally people from Discords that I know who like to fight. And it's like, that's how desperate they are for centrists or right wingers to come fighting, because there's just not that many of us. Coco Crisp, I saw a conservative crying about a brown person at the end of the new God of War trailer. I think you guys have to figure it out. No, they keep putting women and blacks in my video games. The fucking end is nigh. Yeah, you know, whatever. It is what it is. The fucking I love that that's like a sign of the doom. It's the doom siren is the black people in my video games. 09Y gave me $7.99. Thank you for your work. Hey, thanks, buddy. Thanks for the money. I appreciate it. Again, it's gonna go back into the channel. I'm not fucking doing cocaine or even buying Warhammer models with it. We're just putting it back into the channel. Have you tried chicken of the tree? Iguana. I will never eat an iguana. Iguanas are cool as fuck. I don't eat cool animals. I'm not gonna eat like a fucking kangaroo or an iguana or a fucking like a raccoon or some shit. Like I mean raccoon's a trash animal, but I'm not gonna eat an animal that I think is cool. Like I won't eat octopus or squid, even though I think that it probably tastes really good. Like I like that rubbery, like crispy texture. Like if it was like fried and kind of like chewy, I love that texture. But at the same, so like calamari, I'm sure is good as fuck. But squids and octopi are really fucking smart, so I don't want to eat them. Indra Hurst at Counterpoints. Have you considered hunting for your own meat? I have. I have considered hunting. Joe Rogan actually has a really good point about this. I think it's with grizzly bears in particular in Alaska. Once they get to a certain size, they get like over 12 feet, they start killing the cubs because they're so powerful. They start killing the cubs of their rivals so they can mate with the mothers. And it's actually bad for the genetic pool of the grizzly bears. So there's a certain amount, like you got to figure if like a grizzly bear makes it to 12 feet, he's lived a full life anyway. So, you know, putting a 308 through his fucking heart, you know, there's worse ways to go, right? So I've kind of squared myself with that. I don't know how I would feel being the person who fucking pulled the trigger, but at the same time, I absolutely support hunters if what they're doing is helping to maintain the health of a species of animal through intelligent culling of animals. Soviet California says that is the opposite of based. I eat meat at least twice a day. It's all right, buddy. We all cringe in the eyes of God, okay? MJW379 at Counterpoints, favorite Primarch, both Traitor and Loyalist. So favorite Loyalist is going to have to be Sanguinius with, I guess Gilliman as a backup, but I really don't like Gilliman. I just like the rules for the Ultramarines, like falling back and shooting or whatever. I just like that as a rule set. And I like the fact that they're like tactical without being emo, like the Raven Guard or whatever. But I'm like an angry emo person, so obviously like Sanguinius and the Blood Angels. So I guess it's just Blood Angels. I'm just in denial about it. And then because it's so generic, right? And then for Traitor, it has to be Horus Lupercal. Holy shit. The first 3 books, I was absolutely in love with the Luna Wolves. If there was a loyalist Luna Wolves, I wouldn't play any other army. I actually fell in love with Luna Wolves. I would literally, like, I would throw out my Death Watch and start from scratch and just build a Luna Wolves army if I was allowed to play them as loyalist. But, you know, c'est la vie, and part of the tragedy of the universe is that you don't have loyalist Luna Wolves. NDI, what's up, Counterpoints? I'm new here. Yeah, what's up? We're just bullshitting after like a 3-hour stream. If you want to go back and check out some shit posts, everybody was talking shit about Lauren Southern on Twitter, but then they didn't have shit to say on Twitch. Founding Father or Confederate Monuments was a fucking shit show between CTV and Haas, also known as Infrared. And then the Founding Fathers, I yelled at Beer Buzz Jangle Science Lad for basically thinking that historical figures weren't important or were dumb because they were old. So that's pretty much it. So NDI, welcome aboard. Week in jail, 5 more for dealing with my typos. Yeah, buddy, again, like if you got money, awesome. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. You can just add counterpoints me and type. So week in jail, I'd like to see that. It's okay if you piss me off a bit. Lol. Okay, yeah, it's gonna happen. Maybe I'll watch it again and see how fucking pissy I get, because I don't want to come off as like a bitch either. Bibliolife, do you love black people? I love black people. Not any different than any other people. I love all people, but I do love black people, and I wanna see them do well. I don't think just because we're of a different ethnic group or we have different backgrounds or different perspectives, that doesn't mean I don't want you to do well. I want all people of the planet to do well. ZJW74 at Counterpoints. Octopus is more chewy and squid is more moist. Ugh, moist. I don't want moist. That sounds bad. So I'm going to have to stand by my choice not to eat calamari and octopus. Baby octopus is okay. They aren't smart yet. That's fucked up. Mad puppet. That's mad fucked up. You don't eat fucking human babies because they're fucking dumber than adults. That's fucked up. Oh my god. Human beings are monsters. Nicolas Miguel at Counterpoints. Prime is doing a thing on if belief is inevitable. Do you think it is? I do, since religion is found in all known history books and all known cultures. Yeah, I think there's something like a God hole. There's a meme from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Dennis is talking about how he doesn't believe in God and he's not religious, so he tries to fill that with sexual exploits. I literally think that's true. I think that if you don't explore spirituality or philosophy or religion or meaning or anything like that, then basically I think you will try to fill it with other things. So yeah, 100%. Bibliolife, how much does YouTube take from donos? I think it's like, it's like 25%, 15%, some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Not angry. The Droopy Killer says not anger on and absurd. To be fair, I haven't read a lot of Angron, but no, I don't think that you should put butcher's nails in the heads of your warriors in order who are already like criminally insane and violent. And put butcher's nails in their heads so they're more criminally insane and violent. And also, he killed like the technocracy people, the people who tried to survive, or not try to survive, they tried to surrender, and he just like butchered their entire leadership cast. Yeah, fuck Angron. Was Pac-Man at counterpoints. So to expand on the raccoon, if I had a raccoon kill half my chickens, so I dispatched it, and instead of letting it go to waste, I cooked it. It tastes just like dark meat on a turkey. Yeah, I mean, use the shit. Who gives a fuck? Like, especially if it killed your fucking animals, man. Who gives a shit? I just think raccoons are cool as fuck because they're like, you know, dogs with hands and shit. But obviously, if it's killing your livestock, then you got to do what you got to do, right? I used to live on a farm, and I had a raccoon attack my cat, and my brother killed it, and that sucked, you know. So it is what it is. Week in jail, since we are talking about animals. Female hyena pseudophallus. Google it if you don't know. It's pretty wild. Yeah. I think hyenas' vaginas are like on the outside. Yeah. And then hyenas should be called as a mercy. Yeah, I think they literally birth their children through their like vagina. So it's like but their vagina's on the outside and it's like really small, so it's kind of like birthing a child through your pee hole. So I think what happened where it was like hyenas were being dicks by like eating like half-maned animals and shit on the savannah, and God was like, yo, fuck these motherfuckers, make them give childbirth through their fucking pee hole. Indy at counterpoints, how did you learn to debate so well? Do you have any book recommendations for that? Okay, so I want to do this. And weekend jail, I'm about to time you out. Stop giving me your money. You need to fucking you need to fucking pay your own goddamn bills. So if you tell me that you make good money or you've already paid your own bills, I'll take your fucking money. But just at me in chat and I'll answer. All right, at counterpoints, how do you learn to debate so well? Do you have any book recommendations for that? Okay, no. Practice makes perfect, and when you start, you're gonna suck. So basically, my parents, when I was 8 years old, they forced me to do a speech in front of literally the U.S. Embassy. So I was like representing like a Boy Scout troop or some shit like that. So I did a really good job. I was nervous as fuck, heart beating out of my chest, fucking, you know, headache, like all that kind of stuff. But I made it through my speech without stumbling. I said all of the information that I needed to say. I went back to my seat. My parents said, great job. You didn't look nervous at all. I was like, holy shit, I almost had a panic attack. So that's cool. And then they gave me a little bit of positive reward. And I think even before that, I really like talking. I've been a very communicative person. But since then, love debate. Love debating in class. Love debating online. Love debating in Xbox stuff. Love debating my friends. My favorite thing to do is literally to talk shit. So as you can tell, I mean, dude, we got 104 fucking viewers. We've probably been talking for a half hour to an hour after the fucking show. And I would do this for another 3 hours with you guys, but I do have to go to bed eventually. How did you learn to debate so well? Do you have any book recommendations for that? No, don't read a book. Fight people. Argue with people. Build arguments. Research things. When somebody calls you out and they dunk on you in public, figure out how they dunked on you and then go back and research it and then come back better the next time. Look up different arguments. Like, so for instance, there's like the red herring. There's the appeal to authority. There's the appeal to consensus. There's the appeal to hypocrisy. There's the like the ad hominem. There's I'm trying to think of all this stuff, but you can literally look up like different logical fallacies in argumentation. And once you see those, the whataboutism. Once you see all of the logical fallacies and rhetorical logical fallacies, you can see how a lot of people have incredibly weak arguments, and you can avoid those things and then back up your own perspective. Honestly, man, I'm giving you the money because I think your type of content / views are very much needed on the internet. So for real, dude, keep it up. Weekend jail, thank you. Again, you need to pay your fucking bills first. And if you're super chatting anything at all in the next like week, I want you to put I paid all my bills first before you give me any more money. Morgan, at Counterpoints, I'm reading this for class. You should check it out. I bet you dig it. Philosophy of Religion, 4th edition by Michael Peterson, William Hasker, Bruce Reichbeck, and David Bassinger. Yeah, again, if I have time, I'll read. So basically, let's get fucking full time and literally we'll do a book club or some shit. I don't give a fuck. Here's a real hot take. Star Wars or Star Trek? Star Wars is more fun. I think Star Trek is... I like Star Wars better. Sorry. I know Star Trek is smarter, but I like explosions. Weekend jail. I have made good investments. My bills are paid. $25 or so is not going to bankrupt me. I'm all good, man. Appreciate the thought, though. All right, cool. Just checking in. Like, I don't, a lot of these motherfuckers are out here fucking, taking teenagers' lunch money and shit. So I just don't. Like Sake Tanuki or whatever for fucking Vosh. Literally, like, I'd be listening to a live stream for Vosh and like Sake Tanuki with the $5, Sake Tanuki with the $20, Sake Tanuki with the $20, Sake Tanuki with the $20. It's like, holy fucking shit, dude. Like, are your parents millionaires? Are you a millionaire, or are you bankrupting yourself by fucking like selling your personal possessions so you can send in super chats? Like, it's like a parasocial gambling addiction. Was Pac-Man at Counterpoints? Thoughts on Larry Elder? I don't know. I don't think he's gonna win. That's my general impression, but I would like to be pleasantly surprised. Newsom seems like a douche, so whatever. At Counterpoints, just started 40k books, reading Gaunt's Ghost. Any other recommendations? Magnus is the best trader for me. Loyalist is either Vulcan. I love Vulcan because he's not an asshole to normal humans, and Sanguinius, of course, the most noble. Indra Hurst, do you think a lot of the issues with today's left is whole left behind by the rejection of religion? I absolutely do, 100%. I think they're trying to fill religion with politics, and that's part of what's so toxic about it. Matthew Dougherty at Counterpoint. Scholastic philosophy has always been something I found helpful to read to learn how to debate. Yeah, so shout out to whoever was asking what to read in order to debate. Scholastic philosophy, apparently. Don't bore yourself to fucking death. The best thing to do is to just throw yourself in the fucking deep end and throw elbows. So, Weekend Jail. Agree with that. Basically, arguing with people in my experience has, I guess, helped me learn more about the world than school, for example. Yeah, 100%. Just argue your ideas, get fucking stomped on, and then come back at people and fucking go crazy at them. Big Hoth 98 at Counterpoints. What are your opinions on staying anonymous online as a creator? I've been tempted to start, but I'm afraid of it being detrimental to potential career opportunities. Yeah, get through school first. This is my opinion. So I want you to do what you want to do. But what I would say is college is so important in order to do these things, to get it done, that you don't want to be fucked over from an academic standpoint because you've been talking shit on the internet. So get through college first, get your job, feel out your employers, and then once you feel out your employers, see if this is an option for you. I went from like public sector, so like this was not possible while I was in the Marine Corps. This was not possible when I was a cop. It is only possible now because I'm in a private sector job. I'm very low level. Nobody gives a fuck about me. So if they called into my job in order to talk shit to me, they might freak out. But I think the chances of it are very low. I don't think they give a solitary fuck. My job literally has no impact on the public world. So, unknown. I'm convinced Sake Tanuki is a Fed. I was in Vosh's community for a year at Counterpoints. Yeah, unknown. I was literally thinking that. I was like, they're monetizing the Feds because they want to keep leftist division going, right? They just fund Mike from PA and Vosh and Destiny and all the big streamers so they can keep the circular firing squad of the left continually going. I've thought that a couple of times, particularly with Mike from PA, because I can't believe anybody actually gives that motherfucker money, but that's just me being a dick. Was Pac-Man, do you have a link tree somewhere we can go to get all your social accounts? Again, we're launching it on the 18th. Weekend Jail, I got you, man. Well, I'm in my early 30s, but yeah, sometimes forget about the Hassans of the world that take kids' lunch money, so to speak. Yeah, dude, like, I mean, I want to make money here, but I don't want to bankrupt anybody, Or I don't want somebody to be like, yeah, it was cool to talk to that guy, and I'm happy I gave him the money, but now I literally don't have fucking, I literally don't have grocery cash, or I wasn't able to get this thing because I want expendable income. I want money that, like, people don't need. It's like $2, $5, $3, whatever. That's what I want. I don't want fucking people bankrupting themselves. But anyways, so that's kind of wrapped up on questions. We're caught up. I really do appreciate y'all hanging out. I know that was not the best debate. That was not the best debate for me at all. I did not think that anybody came swinging the first topic. I was expecting that to be a shit show. It wasn't. The second topic was a shit show in the worst way possible. And then the third topic, Jangles and I went at it, but that wasn't necessarily fun for me because we were debating like a stupid sideshow. But hey, it is what it is, and we can only do what we can do. So, yeah. So I appreciate y'all. Catch you in the next one. You have a great night. Bye.